One. What was the time dilation for Orchestra? When did she break the elevator?
It won't be immediately.
Okay.
It's gonna be after a little bit.
Because the plan was to stay as long as possible down there before the 3 months. We know there's a month left. What I would like to do with Alex is either A, go down to the seventh floor's other half, -1, the elevator, or B, go to the third floor lost sector. But I feel like going towards the, yeah,
There's going to be an unfortunate, because you took that creature's deal,
right.
which means, and you immediately set out upon it. So it's actually going to be pretty much almost right after the wedding. You guys get back. You guys have a couple moments, and then everyone kind of hears this screeching, crashing noise throughout the entire labyrinth, and all the elevator doors are open, and there's just a gaping maw, no elevator, with dangling cables, with
So it's all the elevator doors. You didn't. You were last time we
all
were
the
talking.
elevator.
You were saying that it was only the first one. Okay.
I did not say any of that. I basically told you you cannot verify if the other doors are open unless you travel to the other floor.
Yeah, you were saying go down and open them up. Yeah, I remember you saying that. Yeah.
Yeah, if they weren't open in the first place, you could basically go down there and open them up from the other side. But they're all going to be open.
Sure. Okay. So sure.
Well,
So you guys get
And
back from the
all the
wedding.
time that was down there, I was down there, Matt. All the extra time that I had to wait. Um, I just don't think it's a good idea. And but you're the GM. I'm
Well, explain your reason.
it just orchestra was down there for a long period of time, and you said the
Right.
time's different. Of course, I
Yeah,
understand that.
time is different. Yeah.
I just don't feel like it should be immediate. But if that's the way you want to do it, sure. Um,
Why don't you think it should be immediate? I mean, you've been down there for a little bit, but
I've been down there for like what 4 weeks now, a month.
when you also
IRL
have,
time,
right,
like
time
four
works a
sessions
little
worth.
differently there, but
Yep, like you were
also
saying.
specifically, there are individuals who can pull and push time dilation, especially down there where time doesn't really is not coherent.
Okay. Um,
Mm, all right, so Lazarus, happily married,
mhm.
big party, lots of surprise gifts, especially what Riley left you.
Right.
At the house. And the house. There's a house. And it's with a lot of room, a lot of windows, a lot of space, a lot of area just cleared out, empty rooms. Um, some rooms look really sturdy, some not.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Big open space. You can kind of see the main hub off in the distance, but around you for probably a good 100 acres, nothing, just wildlife.
Awesome.
There is also a couple fruit trees and a little garden that somebody put together for you guys, which you probably have no experience in doing.
No experience gardening at all. But you know what? It's nice. And he's gonna be like, hmm. I'm actually gonna look at ours team and be like, do you know anything about gardening?
If I said yes, you're going to judge me. So
Why would I judge you?
for knowing gardening.
I mean, I don't know how to garden. If I judged you, it would be in the positive.
No, the only gardening I know of is which plants not to piss off. Unfortunately.
That also seems to be an important life skill. Yes.
As for those things, mm,
Well, at least they're edible.
mm. Well, to you, everything is edible. And she kind of slaps your shoulder.
Not quite everything. And he'll put an
Mm.
arm around her waist.
Uh-huh. All right. Um.
Mm,
Eventually, you guys return.
right. Ouch.
Oh, you hurt yourself. Don't hurt yourself.
Yeah, no, I'm dying.
Is that
It's a
that
slow
same
death. It
rib?
should take me another 20 years. Yeah, no, it's mostly healed up, but it's also like if I twist wrong, then it just goes, "Hey, idiot, I'm still here."
So, Kuroko, when you guys get back, will say, "I have a token to the seventh floor's hunting ground,
Oh, that's nice.
and we need to take the elevator to go down and get it. I got it from a wish from the seventh floor's mask dealer. So we should do that sometime." And then we hear a crash.
You guys got about a week until you gotta. That's what I said. After the wedding, you guys get back. You guys have a couple days.
Mm, okay. I was gonna eat a bunch of stuff on that third floor hunting ground that we went to, because that was
That's where we ended
where we
up
cut off
last, didn't
last
we?
time.
We
Yeah.
were on
Mm.
the third floor
We were
hunting
on the
ground.
third floor hunting grounds and we had just killed the floor boss and I made some nibbles.
Yep.
Um and I was talking to the DM over the course of the week about like there's a lot of creatures in here to eat. Do we want to go through the vagaries of all of them or do we just want to run like basic numbers for my character
Well,
going
a
om
lot of
nom?
these. There's only 3 different ones, and I told you about them.
Mhm.
And those guys, you haven't eaten yet, but the others you've already nibbled on.
Mhm.
So you just ate the floor boss, which has You got the 2 things from it.
Yep.
And then
I need to go hunt down an older version of it in order to,
there's
to
a
get the
white
good stuff.
that you can nibble on, but it's
Mhm.
kind of a plant kind of creature. So, it's up to you.
Because I have there was the white that climbs the wall clingy guy.
Mhm.
There was the living shadow thing, and I got both of those. Because the white was the tree thing, wasn't it? The ironwood? No, that was it was because there was the
Yeah, it was the
ironwood white,
Ironwood
the
White,
living
which is the rare
shadow,
spawn. Yep.
and then there was the slime.
Mhm.
And you ate
Uh,
the floor boss, right? That was the slime.
that was the slime. Yeah.
We have
So
the afflicted frozen
Mm.
containment.
yeah.
Yep.
And I was gonna essentially just stick a crazy straw in the containment and sip on the other thing to consume some of the living shadow stuff.
Mhm.
And then
I guess
the last one was the statue that was there.
the ironwood white.
No. The statue of the
The Lost Soul.
Lussel.
Oh yeah. Can I even eat on the lost soul?
Sure, if that's what you want to do.
The way you say that makes me vaguely concerned.
They're just big murder hobos, right? So
Mm.
they're lost in their ways.
Bear.
I tried using my mask to capture it, but it didn't work on the statue. So there must be some way to activate it somehow.
Yes. Activate. How does?
I tried using a
um,
Kuroko clone to try and touch it, but it didn't do anything after I did that. So one thing I could do is take it from this area. It might react differently inside my subdomain, but maybe it's like a two-piece kind of thing. It is looking at something particular. What you saying, Matt? There was like
hmm.
a crack in the wall or something?
No, there's a crack in the ceiling, and there's a kind of that light particulates that come down, that ray, that beam of light
Yeah,
that shines upon it, and it just kind
like
of
in a museum. Yeah.
looks up into that particular direction.
So we should probably do something about this. Hmm. So this lost soul. You said
All
it's
right.
basically a statue?
That's what we can
That's,
tell so far.
yeah, that's what you can tell so far. Yep.
Okay. Can I walk up and tink the statue?
Sure.
Okay.
You just kind of walk forward and you tink it. It's marble.
Mm-hmm. Just marble?
Yeah, from what you can tell. From what your hammer's like, yep, marble.
Hmm.
Was it black, you said? or is it just
Uh,
literally
nope,
white?
it's just a kind of a white streaked, kind of grayish marble.
Okay. Kirko will go up to you, Hazard, and say, I think there's something to do with the. She just points up but doesn't look up. But there's something up there. I'm surprised it's not reacting.
Hmm.
You think everyone else that has gone to deal with this hasn't came back alive, which, goes to show for all the other masks. White 5-star masks they're selling. But yeah, it's kind of a little bit of predicament, isn't it? I've tried using my off button on it. It doesn't work. I've tried using my mask on the place, and it doesn't work either. It also didn't react to it, which is odd.
You're talking about the Lost Soul.
Yeah, which we think is this, but I think it's like a two-parter. The Lost Soul inhabits this statue somehow.
So you think it needs a catalyst of some kind?
Yeah. Thoughts? Moving it from one space to a different space.
Hazard,
Yeah.
your body is saying warning nano breach.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
as in
Hyper
something
hostile nano culture assaulting your body. It's touching none of the vulnerable systems it's bypassed. No. And it just kind of it basically it says full exposure.
Mm-hmm.
But you feel fine.
Oh, that's not good.
Do you
All
tell
right.
Grover this?
Yeah.
So Kroko will put her lantern back up against the statue. Is that helping? Like, just flutters it on. Well, did he? When I look, do I see Alhazard's hammer in the light at all? When he touched it,
What do you mean?
like there's light shining down. I get that. When Alhazard touched his hammer with the light, did he come in contact with the light? Is what I'm asking.
You all did. It's kind of an ambient. The ray of light kind of it's.
I thought you.
Trying,
Oh, sorry. My apologies. I thought you meant it was just shining down on the statue itself.
well, it's a kind of a wide beam, but it is shining down on the statue, but it also touches a little bit of the room.
Okay. Okay.
And then the ambient light in the room is enough for you guys to see by.
Right.
Yeah, no, it's just
I figured it more of like a spotlight. It was what I was picturing in my mind.
yeah, kind of a little bit wider though.
Yeah. Which is why we're yeah. Okay, I got you.
Mm-hmm. Yep. If you have any fluidium gear or any like canisters or whatnot, you can remove those from your character sheet. Hazard.
Oh, okay.
Just anything fluidium, as these nanos are literally chewing through containment to get at it.
Oh, I see.
Matt, I'm going to switch visions. I'm going to switch to energy vision, using my unnatural perception.
Yeah, he's covered in, and I mean he looks that way the same, but it also he's kind of got this different kind of hue on him.
Okay.
You can
I'm
see big
because
energy.
I've looked at him before. Can I pinpoint the differences? And if so, can I do Wonder Where's the Mask on the differences?
It's hard to tell sometimes, but sure.
Okay. You can give me a big negative if you want, because this is my first time doing it per se. But I at least like to try it. It seems like a
You'll yeah, go ahead and make me a logic test. See what type of.
logic test. Sure.
Yeah, you look it through. There's heat blooms and weird, kind of near his gear.
Okay. So let's switch over to, and then Wonder Where's the Mask for the survival roll. Yeah, just to see if there's anything about him that pops out.
I'm just gonna activate my nanites and see about isolating and incorporating some of these and seeing if we can get a better read on them.
Yeah. So your nanites go to assault them and go to contain. These things don't particularly. They're actually one size up for nanites. They're actually a little bigger. They're a little nastier too. Your nanites have a almost impossible time trying to contain these bitches in the way that they're
Mhm.
designed. Because they're just at large enough to have a larger power source, and they're also large enough to carry multiple defense platforms against um, alternative nano. Uh, if these were to be put into the body, these would tear you up from the inside. These are an offensive and completely destructive type of machine.
Black particle machine nanites, pretty much.
These are black particle nanites.
Yeah.
Cool.
So if I can, when I do use Wonder Where's the Mask, if I can get that sense of aura, if it's inside of him, I understand if I can't push through that because he does have a domain effect on.
No, it's just on his skin.
It's on his skin.
They haven't burrowed in.
Right.
Because they haven't found anything they're looking for. But any of the containers that he has that would have fluidium in it,
Right,
they burrowed
right.
right through the container.
Well, once I pick up on that, can I use my Geist Catcher's 5-star catch ability for the Lost Soul on the nanites to see if that zoops up everything? Because usually they're connected.
I'm gonna have you roll opposed tech use and opposed influence.
Oh my fuck.
Okay.
So opposed tech use is not going to work here, but imposed influence might.
Well, you do have your once per session boost.
Remember, Matt, I can't use it on myself unless I have another Kuroko with me.
That's right.
But I did roll 16 on the influence. Ooh, very nice. It's still pretty good.
You'll beat it on the influence. You can suck it up, but it's gonna go dormant. You're not gonna be able to control it.
Well, let me take a swing at these before you get rid of them.
They're not getting
'Cause-
rid of. He's just
No.
pulling it into the mask.
Yeah, all I was doing, but it's not the full thing, is what you're telling me. It's not fully connected. It was just more of a, or was this the whole thing? But it's dormant.
Yeah, the nanos are the black
The
particle.
Lost Soul.
Mhm.
Okay. Do I think I got the full Lost Soul? Or
Yeah, you
just
suck up all the black particles. in the
okay?
room. All the nano.
So
Okay.
I don't get these then. I don't get to fuck with them.
Well, you can have him deploy some out of the mask.
Yeah, literally all I have to do is just take it out again in a sealed containment, if you rather put it that way, because it's just in the mask. It's like a Geist. It's a soul within the mask. I can take the soul out, but I just have to re-roll my influence and my tech use to put it back in. Or I can just wear my mask and, like Matt said, use the black nanite particles if you wish to imbue this part about yourself.
Yeah, I was gonna try and pick these up.
Okay. So Matt, how do I like the 10 hands lost soul? How
100
what
hands.
is my what is my activation usage for this inside the mask?
You can't. You haven't linked with it fully. You can release it or you can contain it. You haven't. Um, you don't have full control over it because you didn't pass the tech use. It beat you. So in this case, it just goes into dormancy state and ignores commands.
Okay. What I'll do then is I'll say Alhazard, let's go to a
Mhm.
place where this can't get more powerful and creates a doorway to her subdomain. There's no fluidium there, so it can't go off that. So door will open. We step through, and I make a little containment room for ourselves. It's my domain, obviously, and
Mhm.
I take it out of the Geistcatcher mask.
Cool.
All right. Hey, Patriot. How you doing? Thanks for joining us.
Yeah,
What's up?
sorry, I had a job. I had a phone-based job interview before this.
Cool. Welcome.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to shunt my my nanites over to interface,
Mm-hmm.
and we're gonna come at these from the tech angle.
Okay.
Can I ask a quick question as to has be caught up as to what happens this last time?
You guys are just finishing your third floor hunting ground adventure. You guys killed and collected all the materials.
Well, not all of them. The idea was to leave some behind for the other assholes we superseded.
I mean, you don't have to, but yeah.
Oh.
And then you guys killed the boss of the floor, harvested the good stuff, and you guys just apprehended the lost soul of the third floor hunting ground, and they're trying to.
Whack.
You say what or whack?
I said whack.
And then they're going to try and do something with it.
Basically, these two are trying to find a magic stick, and they're trying to figure out what that magic stick does.
Yeah, or how to use it.
Cool.
Yeah, I thought so.
Also, I'm glad that people have picked up that quote unquote magic stick is the term for nebulously magic item of unspecified magicness.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Cool. Like Kuzma's gonna hang out, is gonna sit by and just watch them figure this out, and waiting for the point where he could probably assist, which is probably not a lot.
Yeah, we just stepped into the subdomain, so you can come to Kuzma.
Yes, he will leap into the subdomain.
Yeet.
All right.
Trying to go outside again.
Feel a little bit more at home. It's cold in here, but not cold to you, so it's kind of nice. Food and drink are available. Nothing fancy, but at least satisfying. And
Hooray!
yeah, these two guys kind of go over and they're just like, "Ta-da! Let's do this thing."
Yes.
Kuzma, for context, we couldn't see it first, but it seemed to be a nanite. So
Oh, nanites. Yes, those little robot machine things.
yeah, tiny things. So
Speaking of
sometimes
nanites,
when your eyes don't work, look
That
deeper.
yes, it's funny because actually very recently I recalled that, like, I don't know, I guess someone got the labyrinth slapped a good potion of what I know about this tech stuff. But yeah, I actually know what a nanite is. Hooray.
cool.
Yes. Although I guess I should double check. Yeah, we did establish that it's all likelihood that the world Kuzma came from is probably the Starfinder one, not just the Pathfinder one, right? Because that was like that would thematically work with the time frame I gave.
Oh, I'm going to interface with these nanites.
Do it up. I will give you some hope. Hope through tech use because I have that skill. And
Cool.
Whichever one you want to use it for. Probably influence, I'm guessing.
I mean, no, I literally have like an interface function,
Mm.
and I can attach my domain and my nanites to that.
Sounds good.
Yep. And I'm gonna be like, talk to me, nanos or micros, I guess.
I'm trying to look up what the actual size of this.
My knowledge is that nanos are usually the size of blood cells, right?
Smaller.
Small? Okay.
Some of them can be. So there's nanos and then there's microbots, and the microbots are bigger.
Yeah,
Right.
they'd be a microbot. Yeah.
They'd be a little more robust, but yeah, they could be the size of a blood cell or several. So probably not going to work real well if you put them inside your veins,
Mhm.
because it's going to feel a bit like your arteries are clogging as they move around.
Yep. They don't care though. Okay. Yeah, these things are kind of mean. They want to hurt you.
Mm-hmm. Well, they have to get through some ice in order to do that.
Well, for these particular ones, they are dormant until you try and interface with them. There's a couple weird interactions. One, yes, they're nano or micros in this case. They're machines. You can interface with them. Overtaking them would be not too much of an issue. But the nano cluster or the micro cluster is particularly one singular unit.
One being in this case,
One
right?
being. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So somebody decided to basically become silver goo.
Yeah.
As a person. And then he built it built a bunch of different styles to spread that over an area
Mm-hmm.
and assault anyone who walked into it.
Fair.
It's a pretty malicious way of going about devouring resources of the labyrinth. But also not impossible to deal with. He was probably significantly larger at some point, maybe even a faceless.
Right.
But you taking over the nano cluster, you can have the cluster, or you can have the black particle cluster by going through the ritual of absorbing it into the black mask, or not the Geist Catcher mask.
Geist Catcher. Okay.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate. Maybe you can get the design of it, Alhazard?
You can absolutely get the design. They are a nasty attack design. They have a lot of support features. They're even able to move through the environments pretty efficiently.
Right.
They can self suspend themselves, or they can self suspend in the environment, and then they can also coordinate over an area. They particularly have a very robust feature for basically killing other nanos, or nanos or other micros.
Okay.
You can restore them, but you'd lose the lost soul. It would no longer be black particle micros. You have
Because
to
I
go
really
through the
wanted some black particle nanos. Is what I was going for.
Right. You have to do that through the ritual.
Mm-hmm.
You have to beat it in an influence test and a tech use test through the Geist Catcher, the 5-pointed Geist Catcher mask. Because there's a very specific um, series of events that have to happen for a lost soul to happen. And if it does, they go through some sort of process you guys don't know of yet that results in black particles instead of their normal power set and what they were.
Right.
Breaking them out of that, turns out you can do it, especially with your power set, your ability to reforge. You can easily take these. You can reforge this person out of being a lost soul and back into somebody, because you can just hit that out of them. Downside, you lose
You
the
lose
black
it.
particle effect.
Right.
You're
Yeah,
not
yeah.
sure why it's so elusive and why it needs to. It's almost like some sort of parasitic host or some sort of very tenuous super element condition where destabilizing the or modifying the current equilibrium completely destabilizes the state of things.
Right.
The Geist Catcher mask seems to be some sort of mechanism that is able to not only collect and prison, but also utilize the um, particles, which interesting.
We know it doesn't become a lost soul until it fails on the 10th floor, right? At least that's what we've learned
It
so far.
fails some sort of ascension program.
Yeah.
Basically, some sort of um,
Step along the way, it fell.
right. So it missed a chance, missed a step, failed a roll. So something went wrong, and thus they did this.
Hostile and out for Crimson Fluidium.
Right. So I'm convinced 100% that I can beat this thing.
Probably.
It's just that if I want black particle nanites, I have to go through that Geist Catcher mask that Kuroko has.
You can get your own. They're not singular, and since she's released it from the mask, you just have to have another Geist Catcher to catch it. They're not just. There are more. In fact, they were selling 5 of them, empty ones, but full 5 points.
Right, but it just ate all my fluidium, so I'm broke.
Not hard to make more. You could literally just go, "Hey, I'm gonna make a thing. Anyone want to buy it?" Boom, money.
It's okay. I could give you a small loan of $1 million fluidium.
Okay, first of all, that's gross. Second, that would be fine.
The issue is you won't be able to use your silver mask.
Right. While I'm beating this thing up.
Yes, because you got to wear that.
Yeah. I mean, if we're inside your domain, if you'll just let me borrow your mask for a minute, I'll just do this.
Yeah, the thing is, if you want to, yeah. The thing is, I won't be able to use it, but you will. So she'll pass it over.
Yeah, maybe you can figure out the black particle imbuement method somewhere in the labyrinth or the process or whatever. But unfortunately, for now,
For now,
they,
whoever owns that mask is going to get these particles.
well,
And there's
it's
nothing I
whoever
can't carve away
wears
from them.
that mask controls the particles.
Yeah.
What I'm hearing is.
But what I've given you is the mask. Use it. I've already given you hope. Use it for influence if you need to. but
Do it.
All right.
do it. Tech use and
Or
influence.
tech use.
Yeah, I have some tech use. Right. Actually, interface is techno sorcery. But that shouldn't be a huge issue. Let's see.
Hmm. Can I be assisting in any way?
It's a big roll.
Yep.
Big roll.
So that's my
Remember, you don't
Tech
have your
use.
platinum mask bonuses.
right. And this is Sans Platinum Mask bonuses.
Hmm.
Actually, hold on. That's a good point. Because I think my Platinum Mask actually gives me one of my nano bridges. Yeah, +1 iridescent nano bridge. All right, so never mind. That number is not quite accurate. So it'll be this plus that much.
Take the 43 though. JK, Matt, however you want to call it.
Hmm.
That's beautiful, single digit.
All right. And then roll me the influence.
That was part of the influence. My domain was infused into that roll. Because I bridged my domain and my techno sorcery to use interface in the first place.
I did not roll a 1.
You'd roll 2 ones though, Matt.
I know, it may be a double, it may be 2 ones put together, but I don't really
It's
have
not
anything
right.
special. If it was a Fate Weaver, you'd be in the worst kind of trouble.
Right.
Because what they'll do is they'll be like, we're gonna swap roles.
Hmm.
Yeah. But yeah, you captured in the mask.
Alright. Wham! I'll take the mask off and hand it back. Be like, well,
I can't. Whoever collects the lost soul is the one in charge of them.
no,
Congratulations.
they're bound to the mask.
Doesn't matter.
This is, yes, it's bound to the mask. Congratulations on your new black particle nanites.
Hooray! Also, wait, I don't think I actually got a straight answer. Do you actually need that million fluidium?
No. Not unless you're just throwing money away.
I do not throw money away. I invest.
Well, there you go. No.
Please
Short
don't throw-
version.
Please don't throw a million fluidium away.
Yeah, right. That's a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's like essentially I want to download like the copy methodology on these things. I want to pull all the information I can off of them, study their function and use. And probably I'll just recreate them in Arstein's lab.
The nano design's not particularly hard to build.
Mm-hmm. It's the
It
black
does
particle
require
integration.
again a specialized lab, but I mean it wouldn't be hard. It's just keeping the current super state where they have that different energy attached to them
Mm-hmm.
because it feels very fleeting.
Can I just
All right.
like tink the nanites with my hammer real quick, just to get a little more thorough understanding of them?
How about I just use them and put them in front of you?
Well, this is the thing is that like I have multiple forms of observation.
Up to you. We're up to Matt.
Yeah, you can take them if you want.
Because it seems like you said that the nanites are the lost soul, which means that it technically should be replicable given my skills.
Mhm.
Because this is at least partially person.
Yes.
Okay. Put my mask back on. Okay. I'll have to take some time and make these on my own.
All right,
Right.
then.
Another one bites the dust.
I'm somewhat irritated that I can't just take these, but
Well,
Those are the
once
bits.
we get the 7th floor's hunting grounds done, we can go to any floor we want. So maybe floor 0 will have more answers for us.
possibly.
Guzmo pulls a karambit and lights it. Oh, are we already heading back down to the hunting grounds?
Our job's here's done, so we're gonna step out and back into the hunting ground and say, "Good job, guys! We completed hunting ground number 3,
Wonderful.
the one checked off the list."
You get a lot of middle fingers as you guys leave.
That's fair.
Sucks to suck.
Yes! Show me your hate! Your hate fuels me!
Yes, they do. They very much dislike you.
But yeah, I'm gonna
Salted tears are delicious!
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna take the containment for the living shadow, and I'm just gonna alter it so that it's designed to allow for interaction with the storage state inside, or with the state inside of it.
Sure.
And then I'm going to consume some of the living shadow.
Just sippy cup it.
Yep. Literally just crazy straw.
All right.
Just drinking living shower fluids from a bendy straw.
Boop.
Not a bendy straw, a silly straw.
A little less simple than some of the other stuff. Doesn't particularly have a physical form.
Right. That's what the containment is for.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the eating part
Right.
doesn't really have a physical, cohesive body.
hmm
Um,
I'm also bringing my domain to bear on it.
yes. What are you looking for? You can roll 2 things.
Essentially, I have a basic understanding of what it's capable of, right? Are any of its stats higher than mine?
Let me just double check. What do you even got these days? Its agility's higher.
Oh, cool. So what special abilities does it have besides the ability to be living shadow?
Shadow shift.
Yeah.
Um,
Is that sort of its core thing?
Darkest shadow. Strangling grapple.
Mm,
Dematerialize. Basically, it just kind of,
Spooky shit.
dematerializes your body over time, kind of like the way you eat in an acid bath, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, destabilizes your molecules and then kind of eats it as it kind of breaks apart.
Oh, nice. Would that be one of its core abilities?
That's how it eats.
Fair enough.
The
No, that's right.
core ability is actually Darkest Shadow.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually harder to detect as long as there is a light source. rather than being in a room just pitch black. It gets significant advantages, but if there's a light source, it gets even more bonuses to be undetectable,
Hmm.
as long as it stays in the shadow.
Fair enough.
And that hunting ground's nearly pitch dark, with the occasional little light bulb here and there from little plants. So it just kind of darts around and yoinks people.
Right.
That sounds
Um.
bad.
Okay.
Mhm.
I think I want to aim for the agility boost and dematerialize because I feel like dematerialize is going to enhance my my devour the strong anyway. Just seems nice to have.
Sure. It's rather destructive. The dematerialize. It does it particularly. It literally breaks it down, kind of savagely,
Hmm.
with kind of no order. Yeah, it's basically just putting it in an acid bath,
Right.
more so than
So.
what your stomach does.
Mhm.
Um,
So
it
if I were go ahead.
it could break down more stubborn stuff, but it also could at the same time ruin more delicate stuff.
Right. So be judicious in its use.
Mhm.
Fair enough. Yeah. All right. Dun, 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 dun.
Hmm. So have we done a winning?
Yes, we have done a winning.
Excellent.
Oof.
We should celebrate back at the Dirty Liz. Actually, I still need to meet with your brother.
Oh yeah, you should probably go do that.
Yes.
We should probably look in on this elevator nonsense.
Doesn't happen yet.
Hasn't happened yet. Okay, we have a couple of days from now until it happens. Gotcha.
Mhm.
In any case, then let's go look at the third floor.
Cool.
Or the 7th floor hunting ground. Which one? Pick.
Well, 7th floor hunting ground we can't both go to.
Yeah, okay. I can take 4 people.
Okay, because my understanding of the 7th floor is one person at a time.
The
Ooh, it's not the one with the ghosts.
the hunting grounds is on a different floor for.
Ah, then by all means.
Kuzmo.
Yes.
Gonna go back to your thing though.
If you two must do this alone, then I guess I shall go meet Nios at the Dirty Lizard.
You don't have to?
I mean, I have to at some point.
Fair.
Do you want me to come along with you? Because frankly, I've still got a bunch of adventuring plans.
If you don't,
for the
I'll
day.
be taking Chamonix and Shira.
Okay, well then, I guess I might as well come along.
Okay.
Okay.
You know what? I'm
You guys
gonna
take the elevator.
Hold on, I'm going to double check with Mika to make sure that he has informed Nios of what's going to be required for this process. He's going to open a flame portal and then tell Mika, make sure the boy knows the shit.
Mika's like, or Mika or Macalki.
Mm,
Who do you like?
That one's going to be Mika. Even though Macalki might be the bit more official one, he's assuming Macalki's busy, preparing for the fucking war.
Yeah. I mean,
Mm.
Work, you motherfucker.
ooh,
I have
that's
2 lights
kind
right
of
next to me.
rude,
And never
man.
than
Man,
already.
why you gotta be so? Why you gotta be so hostile?
Why you gotta be so rude?
Because I'm literally playing an entity of fire and I can't get any of my lighters working.
That sounds like a you problem, and not, and not take it out on your homie problem. What do you ever do to you, man?
Wait, Who are we referring to as homie in this case? Are we talking about?
Why you gotta
Mika?
yell at McCalky, man? Why you gotta do that?
I'm not yelling at McKelkey. I'm not yelling at even Mika. This is me out of.
This
Oh.
is me out of character being frustrated that my
Well,
language.
Well,
you're
then don't
using
use the
your
voice.
modulator
Yeah,
thing.
see,
Yup.
So...
You're using the voice.
Yeah, you're using the
Using the
voice, so I'm
voice.
sitting there going, what happened?
Blah. No, Mika, you are good. Well, no, actually, you're not a little shit, but frankly, I don't get time to address that, so make sure Niles gets the memo.
Okay, so you want Mika to do the negotiations with...
No, he wants to make sure that Niles gets the memo of like when we're meeting and all that shit. He wants him to do the secondary bullshit to set up for it.
Okay. He's like, of course, it'll be done.
Good. I must proceed with this very important quest that I am on. And then he's going to hang up on the fire. He's going to hang the fire up and go, well, my schedule's free.
Okay. Shira or Chamonix?
Nice.
I feel like Chamonix is busy. It's like Shira.
Hmm. Okay. I can get this right.
Alright, so where are we going?
I go into the elevator
And let's go to the elevator.
and I look at the. I think it was a key card you gave me, or like was a bunch of buttons I had to press.
You got a key card, and then you had to press, kind of actually put the key card in, and a blue button pops up in the top left corner.
Click.
Yeah, gonna go down.
Mm,
Elevator music will kick on for the first time in your life. Taking the elevator. Disturbing.
do, 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 do. Do, 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 do.
So I need to find the 7th floor's mask's other half.
Is that all?
Yeah, the issue is getting to him.
Mm-hmm. How so?
No idea where he is.
That would make it difficult to find someone, yes.
But at least he's on the floor we're going to. Silver Lining.
So you know he's somewhere on that floor.
That's what I've been told, at least.
Yep, that's what he's been told, man.
And how reliable is the source?
Reliable enough to have a penultimate material for you.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It was one of the wishes I used for the mask of the 7th floor.
Oh, wonderful. Now I have context. Wonderful.
Yeah.
All right. Alhazard's gonna take out just like a strip of the ironwood creature and just make with the gnawing as he's eating that on the elevator ride, like trying to tear through it like beef jerky.
That's what I was imagining.
Right. Yeah, and I'm gonna devour the strong on the ironwood white as well.
Okay. Wood made of steel.
Yep. Steel wood. Hua. Flexibility of wood, durability of steel.
Actually, it has the durability of. It has the flexibility of steel.
Oh, I see.
But it can grow.
Nice.
Hmm. Yeah, it's rather uncompromising, as you would
Mhm.
imagine ironwood would be.
Right.
It goes, yeah.
And I go, yes. I am no longer asking.
No. Roll me a fight me bitch roll. It
Okay.
doesn't. Yeah.
Fight
Did
him!
you roll a fight me
Hmm.
bitch roll? I don't think you did.
Not yet.
Yeah. Should definitely
There you
do
go.
that. Yeah. Yeah. It's like fine.
'Cause
Yes.
got my domain bump.
Whatever.
Yes.
Whatever.
Hmm.
That one.
Is there any part of me I can upgrade with this ironwood to improve upon?
Um. Not really.
Words.
I mean, you can
Okay.
combine upon it. It's pretty. You don't really have a lot of plant specimen, you know.
Right. No, that's fair.
I guess the only thing I can think of, since it's organic and you're organic, maybe combining
you-
those two aspects.
You could improve it. It's just you don't really have any other. You haven't really done anything with plants.
No, that's fair.
The question is, can I eat it?
I can.
That's what he did.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's what he did. Yeah.
All right. So essentially, I want to sort of reinforce, or not reinforce, but integrate the ironwood
Sure.
into my cybernetics and stuff,
Uh-huh.
so that in the event of catastrophic damage, everything will regrow eventually. Or wait, no, my regeneration already does that, doesn't it?
Uh-huh.
Okay. I just kind of want to integrate this into my my damage resistances then.
Sounds like a natural armor kind of thing for sure.
A little bit, yeah. Because my unnatural toughness gives me brought from the Hydralisk.
Mhm.
I want to integrate this into that. Because currently I have half damage, half pin, half effects from normal weapons. Like I just flat take half damage from mortal weapons.
Mm-hmm.
I want to combine this into that and try and enhance that somehow.
I thought it was damage all. I thought you were just half damage all for everything.
The way he explained it to me, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, and I wrote it down wrong, is that essentially non-deific level weapons, like
Right.
shit that's designed to like kill the sum total of your existence across the tapestry and across time, just hit me at half strength.
Mhm.
Anything from a gun to Kuzmo's flare edge to like anything that's not specifically designed to one tap gods.
Okay. Okay.
I just take half from all of it. They're just half as effective on me.
Yeah, it's the halvesies.
Yep.
The law of
So,
halvesies.
the law of halvesies.
Okay. So, yeah. Welcome to the 7th floor hunting ground. Blah, 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 blah. As I forgot to bring your tokens over. Balls.
Alright.
All right. Where is everyone? Shura, Coco, Hazard, and Kuzma. Okay, those motherfuckers.
Woo.
Throw them in the elevator, and then.
Woo, Grandma Sandy. Hey, fun.
I am still digesting that flail.
Yes.
I'm also currently chewing on a large sprig of mysterious meat.
As you do.
Not gonna ask. Unless you intend to share.
What's wrong?
Oh, sure. What are you eating?
It's not people.
Okay.
It's just halfling.
I feel like
Um,
halflings are people.
No, that doesn't check out.
the white space, Matt.
They're like
Yup.
half of people. Thus, they are not fully people.
What about it? It is literally white. You walk upon it, and it's like kind of the matrix floor. It's just white. Walls are
Okay.
white. The ceiling's white. You can't actually tell the dimensions of the place because
Right.
it's so whitewashed and perfectly seamless. It's just, walking on it, interestingly enough, doesn't leave dirt.
Kuroko will come up and say, hello there.
And it kind of the broken doll's head kind of jerks to life.
Oh, it's you. Oh, it's not the same doll, is it?
No, different one.
Okay.
Does it feel like an afflicted?
No, no, it doesn't. Nor does it feel face dealer.
Hmm.
Is that an amalgamation of dolls and shit?
Yes.
Well, that's not disturbing at all.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's take a look. Well, I'm just gonna kind of saunter over.
Hold up, Alhazard. If it's not an afflicted, as he says, and it's not a face stealer, what's it doing down here?
Well, I know that there was someone who created dolls in and of the labyrinth.
Hmm.
And the thing just kind of pauses, looks at you. Questions 2, I will answer you. Then you must choose.
Hmm. Okay. I'm gonna give everybody one of those.
Wonder what?
Once you have chosen, tarry not, for you may not be able to leave then.
So, what this being just said is tarry not.
Mm-hmm. For you may
And
not be able to leave.
when, just for my context, because I don't think I know what tarry means then. Does that
It
mean
means hate, wait, hesitate.
right? So in this case, once I okay.
So once you make a choice, jump on it.
Yeah, gotcha.
But it'll answer 2 questions, presumably from
Oh.
each one of us.
Oh, wait, hang on, I think I did the math wrong on my shield.
Shields. Fuck. I just tried to stack it on top of the shield I already had, but like I'm not sure if that was all my shield or what.
Nope. I don't know.
Well, either way, you all also will gain a matter of shield as I turn on my empowering aura. Yeah, 40-10 plus willpower bonus times 2. So, yeah, I don't think quite that much.
Yeah, there you go. Better phrasing.
Gotcha. Kuroko looks to Alhazard.
Mm-hmm.
We need to ask this. Where do the portals lead? Which ones do they do? But all I have to ask is the mask, the other half. But
So ask.
I will. Kuroko will come up and say, in which way can I find the masks of the seventh floor's other half? Or will I just find it in whichever way I go?
And kind of almost does this kind of head, the whole body kind of shakes and rattles as it's kind of like almost like a old computer running a query. And after a minute, it stops shaking and kind of looks. Go nowhere you must. It will be here for you to choose. Question 1, complete. Question 2.
Kuroko will look to Alhazard and say, it was a mistake for what I asked. Not for the question, but the severity of the question. Ask something big. Do not be faulted by what I have done.
How do I get to the floor above the 10th floor without needing the keys?
Okay, that's the. It just kind of processes. Query complete. You need a king's strength. For only a king can open the doors of his own volition that is held closed by the pretenders. There is not 10 thrones, there's one. Pretenders have figured out how to divide it. There are kings. You will know them when you see them, and you will see them no more. Query complete. Question 2 has been answered. Now, you must choose. And the kind of mercurial pools start to writhe. And let's see. And things will come out from underneath them.
What? Oh no.
Yes, Kuzmo. Oh shit, where's that thing I had ready? You know what? I have way too much shit.
It's just a hoarder of good shit.
Yeah, basically. Sucks.
Lizards.
You're a lizard.
I mean, in spirit, I am still a lizard.
Spirit lizard.
Spirit lizard. Yes. Ah,
There we go. Thing I wanted.
ow.
Okay. So out from this one is this. It's a pile of masks and spears. Feels like one entity. Perhaps Kuroko's query. And what comes out of this one is some sort of gem. It has a housing around it, but no where for a clasp or for something to be strung through for a necklace.
Mhm.
Choose quickly and tarry not. Here you shall stay.
So I'm not going to tell you about this. I will. I will choose to stay.
DM, can I hit this with some Survivor's instinct?
Sure. Your
Figure
dragon's
out what it
eye?
is. Yeah.
Is that tarrying though? By just
Nope.
okay.
Because I'm
Alright, you
all look
approach
at it
it,
as
you look at it with your eye, and this is a singular, perfect gem. There will be none other like it. No, nor will there ever be any more.
Mhm.
What it's made of? It's not anything that you've ever seen, or even dream that could be fit in there. This shouldn't exist. As for what it does, you're not certain. It's an impossible creation.
Okay.
Shira will take 2 pictures and get in the elevator. Terry, you took her pictures, or 3 pictures.
I'm gonna take this if you don't do something quick, Kuroko.
Take it.
All right.
Do it.
I take the gem.
All right. Once you take it, this will go. We'll sink back down into the goo.
All right. Seems like tarrying thing here.
Yeah.
Kuzma, what do you want to do, bro?
So that's ninja our way out.
Yes, this way, yeah. So I'm sorry, I was so wrapped up trying to figure out. 'Cause it seemed like something was off on my sheet, and I was trying to solve it while they were.
So okay. So, Kuroko, you said stay.
I did.
Okay. These guys will go back up. What does this Kuroko have on them?
I have one Geist Kitchen mask.
Is it full?
It has the nanites within it. The Lost Soul.
So you stay, and what will happen is 2 things. One, the doll's kind of head jerks your way, focuses on you singularly, and it will just go, you should not have stayed. You will learn. And the face will split down the middle and open up into this bright light. Your Geist Catcher mask will split in half, fall, and you will lose your face immediately.
Is this a king?
Yes.
Okay. I have rolls against the king.
This is going to, well, sure. Go ahead and make a roll.
Whichever one you want me to do, because the one who conquered 4-0 is still active for the title.
If you have titles and you played around with the nanos would have eaten them.
Matt, stop. I specifically asked for this title not to have fluidium, and it literally says you cannot be a fluidium-based being.
All right, that's right. Go ahead and roll influence then. That's about the only roll you get for that.
Sure.
All right.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's reroll with S then.
I am going to enforce domain from this thing. No rerolling.
I will force my own domain of hell, my own authority of hell, to say I can
You're gonna have to oppose again if you want to reroll.
Sure.
Do it.
Wow.
Yeah, I got you on that one though.
Okay.
It's going to try basically this. It's going to warp you into one mask, and it's going to put you in one of these pools for someone to come and choose. They can reclaim you, or this particular one singular Kuroko, not all of the Kurokos. But this is one of those dangerous moments. You have found a king.
Mhm.
But the this particular one has a little game it likes to play.
Sure.
So this singular Kuroko gets to be its own special snowflake, and it gets to be a different type of mask that can be selected.
Very well.
Kuroko mask!
Mask Roko.
Mask Kuroko.
Mazroko.
Yep. And you guys go up the elevator.
Yep.
The Kuroko Lab Roko, Doc Roko, is safe and sound in the Seraphim Forge, and you can, of course, have her build another Roko.
Mhm.
You still have a very tenuous connection to Mask Roko. So technically, it's still a clone, or it's still Legion.
Mhm.
So, is it possible, DM, that after an unspecified amount of time, for Alhazred to make his way back down here because Kuroko's not back yet?
It was a one-time use key.
See, nobody bothered to tell me that.
You need to go back to the 7th floor to request another one from the mask.
Oh, okay.
But unfortunate. I see what you did, Matt. Fair enough. Alhazred, that should be good.
Mhm.
I feel like that is a material that can make you a king. Or maybe not. Because
I don't know. I have to sit down and figure it out.
I
a bit.
figured this would be the other 7th floor mask, but it's a king.
No,
So
he said.
Yep.
The instruction's literally there. He answered your question.
Yep, and like you said, it's
Like,
possibly
where?
that person.
It literally was. I said, it answered your question, and it said, "Stay here. It will be for you to choose." And one of the
I didn't catch the choose part. I got
yeah, no, it basically said for you to choose, and it was the left one was the other half.
Yeah, no, I got that.
Right.
I did. It was.
I
it was a good thought.
assumed as much. That's why I was like, Kuroko, make your choice, or I'm going to make one.
Yep.
Mhm. Okay, so, Kuroko though will make Mask Roko, but any mask made by a king, pretty potent.
Mhm.
Also coveted. Also Legion, but somebody has to go get it. And they have to choose it, because it's gonna be hella hard to pick, because it.
I just.
Yeah, pick between the two.
What floor is that made from? Is that from the 7th floor, or is that from?
You don't know, because that fell to space out of space.
Yeah, because I remember you saying there was only 14 floors from the big mask you gave me, right?
Mhm.
So that's not included in the 14th floor unless it's part of the 7th floor. So cool.
It's something.
Yeah.
Just irritated that you lost the black particle stuff.
Yeah.
And
no.
I was like, I want that. I wanted that.
It will actually
Yeah,
be part of Mask Roko. Because it folded up all your gear. Powers,
that is
stats.
mildly mollifying.
Everything will go into Mask Roko.
Tech.
Yeah, it is a nasty, nasty critter.
Or
But it gave you very explicit instructions.
It did.
All right, Roko. Do you wish for Lab Roko to make another copy to send out into the world so she can continue working on the tutorial?
Yeah, I'm just thinking about energy for it. Is there a vial of karma?
Mm-hmm. So room's filled with it. It's an infinite Roko supply. You one 10 milliliter vial of karma can near infinite energy.
Yeah, let's
Gives that Roko limitless time.
yeah, let's do that. Let's
Lab Roko will just kind of All right. Back to the labyrinth with you. I have work.
important work stuff. Type work to do.
All right. Roko, you walk back. You're given a robe, one of the silk kimono robes.
Mhm.
And yeah, you're redeployed.
maskless though. Shame.
Well, you
Happens.
can.
I
Yeah,
don't
have
really
fun.
need a mask, unfortunately, unless I'm dealing with the king. So lo and behold, Crocus
Well,
just
there you
gonna
go.
go out as Legion.
Yeah, you show up back kind of with the group.
How'd it go? Wait. That
Are you
robe
want me
has
to tell what
different
happened?
pattern
Because
to
I
it.
know what happened.
Well, yeah, he's like, oh, how'd it go? Because there's another Kuroko with us now. And then he's like, wait, that kimono has a different pattern on it.
Yeah, I mean, last Kuroko wasn't wearing a kimono.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
That would explain it, wouldn't it?
A lot of things have happened to me over the years. Face Stealer, Afflicted. Now my being has been turned into a mask. So
Oh, I see. So staying was a bad call?
yeah, I think it had something to do with the questions we asked. And I think you got a material that can make you a king.
Oh, I see.
Unfortunately, I missed my opportunity to ask the or get the full floor token move around kind of thing. So that's
That's all right.
unfortunate there.
You're supposed
If
to
you
go inside.
can...
Let me guess. Being a king means something entirely different here too.
Probably.
Ugh.
King can come in many forms. Can come in the form of a monster, a friend, or
Oh, you can be a king of infinite spaces.
You know, there's nothing more kick to the balls humbling than this fucking labyrinth sometimes.
so
No,
I
right?
can't go back to ask for another way down because the mask of the seventh floor already granted my wish. You can buy them, of course, but I don't have anything.
Oh, no, if you need to
right
go,
now.
we can go whenever we want. Now that I know the space, we can just go there.
I think that would be dangerous. There's a king down there
Mhm.
without proper clearance, or at least proper way for things to happen. I feel like bad things might happen.
That's your call.
Yeah.
Let me know if you want to go, and we'll go.
As you guys stand outside the elevator, it's a good time for sound effects.
Okay,
Or
so
what?
it's it took many days to go down to it, then, right? Okay, good enough.
Oh,
Mhm.
hey, if it took multiple days, then I've probably digested that flail by now.
Mm-hmm.
Yay. Give me its nutrients.
Okay.
Although I'm actually away from the PC for a second, so actually you can wait on that.
As you guys stand near the elevator, you hear a little sound effect.
And I tell you, Alhazard, I just
Mhm.
reconnected with Orchestra. She just broke the elevator.
And the doors behind you slide open jarringly, as if they're struggling under an impossible strain. But then eventually they open completely, and there's just blackness and dangling, just kind of twitching cables for
Right. Nope. 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 And I'm gonna hit the elevator with my hammer and try and repair it, as I saw
That-
Briley do it once.
Oh, this is bullshit.
I think you might have to use that material you got if you want to do that.
Fuck you. Why would I?
I think you're gonna need some type of material to do it.
Maybe.
Your hammer feels something weird for the first time.
Hmm.
It's something hollow. There's nothing there. The concept of the elevator is no longer there. It's dead.
Oh.
It's a
Hmm.
shaft now. It's a mine shaft. It's just a tunnel. It's a pit.
Yep. Nope. Okay. Can I
Elevator's
try and
gone.
turn it into a set of stairs then? Since I can't repair it, can I make it something else?
You're gonna need a material for each floor that comprises of each floor.
Well,
There's-
right, which I don't have.
It doesn't have to be a penultimate. It just has to be a material. The better the quality, the determines the quality of the stairs for each floor.
Right.
So if you hit it with a low tier material, it's just gonna be wood planks jutting out of the wall.
Right. Now I'm going to need that million fluidium. Let's go to a kiosk.
Like, all right, whose fault is this?
Actually, you know what? No, we'll do it this way. I'm just going to need 10 purple fluidium.
All right, and he will transfer to him 10 purple fluidium, which I'll.
Oh, by the way, Kuzmo, your business has been doing really well.
Cool.
A lot of people have been coming by even during the red light district has actually been left alone pretty much. Funny enough, you can add another black solid fluidium to your inventory.
God damn, boy.
Which is a lot of cash.
That's a fuck ton.
Yep, black solid fluidium.
I will have you roll luck because some people pay with not fluidium.
Yeah, give me a second. Again, I'm away from the PC because I'm having
Okay. Yeah, I'm fine.
I'm just
yeah.
gonna take this 10 purple fluidium to the kiosk, and I'm going to purchase guns. And then I'm going to put a bounty up on the kiosk. And basically I'm gonna disseminate a quest to the Guardians.
Mm-hmm.
Bring me a material from each floor. And I'm gonna make it a timed quest.
All right. What type of quality of weapons we're looking at? Because you got to post it. Because they ain't taking shit, especially if it's a time quest.
Oh, I got 10 purple fluidium worth of guns, and then I'm just bonking them after as I'm posting the kiosk. So we're going legendaries at least.
Are you getting stupidly powerful quality guns, or are you just getting guns?
So many guns.
So many guns. Okay.
Like
Kiosk,
I don't
literally, you know
necessarily.
that coin machine that spits out coins when you get a jackpot?
Yeah, the one-armed bandit slot
it's
machine.
shooting AR-15s and pistols and just everything at you. It's just like pew 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 pew.
Yep. So as they come in, I
Then-
just take a swing at them.
Get select fire ARs.
No, these are the illegal kind that the government doesn't want you to have, that the ATF will dig up out of your backyard and run off with.
Yeah, oh, I see. So freedom ARs, gotcha.
Yes, bud.
Yeah, that's funny. All right, so
Funny but true.
You're gonna get an influx of people coming in, with just really quickly too, just to be like,
Mhm.
"Hey, brought you material." A lot of it's just
Wonderful.
low quality material,
He's a gun.
and those like, and if you just see one of the guys take it, break it over their knee, like, "Shit! I didn't get the rolls I wanted. Oh!"
Well, go do the quest again. There's more guns.
And they run off. You will be able to accumulate. How like what's the timer on this?
I don't know. Like an hour.
Okay. So within an hour, you will accumulate quite a bit of low quality material.
Okay.
You'll definitely have one of each floor. You're probably looking at 93 low quality.
Mm-hmm.
43 mid quality. $36 high quality. 11 supreme tier. And no penultimate.
No. Okay. I didn't.
You didn't post enough. You didn't post a big dick quest. Like
Right.
first person that brings me
Biggest,
this gets
dickest
this
quest.
gun. It's a one of a kind. You can swag on your people. Like
Fair. Like a like a shader or a skin.
something. Most likely a gun, especially
Hmm.
I think there's a Bungie made a unique exotic for this one unfortunate individual that I think it was like
Yeah,
on borrowed time.
he had brain damage essentially,
that
and he
guy.
was using Destiny as a form of therapy. So or corrective therapy. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. They made him a
That's
unique. It'd have to be that like quality to get a penultimate.
Fair enough.
It'd have to be a masterwork too, but there's no guarantee that somebody could do that in an hour.
I am back
Fair.
on my PC, by the way.
But yeah, you got all sorts of materials.
So what I would like to
11.
do.
Yep.
Excuse me. What I would like to do is I would like to go and actually set up a quest for like each floor for that.
Okay. That was 11 d10. Why is it not rolling 11 d10?
I'd roll 11d10. What are you talking about?
Oh, it's at the bottom. All right. So, well,
But that's going to be like an
these are the
extended
floor numbers for the supreme level materials.
thing. Okay.
You got 1-7.
1, 2, 3.
Missing
no,
a 10 though.
5. No 6. A 7, 8, and a 9, and no 10.
Should I go ahead and roll that luck?
I'm confused.
Yeah. These
Were you trying
are.
to roll 11d11s or just for the 10 floors? There's only 10 in this case. Okay.
Right. Yes, Kuzma, go ahead and roll me a luck, which is just a 1d100. Closer to 1, the better.
There was 11 supremes, so
Yeah,
one
11
each
supreme level materials.
of each
And
floor. What about the other floors?
you got it, one from each.
Okay,
Easy.
okay. Yeah.
Okay, so is the 11d10 like is the 46 is that the total number of supreme materials I have?
No.
There was only 11 supreme.
Or
No.
Right.
Start at
That
low
was my
tier,
question.
which was 93.
Right.
Then mid tier,
Uh-huh.
you received 43.
Yep.
High tier,
I
you
wrote all
received
this down.
36. And supreme tier, you only received
Mhm,
11.
I got
I
44.
differentiated the supreme tier by rolling
Yes.
d10 for each one to determine what floor origin it came from.
Okay. Okay. So you're saying essentially I just got one from each floor.
No, I rolled for them.
I
Okay.
almost got one for each floor. You're missing
Yeah.
a 4, a 6, and a 10.
4, 6, and 10. All right.
But you did get the 7 somehow. Somebody's calling me. Oh, it's potential spam. Fuck that.
You
Okay.
said it
Alrighty.
was 10 purple fluidium, right? That's what you took.
Kuzma, you have somebody paid you with a all access shuttle pass.
All access shuttle pad. What does that even?
To get around, people use shuttles, but it's a very expensive service. So somebody paid an insane bar tab with an all access shuttle pass on the 3rd floor, which means you can just take the shuttle here and there wherever you want.
So I basically now have a ticket. I now basically have an endless ticket of take me place in shuttle.
Yes, and also
Cool.
pick me up. Yeah, very, very expensive. It's actually harder to get. The price of it is so drastically high that mostly just because they don't hand out a lot of these because it's expensive
Yes.
to just have a bunch of people with all access passes.
I'm all done this now, but here's the thing: Kuzmo can fly. He's kind of already working on being able to get to and from, but for now, this is useful.
Well,
Mhm.
shuttles also usually have an agreement with other groups. They don't normally get attacked because if you start attacking the Transportation Guild,
You don't get to
come
go in the
clap your
Transportation
cheeks.
Guild.
you never get to use the transportation ever again. You get blacklisted. So if you're flying around, people can attack you. But if
Yeah.
you use a shuttle, there's a bit of safety and anonymity. People don't get to know who's on the shuttle.
Okay, see that like the anonymity it definitely adds to it.
So if you want to get somewhere in secret,
Yes.
that's the
And
thing.
if nothing else, this is flaunting wealth and power. So
It is. You can also sell it for a lot of cash,
I'm a
So
or
much cash.
trade it with somebody for something of equal value.
I'm gonna keep it for now, but up till then,
Yeah.
I am gonna go ahead and hold. I'm gonna hold on to it, and if I find something better, more important to Kuzma to trade it for,
Okay.
then so do it.
The flail you consumed. So do you want it to upgrade you, or do you want it to upgrade Flare Edge?
Well, I know there's a thing I could spend a fate point to upgrade both, but I can't remember what quality the flail actually was.
It was a mid tier.
Mid tier. Yeah,
Mhm.
Eric. Yeah, so can spend a fate point. I to impart one single aspect or upgrade to both the Divine Spark and to Flare Edge.
Sure.
So, yeah, I mean, I haven't used the fate point all the day. I've got plenty of these fuckers. That's
All right, then do it.
spend, not burn, right?
All right, spend.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. So
Yeah.
there are 2 aspects that you can pull from this, since it is a mid tier. It's 2. So there is crushing edge to this thing. Basically, when you apply for strength, for using a weapon, it applies 4 times the strength damage.
Ooh, cool. So that would be. I don't know how I would put that stat wise, but that's cool. So 4 times the strength, which is nice because I'm pretty sure I have
For
crushing.
this one, it'll give you, since you already have over 100 strength. Normally, I would give you like 40 strength. I'm gonna have you roll 1d10, and that's how much strength you're gonna get, in addition to whatever strength you already have.
Lie, boyo.
Wait, what?
Roll a d10. Add that to your strength.
Roll a d10. Add it to your strength. Yep.
Four.
You can use fate point once
I'm
to
gonna do
reroll it.
that.
Let's see if it gets a little higher.
Yeah, especially because I can't roll lower, so I'm gonna spend another fate point on that. There we go.
Ooh.
Yep. Go ahead and add 10 strength. And now when you apply damage using strength, you get 4 times the damage, whether it's just punching something or hitting them with the weapon. Yeah, that's why that guy hit like a freight train, because he had an incredible amount of strength, and this weapon multiplied it by 4. So it
So
was cring.
okay, so basically I gained 10 strength onto my strength, and also now
Mhm.
I hit when I hit something, I hit with 4 times the strength. Or
Yes. Whatever strength modifier you add to the roll, you multiply it by 4.
The sheet already accounts for my strength, though.
Right.
So I just.
I'm talking about when you apply for combat damage.
Yeah, every bonus you have, which is every 10th place. You
Yeah,
get a
every
plus
10th
1
place
damage.
you get a +1. You're at. Oh god. I think Kuzmo is at. Oh, you were modifying stuff. I know you're over 120 at this point.
137.
So yeah.
Yeah. So
Kind
wait,
of a-
every
kind of a lot-
so for every tens place I succeed the check, I get extra damage.
No. For strength, when you apply damage, every 10th place is +1 damage. So you have 137. So every time you hit someone, you get a +13, right? For damage, it's flat.
If you
Oh,
have that in your gear, it automatically does it for you. Like if you roll a melee weapon, I'm just going to roll right now damage.
let me go ahead and put that under traits real
It's going
quick.
to add my floor, which is my my characteristic divided by 10.
That's what that is.
So it's called Crushing Blow, and it is add tens place strength.
Yeah. I'm not sure why you're having a hard time with this one.
I don't know. That's why I'm trying to write it out. So like maybe if
Combat.
saying it out will make it make sense.
Damage.
For combat damage.
And melee.
Strength. Yeah, melee. Strength. Flat bonus. That's not useful bonus. Bonus. Times 4. It's all it does. Makes that strength flat bonus that you get every time you hit someone with a melee hit. Just multiply it by 4.
Okay, so that's for any melee attack I don't do.
Right.
Cool. So I'm gonna go ahead.
But it
and
only
try
affects the strength part of it. It doesn't multiply all damage by 4, just the strength portion, which requires a little bit of micro. Since this thing already does, it already calculates the floor, you would just add 13
Like
times
3 more
3.
times. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I was just
So-
about to say just add 13 times 3. I was just
Yeah.
about to do that math.
Okay, so congrats. That's a beefy boy. Like that's a really beefy boy. Hit upgrade, and that's just you putting a medium tier weapon in that furnace and having it burn up. So, not bad.
I do have a question because
Yes.
it's not out of the question for Cruz, but to just pick up something heavy and fucking hurl it with that. Would this damage also add to him hurling shit at people?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so I'm gonna add melee and throwing. Cool.
Yeah, fucking shit. Oh, also it for lifting, carrying. Since it's engraved, not just the weapon, you actually absorbed it. Into your your spark. Also affects carry, lift, push.
Also affects carry, lift, and push.
Mhm.
So I
get
now also
Times
have
for the bonus. Yeah.
bonus also to carry. Yes.
Mhm.
Cool. So wait, this ability is called Crushing Blow.
Yeah, crushing blow. You can rename it whatever you want for the wildfire absorption.
Well, yeah, but it's like there's already a talent. It's called Crushing Blow. That's why I'm.
I mean, there's already a talent called Step Aside too, but that's one of our big ones that Step
Fair
Aside.
point.
Mm.
Okay. I will call it something super metal.
Sure, go for it.
I will. It's gonna be awesome.
Okay.
Boom. So yeah, and that's just so yeah.
Yes.
Wait, hang on. I paid this a fate point to put this on both Kuzmo and
Yes.
Flare Edge.
Yes. So the weapon multiplies it by 4. You multiply it by 4. You multiply it by 8. Whoa. Who'd have thunk?
Oh, so with Flare Edge, it's multiplied by 8.
Yes.
Oh, fuck it, let's go.
Also, anyone who is allowed to wield Flare Edge from your people do get the ×4 multiplier because it's attached to the weapon.
That
See how
makes a
the
lot of sense.
abilities are starting to combine and be ridiculous? The combo
Yes.
thing? Hey, I get 4, but my weapon gets +4. Does that mean I get +4 +4
Plus four,
+4?
plus four?
Yes.
Yes. See, that's what I was about to say. I was trying to think of how the way to ask it didn't sound stupid.
It's not stupid.
Clearly not.
Yes. Just do it. Ask the question.
Do it.
Oh my gosh.
So
don't.
does Kuzma's devastating blows stack on Flare Edge's devastating blows? Yes, it do. It do stack.
All right. Yep. That's good.
That's good.
Okay. Any other thing in the furnace that we need to deal? Or do you want to put something else in?
I did have this bow in my pocket, even though I keep forgetting to move it over to my sheet. But nah, that one I actually meant to give to Mika. So
Okay.
yeah,
Done. Gave it to Mika.
cool. Mika now has that high fancy smancy bow.
It's fancy.
Yeah. All right. Other than that, I don't think I have any other magic shit on hand with which to devour.
Sure.
Mistaken. Shit. What? Ooh, yo, actually, you know what?
Oh.
The shoulder plate of the Doomslayer. Yeah, let's eat that.
What's the current rating for that ability?
It goes all the way up to high, I believe. Check.
That is a Seraphim crafted thing. You are not currently capable in consuming that.
Of
So
what
he
now?
puts it in his mouth, and it's like, why
Right.
can't I eat you?
He during the fight with Doomslayer, he collected one of the broken shoulder pauldron pieces.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that's
And he's
that's a
trying to
little much
use
for you,
his
homie.
internal Kuzmo Forge, which he built, which allows him to devour items, and they cook over time and then melt, and then he steals power.
He's basically got
he-
an equivalent of my Devour the Strong.
Yeah,
Right.
really,
His
it's
own-
kind of funny how we both have like the same like.
Hey man, it is
power.
a powerful technique.
Oh,
People
totally.
have done it before. You guys are doing it now. People will do it in the future because it is. Why not? It's
Oh,
good.
totally. That wasn't
Much strong.
that.
Yeah,
That
most
wasn't a complaint. That was just. That's just I've noticed
Right.
for the longest time that we have a very
So
similar. Power.
So the equivalency you're looking for is you go low tier, mid tier, high tier, supreme tier, penultimate tier, 2 mystery tiers, and then Seraphim crafting, and it would take your character probably 10,000 years to absorb that.
That takes a long ass fucking time. I'm gonna need a lot of coke for that. But this time he does actually mean the soda.
We're on the 3rd floor, right?
I mean, we came up from the. Well, you guys came up from the elevator. So wherever
We
you guys.
deposited you on floor 1.
Hey, Al
Oh,
Hazard.
okay. Yes.
He is going to show him the shoulder blade. You think you could do something with this?
Yeah, I can make those.
Cool.
And Alhazard's gonna step to the edge of the big cavernous shaft that is the former elevator, and toss the first floor material in, and whang! And I'm gonna make a high grade stairwell.
Cool.
Okay. It's got a railing too.
Nice. To the second floor. I'm gonna go up to the second floor, and I'm gonna throw a high grade material from the second floor. Whang! We're gonna go up to third floor and repeat, and then we're gonna go into the third floor, and I'm going to go talk to my boys in the Clearinghouse Association for a
Okay.
material from the 4th, 6th, and 10th floors of the Supreme variety.
Fourth floor, they keep a really tight leash on that. 6th floor, certainly. 10th floor, they're not allowed to have them.
Mm.
Somebody will come down and say, give, and they go,
Give.
okay,
I
you're going to have to go talk to your girl.
was afraid of
Throne.
that.
They can arrange a 4th floor. It'll be rather expensive of the Supreme variety because the containment on it alone is worth as much as the material itself.
Fair enough. What if I were to trade them a couple of containment devices capable of doing the job?
They don't particularly mind about that. They're going to give you the Alhazard discount
Aw.
Hooray.
because they know how to nurture business relations.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And potentially one day, you guys will be able to participate in the grand auction on the 10th floor, which has been suspended. But there's doesn't mean the amount of resources has stopped stockpiling.
Right.
So it's either going to be the biggest treasure vault anyone's ever seen, or there's actually going to be a fucking auction. Rumor has it they might sell some floor above keys as some of the pinnacle
Oh, nice.
like pieces. And now that there are vacant seats, they might even sell passage to the gauntlet, safe passage to the gauntlet, which is where you can test your metal to see if you can fit the sit on the open seats, because there are people have been missing, and usually they
Mhm.
don't stay missing, and if they're missing still, they're probably dead.
Huh. Wonder who that could be.
So there's open seats. People are gonna fight for it.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be crazy. There's gonna be an influx of some stuff happening once people have confirmed it. People are gonna go try their hand at it.
Mm-hmm.
Some people will literally just try and walk up and sit on the throne and see what happens for each of the the missing
Good luck,
missing
boys.
regions. Some will try and do it the accepted method by doing the gauntlet,
Mm-hmm.
which qualifies you in many different ways. And yeah, who knows? That'll be crazy. You got the gossipy kind of guy this
Right.
time.
Okay.
I mean, there's just
It's cool.
so
I'll
much
sit
to
and
talk about right
absolutely.
now.
I'll absolutely sit and listen to him talk. Like, this is all useful information.
It's entirely
Uh,
focused around the business because they do a lot of specific dealings with auction houses, which most of them exist on the higher floors. This one is kind of a special case. mostly and particularly dealing with auction houses and the stuff that didn't get that had minimum purchase bids on them. So I
Mhm.
forget what that's called. Like if you don't meet a reserve price.
Right.
They don't meet the reserve price, the items are sent back, and those items are then sold to clearinghouses to be sold there instead.
Right.
Because they didn't meet muster, no one really wanted it.
What
So
is this?
Anything interesting?
I'm gonna roll a 1-100. Who knows? It's
And
like, no, we had some people with some really keen eyes come through, and they picked clean the stuff that people didn't realize were actually very important.
Shame.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
But no.
I know
Okay.
that sound. That's my dog. Hello, dog.
Hmm.
Is it time to go outside? Yes, he's looking at me. What a sweetheart. All right. 5-minute break.
All right.
I need to
cool.
help my douche because that poor guy is he needs to go pee. Pee.
Tracks.
Yep. So yeah, what are we talking about this flea market thing for?
Oh, this is the clearinghouse. The guys here are really cool, and they generally give me a discount because we're awesome like that. We're chill
Yeah.
like that.
And Alex wants materials to make
Yeah,
there.
I'm always buying shit from them.
Yes, that's the thing. Guzman was like, "Hey, I've got this shoulder plate from Doomslayer that I can't actually eat."
Right. So the thing is I doubt I could either.
Yeah, but you could probably, do something with it.
Give it to Kuroko to reforge for Doomslayer.
I can reforge them.
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean give it to Kuroko? Why am I
I'm
gonna
in
pass
Like,
off my
here's
work?
the thing. Like, here is the thing.
Are you my apprentice?
You
This
don't have
is a
apprenticeship, yeah.
trophy of a
No,
glorious
there you go.
This is a trophy of a glorious fucking battle. You're not just gonna hand it off willy-nilly.
Okay.
And then
No,
just
that's not what I'm saying at all. This is just like, Kuroko, what's your Seraphim crafting at?
I don't have Seraphim crafting. I never said I was going to put it on. I was just going to, just attach it. Just use some duct tape and just,
Oh, fucking duct tape? Are you serious?
duct tape.
Get that weak shit ass out of here.
Kuzmo has better understanding of how to work
Fucking
materials
duct
than
tape.
that.
Okay, so no, but like
Actually-
I can actually make these because
Cool.
I actually have a dot in Seraphim crafting. I said
Cool.
dot.
You
I have a
think
check mark in there. Seraphim
You
crafting.
think you could incorporate this somehow into his armor or his shield or something?
I mean, could.
Cool. I mean, what would you want out of it?
I mean, how much do you think my labor is worth?
I mean, clearly Kuzmo thinks of Alhashid as both a good friend and incredibly skilled craftsman, so he's
Do you want me to just build you a set of Doom armor?
That does sound pretty fucking baller.
Like, if you can survive wearing it, you can have it. What's your influence score?
It is above 50, I know that. It's 64.
Okay. Well, like I said, when the DM comes back, let's ask if you can even wear / carry Doom stuff. Like, what's your willpower?
74.
Okay. So you can how do I have the lowest willpower in the party? I have a 70.
I mean,
I do
you
have an
have-
unnatural willpower.
I think I actually do have an unnatural willpower. Yes, I do actually have an unnatural willpower.
Yeah, so like, how the fuck do I have the lowest willpower in the party?
I mean, like with Kuzmo, if you analyze what he has become over like his entire life, those who are ambitious have a lot of fucking drive. So, I mean, that's how I explain the willpower. Is not only is he just innately good at at like a certain kind of magic, but he's just driven like a motherfucker. And even the few things who can shake him don't have the greatest success rate unless you're a goddess of horror magic.
Hmm.
This is someone who spent 500 years trying to avoid petty temptation for the bigger goal.
You haven't been avoiding petty temptation at all, homie.
Well, yeah, but when we haven't,
Give
yeah,
him.
'cause we
I'll
haven't
give him
acted,
that.
it's like
I
he's
won't.
been giving a temptation when it doesn't affect the bigger goal.
For some reason, Lucy decided to be like, "Hey, here's Doomslayer's heart. Well, I just have it. You want this?" And you were like, "No."
No,
And then she was like, "Oh, good boy."
yeah, it's like just because just because he gives into his own temptations doesn't mean he will give into his temptations when it affects his greater goal. It's about choosing the battles you wish to fight. It's fucking about when you have the time and not doing it when it's going to ruin your overall ambitions.
Hmm.
He's just a fucking headstrong motherfucker. That's how I explain his willpower.
Fair enough.
His fellowship's actually is exactly the same number too.
No, that tracks.
Uh, yeah, but yeah, I mean, I don't know what would be the site. I mean, that would be the obvious question. Like, okay, the last person to wear
This kind of armor that I've seen had a permanent case of the rage boner.
Mm-hmm. It's because he was
And-
literally fabricated with rage.
Yes. And you have to understand, naturally, I spent a good portion of my existence in a very similar state, and I don't want to just end up trapped in that again. So,
Then don't go back to it. Yeah, that's.
is this Seraphim armor going to do that to me?
Maybe.
Yeah, because
It might behoove you to take care with it. Essentially, it's going to be a question of if you can wear it instead of it wearing you. Seraphim crafting is a. So there's hitting things with a hammer, which is normal blacksmithing. There's hitting things with a hammer really hard, which is higher blacksmithing. There's hitting things with a hammer really hard while thinking really hard about how to hit things with a hammer, which is intent shaping, which is what I do. Then there's another thing. Then there's a thing after that. And then there's Seraphim crafting.
yeah, I definitely don't want to fuck with armor that's going to try to exert its will onto me. So,
I mean, I could build you a sword that could do the same thing, and I wouldn't even need Seraphim crafting.
I don't want another sword. This is my sword. This sword literally
You're
is
missing
a
the
part
point. You're missing the point. I could
know
make
what?
things without Seraphim crafting that could own you and make you
Oh,
swing
I
the
see.
way they wanted you to. Yes.
Oh, okay, yeah, I did misunderstand that. Point being is that I've spent decades, if not a good part of a century, trying to officially and entirely be my own being. The last thing, hell, only within the last week or so have I finally been free of the final hook that Rovagug had in me. So I am not going to allow any other influence to impede me.
Except for Horror Magic.
I mean, if you break it down, that is kind of me getting in my own way, so. Yeah, like, it's still my own influence, but it's a negative influence. Fuck, stop making me think about it! But yeah, either way, I don't know. I guess I'm just gonna hold on to this as a trophy. Because what you're telling me is if I am in fact trying to do anything with this plate, it is going to try to take a hold of my brain and make me do things. This is going nowhere. He's gonna reach into his bag and then pull out a jar of peanut butter. You want some?
No thanks.
It's creamy. Okay. What about you, Lizard?
What?
Peanut butter?
No. No, thank you.
Oh, cool. More for me. And he's just going to have a little knife, like a tiny little butter knife, and just keep licking peanut butter off of it.
Weirdo.
It is one of the few things that, for all my life, has given me. It is a kind of happiness. So, yes. Also, it's very easy to lick it off of people. So anyway, Isaac, exactly how valuable is this shoulder plate?
It's more
Um,
valuable than you. You should know. You were there. You saw what happened to Kuroko.
that.
You were literally in the forging process. You used your one for El Hazard.
Yes, that doesn't mean I fully comprehend how valuable the substance used is. By itself.
So the substance is unique. Let's say it's unique because of the process it's taken out of. It was a technique made by an angel,
Mm-hmm.
and you and I, well, we're part of that process.
Interesting.
I'm trying to change that, but for right now,
Yeah. Yeah, because apparently I'm only aware of a couple of plasma mutations. Oh, that reminds me. Alleged, I learned that I can in fact produce plasma.
Oh, good.
Yes, which is cool because, again, now that I'm remembering things about home betterer, I am capable of remembering what plasma is. It is is it the fourth or fifth state of matter? Anyway, it's like superheated gases to the point of being not a gas anymore, but something higher.
Mm-hmm.
And it burns really, really hot, but it's also like electrically charged and shit. Also, it's just fun to say. Plasma. It's a fun word.
As long as you're having fun.
Yep. But anyway, watch this. And he just throws a fire bolt, but it's actually a bolt of plasma, so a plasma bolt.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. It does fire, but it's like burns, but also does shocking. It's cool.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm reading something. Give me a second.
Yeah, no problem. I'm just trying to get a little casual RP in. Because it's usually fun.
No, that's fair.
I'm a BRB.
I'm here, Matt.
Been here the whole time.
Not sure about you people. All right.
Oh, hey, there you
So,
go. DM's back. You're muted though.
mm, all right.
Right. But I'll get the fourth floor material. And we'll basically go and remake the stairs with Supreme materials.
Yeah, they just want you to hit a couple of their artifacts in payment.
Oh yeah, no, sure, no problem. Bunk. What do these artifacts do?
They're artifacts that they want to sell, but they're low quality, and they just want you to up their quality. Just a kind of a grouping of 10.
Oh, okay.
Takes one hit. You don't even have to roll for it.
Okay.
Because the clearinghouse gets a lot of these. They're almost defunct / reject / broken. People sell them, trying to see if they can get anything for them, and sometimes the clearinghouse doesn't get anything for them. But if you can come by and go, just smack them with a hammer, they're actually usable and sellable. Yeah, they just make money.
Yeah.
For supreme level materials, it's still a significant loss, but you would have to do like a warehouse of them.
Right.
But they just say, don't forget the clearinghouse.
Of course not.
Okay. Let's put this token on the map. Because it's here now. Yes, it is.
Holy fuck, there's another Kuroko. All these damn Kurokos outnumbering us. Gonna have to do something about it.
Yeah, so let's do this right quick. Copy. Oh, thanks, Matt. I was just about to do that. Orchestra has a job to do.
Meow, meow.
Anyway, yeah,
Drawing board before, right? Yeah.
we're gonna supreme stairwell our way up to the 5th floor.
4th floor?
5th floor.
Orchestra's gonna go to the 4th floor
Okay.
and then sing a song. Play
No,
a
that's
song.
cool. And I'm more than willing to help with that. But I'd like a stairwell that can take us to the 5th floor.
Good call.
Yep, yep.
All right. As you guys are going up the stairwell, those dangling cables snap taut, and they kind of sway back and forth.
Okay, I'm gonna take a look down.
Don't see anything with your eyesight. I mean, there's a lot of space on each floor. There's actually a pretty big buffer zone between each specific floor as well. So you just kind of look into the yawning blackness at the bottom.
Okay.
Oh,
Like-
it takes a long time for things to get up from the lost zone to the 1st floor, but I imagine they could probably climb up from the cables.
Right. So we're on the 5th floor, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna cut the cable.
Okay. And you cut it. And just there's 4 of them.
Yeah, I'm just gonna cut them.
Right. Interestingly enough, the cables when you cut it, whatever mechanism at the top of the elevator shaft loosens the cables so they continue to drape down and they continue to drape all the way down, kind of like a drooping vine.
Oh,
So you can cut them, they'll just unspool more till it goes to the bottom.
Because things from down there coming up here are gonna hit the 1st floor, well, first.
yeah.
And everybody on the 1st floor is gonna die. And then all of those things are going to come further up. And they're gonna be dragging an army with them.
Well, you could talk to Orchestra about it.
Where's Orchestra?
In the dimensional zone, the space
Subdomain.
subdomain. That's the word. Looking for it, fishing for it. Got it.
Oh, in Kuroko Zone?
Yep.
Mhm.
Yeah, we should probably talk to her, yeah.
And
Like, Hasbrid is still bonking his way.
Yeah.
so Kroko will say to you, Alhazard, Orchestra and I don't have the same connection as we once did. Mostly because we're both
Mhm.
insane.
Cool.
Well, sure.
Uh, but down there are static individuals that I don't know if they take your face, but I think they're face stealers. I think they're something of their own, maybe afflicted of some kind. But they have this ability to make you go insane and convulse through. I wouldn't say it's like a mental sound. It's like a static,
Hmm.
and I don't know if it will be amplified as much from the floor below, the lost floor, but the elevator was what was keeping them not coming up. But now that it's gone, I can't see why they wouldn't come up.
Say that last bit one more time.
The elevator was what was stopping them from coming to different floors. Now that the
Right.
elevator's gone,
Which is going to be a thing that happens now.
yes.
So we either need to go down there
Yeah, or block it off, or
and block it off, or we need to hurry up. So, do you think we have the necessary materials to create a plug to stop them from coming up?
hmm. Uh, Kroko looked at Orchestra, and Orchestra will almost shrug, but then be like, Uh, she'll look at Kuroko and kind of have a little sign language thing going off, and Kuroko will say, "Orchestra has this material that might be able to. I don't know. It's a material of the that floor at the bottom, and if you need materials to build, maybe you could use it as a it's an energy source. I guess could you use an energy source as a material?
I mean, potentially.
And you need materials of each floor. Um, hmm. They're pretty small, but I guess you could put them all together to make something big. The only thing I can say is you're not ready to figure out what it is because you're. I know you're great, Alhazard, but this material makes you insane, and it's worse from the stuff I've been collecting with Orchestra. It's far worse, much more powerful, and I feel like that's what these things feed off of or are created from. Are these black particulates? Uh, they're like it's like a ghostly vitae, but black instead of the white kind, and it's probably its own material, not even a ghostly vitae, but yeah. So Orchestra will pull. Oh man, who's all with us in the subdomain at this time?
I mean, I'm not going in the subdomain. I have work to do. Like, I'm saying open the subdomain while we travel and just drag the opening along so we can talk to Orchestra.
Sure. Yeah, Orchestra will take out this black particulate.
Okay.
Out of the bone cage mat.
DM? You there?
I think Matt wasn't ready for what I did, and now everything explodes.
Broke the GM.
No, my character's dead. It's all good.
I don't know. Is he?
Bad. No. 10 seconds from now, it's gonna be like, doo-doo-doo. Sorry, guys. It's my dog. Three, two, one. Nope. Okay. I don't know. All right. Yeah.
He's not muted or anything, so.
Big balls of insanity. Pretty crazy powerful. I could probably. Oh, hey, guys. Hey, Matt.
Is it working now?
Yeah. It's
Hey,
working.
there you go.
I might need new headphones soon. Fuck.
Can you hear us, or was it just more?
I just got a big dead silence,
Oh,
and it was
Okay.
like, I was kind of sitting there like,
you guys gonna do
There
anything?
was yeah, you gonna do anything? Hello, anyone there? Everything was working. Yeah, it was kind of awkward. Sorry about that.
No
I
worries.
had to go into my settings, and also had to mess with the because it's a wireless headset.
Mhm.
And had to mess with the hub. Finally, I got it to work. Woo!
Woo.
So, Matt, what I did for as orchestra is take out one of the black particulates from my bone cage in the subdomain.
Oh, that? All right.
Mhm.
One of the big ones or the small ones?
One of the small ones.
All right.
Showing it to Alhazard kind of through the portal.
All right. Hi, Ezra.
Yes.
I need you to roll me willpower. Looking at
Okay.
that.
He's not looking at it though. Are you,
Oh.
Alhazard?
I mean, yes. Yes, I
told you
am.
not. I told you not to look at it with your eyes.
I know.
told you that.
I'm not looking at it with my eyes, except for the fact that I have 360-degree vision, man.
Can't you just like look away?
No, I can't.
Oh man.
I could actually. My character has 360-degree combat, not vision, but like.
So shiny.
She's like pulling this thing out, and I'm like, huh, okay. And I'm sitting
Kuroko
here
warned
like,
you beforehand. Like
no, that's fair. Like, so Alhazard is basically just like bonking stairs into existence all the way up to the 5th floor with a bunch of Supreme materials. And she just pulls the thing out, and he's like, okay, cool. Like I have to inspect it somehow. And she's like, don't look at it. And I'm like, okay, cool. I use my psionics to inspect
That's
it.
the worst way you could look at it.
All right, you inspect it with your psionics.
I would point out that I have considerable defense against madness-inducing things.
All right. So, first thing that this reminds you of is staring into the angles.
Oh, fun. And I can do that without taking permanent insanity loss.
Yeah. I'm still gonna have you roll a willpower test because this is a manifestation of something.
Oh, okay.
That reminds you of the angles, which I'm damned. I knew it was something along those lines.
DM,
Yes.
does my unnatural willpower and my unnatural influence and my domain come into play here?
He's not on floor the lost sector anymore, so the domain.
Yeah. So we're gonna let you have your full defense suite that you've built specifically for the angles.
Survive craziness, yeah.
Because this stuff, You can feel it, and the fact that you looked at it with your psychic senses was a bad idea. Very
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah. Well, it was either that
100%.
or my eyeballs, and she's like,
Yeah,
"Don't use your
eyeballs
eyeballs."
would have been better. A lot
Yeah,
better.
Okay.
I just told you to not
There
look
you
at
go. That is 16 degrees of success, if that matters.
it. 5's good though. 5's nice.
All right. So
Single digit.
I'm gonna have an orchestra roll 8 influence, please,
Sure.
because the abscess is going to react. Okay, good. Because the abscess, the comet tail on it,
Mm.
this black little miasmic thing, the comet tail starts to reach and flow towards Alhazred, and you can feel the thing try and leap out of your hands.
And then I'm like back in the box.
No, yeah, Alhazred.
Yeah.
You get 1
Um,
insanity.
Oh, okay.
You were
He's like,
literally,
"Oh,
unfortunately, because you
ow,
touched
ow,
it with
ow,
your
ow, ow."
psionics.
Touched it with my brain.
Yeah, you let it in just a little bit.
Fair. I'd like to go ahead and spend 160 merit
Okay.
to give myself a 7th level of the Shatterstar Conflux.
Okay.
Again pointed towards basically surviving wherever I want to go, up to and including the nightmare.
No.
No?
You go into the nightmare. The nightmare will. I will
Or
say
the
briefly,
angles, excuse me.
very briefly.
I can already do that.
Still briefly, because this thing will unmake you. Like it'll start to rewrite the rules of the Shatterstar. It'll start to reallocate and reassign where merit was spent.
Yes. I have
So-
resistance to all of that.
You have
Already.
resistance, but it's an inevitability the longer you
Fair.
stay and have direct contact.
Right.
This stuff, if this gets into you, I'm removing 1 complex and building you another.
I see. So this
And it
is
will be
literally
completely random.
straight nightmare.
Something of it, yeah.
Okay. Alhazred's gonna be like, Jesus, warn a fellow before you start showing things like that around. Have you consulted the girls or my wife or anybody that might be more knowledgeable on the subject?
This is the first time that this has probably been up here, and even not even up here. I guess it's in a different space completely.
Mhm.
What I think it is a when the labyrinth takes in pieces of the tapestry, it
Mhm.
filters it. One part is taken off as an abscess, and the tapestry piece is left over, and the veil that's left with it is formed into this other types of ghostly vitae, or I think that's
Yeah,
that's
vitae.
what the vitae.
Yeah.
And that's how face stealers are made, using the dust of fluidium.
Hey, you can take them there. There's nothing to stop you now. You can go straight down to the
True.
lost sector.
It's besides the creatures that are still there
Yeah,
coming up,
but it's open.
Yeah.
There's nothing to stop you. There's no elevator procedure. The doors don't stop you. It's just ride the cables all the way down.
Until you hit the second floor. Or is there a floor? Is there still a law inside that zone? Good
Yeah.
question.
In the stairwell.
There's in the stairwell. There's still a law. Okay,
Mhm.
like the second floor law.
Yeah.
Like hitting 20 miles per hour.
You guys will
Cool.
be fine. Doesn't hurt that bad.
Yeah, considering
Internal
Alhazred
velocity.
survived it earlier, like when he was a teeny tiny, I imagine it'd be fine now. Like back when Alhazred didn't have 20 whole wounds.
Looks like, hey guys, I gotta hop off for a second, says Patriot.
Okay, sounds good.
Also, Kuroko,
Hmm.
I would like you, if you're gonna explain any of this ghostly vitae / abscess or anything on the floor, and they're talking to orchestra, that orchestra plays orchestra. Because she's different. She's a special snowflake. Talking to
She-
such a creature is not it's not normal. And the amount of things that character has gone through is a little it'll make them strange at least.
That's why I was talking to my. I don't know if you caught this, Matt, earlier, but I was doing a thing between myself and myself using hand signals.
Ah, I did not.
Yeah, and that's how I was telling El Hazard as Orchestra was on the other side, and I was with El Hazard. And I tried to make it vague as possible, and I also tried to tell El Hazard that we're both insane.
Right, no, I caught that.
Insane enough to hang around with this stuff. But yeah, that was my theory, and I'm sticking with it. Pretty crazy. What the labyrinth can do and how it can filter out the nightmare and do with it what it does. But there's
Mhm.
beings made of this stuff, and that's what's
Mhm.
scary.
Beings made of
That
craziness
abscess.
drawn out of the world.
Of the nightmare, yeah. And I'm just afraid that's what's coming up.
Right. So now we stop, we go all the way back down, and then we put something in place to stop them from coming up.
Filter?
And he is just going to grab onto the rope or grab onto the chains or the cables and just start sliding down.
Okay.
And he's going down to the first floor.
Oh, the first floor. Okay, I thought you were going all the way down.
No, we're just going to put a block under the first floor and be like, no, stay down there. No, down in the hole you go. It's bad business if zombies climb back up out of their graves.
Mhm.
Cheerful funeral parlor directors. They're the worst.
All right. Oh, Level's main junction. There it is. Okay.
Yep.
Yep. Nope. We're gonna do that, and then we're gonna go to the other page
Copy paste.
where I have everyone in a circle, and then we're gonna copy paste our way back over. Shloop.
Oh, hey.
But yeah, there's gonna be a little change now. Not gonna lie, because there's a little rend in the floor that orchestra recognizes. It's an arrow.
Of course.
It's a what now?
Somebody etched an arrow with something very sharp into the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Where is it pointing?
Back into the elevator shaft. And then if you look into the elevator shaft, it just points down.
Ah.
You're not obligated. Not at all. You know,
Got it.
Kirko is just going to say, Okay. She's gonna grab her lantern from her subdomain, and she's gonna grab the mask that protects her from kings. What is that called again? The Omniseum? No, it's the
Mausoleum.
Mausoleum.
The mausoleum mask.
Okay.
Say I at least have her memories. I still don't suggest going down and following this arrow, but if the arrows are here, that means the being is here. So
That is completely opaque.
there's a being orchestra dealt with. That is the reason why this happened in the first place.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Chamonix's there, and Mip's just like Mip, in a just a direction that is has nothing there.
Someone should deal with that. And he is going to step into the elevator shaft.
Kurko will join you.
Okay. All right. And I'm gonna take essentially a whole bunch of vapor. And I'm going to take basically I'm gonna lay a sheet of vapor down across this. And then I'm just gonna wang it solid and make mist out of it. So that anything below floor 1 has to move through a section of mist.
Hey, what you doing?
Oh, hello, girls. There appears to be something bothersome down below.
Oh no, it's already here.
Yeah.
There's a lot
Oh,
of
fair.
things that have already snuck through. Anyways, bad idea, because if you put a cap here, they're gonna filter in on the start floor,
On the what floor?
Floor 0.
the floor you came in on.
Oh, good call, actually. We should go down 1 floor.
Okay, this is on to point it out because you got the big brains.
Oh, thank you, girls. I had completely
But-
overlooked floor 0.
Yeah, because they're more defenseless than people on this floor are.
It's true. They haven't gone through the conditioning yet. They haven't acclimated.
Yeah, I mean, you could do it the nasty way.
Hmm?
All the way to the bottom.
Yeah, you can literally choke it off at the source.
This is more of a stopgap measure to prevent more of them from coming up in the meantime. Anything that
mean-
gets past us is
Kirk
likely
will
to
say
endanger everything else.
we'll have to go down to the bottom floor to even do
Look,
that.
the ones you wanted to keep out,
Already
they're
here.
already here.
Yeah.
The ones that you're going to be keeping out, they're on their way, but it's going to take a while. I took a peek see down there. It's pretty sparsely populated. It's also really noisy.
The noise is
Not a
unbearable.
fan. Yeah, and then it's more annoying than Haley. And one of
Oh, that's not kind.
hands punches her in the face.
Hazard's like, oh, that's mean.
I know, but she's a bitch. What? We are. No, you are. Shut up. I'm not a bitch. You're a bitch. You can't. Doesn't take a bitch to know a bitch. Bitch.
So
we're gonna have a
Hazard's
little
like,
conversation. Just give us a moment.
oh, sure.
They kind of go over in a corner, and a bunch of hands and a bunch of eyes kind of dart over to an invisible space, and they just kind of wave. And then they kind of go perch themselves on some boxes, all creepy spider-like. And it's like, now you listen here, you little slut. Why are you always looking at his ass? Like, we could be using those. I mean, yes, technically that is a really good use for eyes, but I mean, Okay, minimum 2. Or no, maximum 2 eyes. All right. If you're gonna look at his ass, I mean, we got a bunch, but no more than 2. Okay. We like to look at stuff too, you know. Just a weird conversation.
Yeah, no, it's hilarious. So I'm like, Kuroko, there's clearly something there. If you could arrange that.
Arrange what?
I-
The king that's here?
If there is a king here, then yes. Either make it visible, give us the means to
Orchestra can
see
see it. Absolutely. It's not a king, but it is someone you had a really harrowing experience with earlier, and they've also grown.
The ones that came out the doors? The
No,
black?
the triumvirate.
Yeah, yeah. The triumphant's here?
No, triumvirate. The 3, the original Legion.
They're here. Oh, I see.
Yeah. The trio.
I see that they made their way up.
Oh, we're not talking about the wolves disguised as girls, are we?
No.
I was gonna say.
Those would be called the wolves.
Okay, all right, just checking. All right.
So what you're telling me, Matt, is that they upgraded themselves after that encounter?
Yeah. Now there's 3 groups of 3.
Right. Nope.
And they're invisible.
To everyone but Orchestra.
Okay.
And we're not talking some half-ass invisibility. We're talking cannot be perceived on the dream.
Yeah.
You should probably send Doomroko in to deal with that.
She's busy fighting other things right now.
Mm. All right. So, yeah, no, Hazard's like, the girls bring up a good point. We need to go down a floor.
Again, what are we going to use for material there? The dust is important, but
Do you have any?
there's lots there. But
On
it's not going to be
the
able to, unless
zero.
we use your vapor. Yeah, let's go.
Yes, we're going to floor 0. We're going to put a stopgap measure in so people showing up in the labyrinth don't get annihilated by monsters they cannot perceive, and then we'll deal with the things that got out. One problem at
These
a time.
things are very, very powerful, but they have not stolen any faces. It
Which
wasn't
is
immediate.
Yeah, which is I'm confused about. Probably just accepting their own
Well,
surroundings.
Orchestra knows why.
Oh,
Pray tell.
Orchestra figured it out.
Fluidium.
Why the face stealers are the way they are.
Yep.
It's up to you if you want to explain it, or I can explain it for you.
You can explain it for me, Matt.
So Orchestra has figured out that face stealers, stealing faces is not mandatory.
And
a thing
it's
they do.
only for the
They're-
ones that are, let's say, insane. Past
Um,
insane. No,
so-
sick, corrupted. Corrupted.
Yep.
That's a better word.
so the face stealers that make their way out of the lost sector are diseased, sick, corrupted. They take faces because they're starved. They need a very specific diet, and you can't get it anywhere else. So this is the closest thing. And also, once they've eaten fluidium or tasted it or developed it, they drive themselves mad.
They can't
It's,
go back anymore.
it's like having one of the most addictive substances you can, but it's all bad for you. It's
Mhm.
it's like having an influx of radioactive waste, and it just corrodes you from the inside out. That's why they're insane.
Turned you into crimson fluidium.
Right. So something changes them so they have an appetite, but it still hurts them. Pure, uncorrupted and and unsick face stealers, they They don't do that. Especially the ones that have their own free will. They don't have an appetite for it. They'll if you have something that can be translated into food, um, they may steal your face. Maybe they're not face stealers at all. That's just what they become because they have no other ways of getting the energy they need.
Hmm.
And you're surrounded by 3 groups of 3 9th level purebred face stealer category, and they have taken no faces. And they could have the moment you guys arrived. And half your team would be without faces probably immediately. No, they're just watching.
Okay.
Kuroko, there are 2 theories potentially you may have touched upon that might explain why this species turns into the face stealers you know. In addition to whatever other theories you got. So, what's the missing in between set or steps from this to that? You'll have to figure it out. Mm-hmm.
But what I was gonna say, instead of going to 4-0, go all the way to the bottom. Use the dust that's there, the material of the lost sector, which you need to work on the elevator shaft, and use your vapor quality. Your vapor quality
What?
is. Say again.
To do what?
To make it stick, because it's like fine brittle material. It doesn't stick very well together.
Chalk.
Yeah, it like falls apart even if you put it together. It's like it's like a almost a snowball, but not. It just kind of falls apart if you don't have enough force. But in this case, with the vapor quality, which is a very almost a cousin, very almost identical to the glue, the mist that flows around the labyrinth. That's what's used to put the things together. And this dust needs that if you want to make something solid, something like a brick, something that's.
Or the other
I'm
material you found.
confused, Kuroko, because you seem to have a great deal more knowledge than I do on this subject, and you haven't yet shared much of it. So this dust and the mist, I can take vapor, make mist, use it to hold this dust together.
Yeah.
To what end?
To make a material, the material to use to block the hole.
Right. Why does that material do that?
At least I'm not the only one lost here.
Yeah, Artzine's like, why don't you explain us what dust is? Do you even know what dust is?
Dust is what happens after fluidium is used. It is like karma. Karma is like fluidium. And when you inverse karma, you have nightmare dust.
Okay.
Okay, now hold on. When you inverse karma, it creates nightmare dust. Not when you spend karma, when you inverse it. Correct?
No, I think it's when it's used.
Okay, because those are 2 very different concepts.
I'll agree.
Because
Shaman is like, yeah, that tracks.
yes, because that means that every time the Doomslayers fire their weapon, they would be making this nightmare dust. Because they fuel their guns with karma.
That was the point of the forge, to not let that happen.
That's bad, right?
Except that I have used that forge,
If you,
and
I can say this as a shaman. If you inverse karma, all it becomes is it's like yin and yang. It has a positive and negative. It doesn't become nightmarish. It just becomes bad luck.
Hmm.
Like really, really bad luck. Don't ever inverse karma. Like your life, you might as well just start over.
Mhm.
I know that's dark. That was actually really dark, but still. I mean,
No,
I'm not even joking.
that makes sense. Karma is a positive quality generated from literally it is a chemical reaction or an equivalently chemical reaction in your soul from doing good things for a good reason.
Mm. And having good outcomes.
Exactly. Well, yes. It's a
Well,
literal
remember.
positive charge of goodwill, of anti-malice. Therefore, it makes sense that if you inverse karma, you just get malice. Things go wrong, things break down, everything is terrible, and the world is full of nightmares.
So wait, you said fluidium is like karma, but this dust is expended fluidium, or is it like how do you know karma makes nightmare dust? I thought you said fluidium makes dust.
Mhm.
Is there
Yeah,
a difference
this-
between nightmare dust and dust?
Yes.
Oh,
Okay, so now we
Because
have two
fluidium-
forms.
Yeah,
Of dust.
it's like a mirrored concept. That's what I'm saying.
okay. Then
That-
why aren't we all dead? Because if we have
If
to
there's a-
expend karma and then using karma or to kill the nightmare, but it also makes nightmare dust. I mean,
That.
I guess we're just destroying the accumulation of that dust, so it loses its form and just goes back to dust. Is that what?
How would we be doing that? Because I'm missing something there.
I don't know. I'm trying to grasp my head around the
So
explanation.
yes, Kuroko, you've blown our minds. So there are two kinds of dust now. Fluidium just creates dust. Yes?
Correct.
Okay. So where does nightmare dust come from?
All I was told is that when you use karma,
Hmm.
it creates nightmare dust.
Right. But that's a lie. Because if that was true, hell would be swimming in nightmare dust.
Well,
Well,
Because-
actually, as Charmaine speaks up,
Mhm.
the only time I've ever seen Doom Guy use his weapon was only a couple times in the labyrinth, and
Mhm.
only and then all the rest of it, he goes down some sort of manhole. I don't know.
What?
Maybe he destroys more than he creates, and that's the inefficiency. It's not a. I don't know how this works. This is fucking forge and shit.
I don't
and,
know. So, DM, I have used the Forge to create Doomslayer stuff.
Mhm.
Nightmare
So you need
Dust.
Seraphim Forge to use karma without
causing
fucking
the
up.
cause and effect.
Ah, there we go.
Sorry.
That's the key.
Yeah.
What is?
The Seraphim Forge allows us to utilize karma without generating Nightmare Dust.
Yeah.
That's good.
The Doomslayer weapons do produce a little bit when you expend the cartridge,
Mhm.
but it's already predetermined what that Nightmare Dust form takes, and it creates significantly less than what is destroyed when
Mhm.
you use the weapon. So there is an inefficiency. It's like a combustion engine.
It
Mhm.
also takes a lot.
Yeah. So it's a massively inefficient design, but at least it's doing something. At least it's usable, you know.
Mhm.
But
An
if you were to
omnipotent-
try and use that karma anywhere else, you're going to be creating equal, if not more, nightmare dust per karma used.
Okay.
That's why the forge is necessary, because it
Because it's the
removes the
only
downside.
safe place to utilize karma as a
And
force of
karma
energy or
is a
creation.
construct that Lucy made. You don't
Mhm.
just have to use karma. It is one of the elevated, beyond penultimate materials.
Mhm.
Like this is a tapestry, grade material.
Mhm.
It's one step down from null ice, which is the unique. Like you can't really remake this, but
Mhm.
it's it's
Karma
Lucy
is
built her
generable.
own. Yeah, she built her own system to harvest this stuff from a loophole in the tapestry design to feed a machine, or to feed the war machine that she built to handle a problem she created when she committed the first sin.
Mhm.
That's all sorts of fucked.
Because
So what the
if
hell
you
you feeling,
didn't
man?
make the first sin, the void would win.
Yes, because the tapestry would be too brittle.
It would be
It'd be too
stagnant.
perfect.
Yeah, it'd be perfect.
Mhm.
Yep, it'd be
And,
perfect.
Instead of a flawless creation, they made a perfect creation because they themselves were flawed
And you
by
can,
being too perfect and didn't understand the difference.
and out of
Right.
character, you can blame one of the angels for that. So
Right.
Oh, yeah.
So those morons are the ones who are getting everybody fucked over.
and Lucy's the one that
Talking
fixed
about
it, but in cause making everyone hate her. So
Right.
it's a pretty shitty situation, but alas, we're here now. So back to the topic
Right.
at hand.
So that's something that
This
needs to be dealt with.
this concept that the Weaver made here, whoever it is, if it's a Weaver or not,
Mhm.
went around the normal concept of karma and made fluidium, and doing so made the nightmare dust, or not nightmare dust, sorry, the dust of fluidium.
Mhm.
And
Fluidium is a
that's,
part of the soul.
yes, and that's all that's down there. It's just tons and tons. Some it's liquid, some just it's kind of like patched into
Liquid
chalk.
dust.
Some of
Okay.
it's bricks and structures are made, but the way those structures are made is because the afflicted kings
Use mist
take
as a glue.
the quality of that out of these out of this energy and makes it into things.
Hmm.
New
And
bit of
that's the only way
information
to
she
do it.
just bombed you with. There are afflicted kings, not just face
Yep.
kings.
Right.
Yep. Orchestra had something happen down there.
It was a big ball, nope. And I don't think I would have survived if I didn't take drastic measures upon myself.
Okay.
Because the first face stealer I ran into was a tier 9. That was a stat beast.
Hmm. Hmm.
And
So
I threw everything I had at it. And it was like, I don't care.
yes, no, that's fine. Back on the subject of this dust.
Back on the subject of the dust.
So the dust. There's dust made from spent fluidium,
Correct.
and that dust is used to
Create face stealers.
right by
Who knows? Kings, they can do
that's
it.
no through what methodology? You don't know because it's a purview of kings.
No. Well, I mean, yes, it's a purview of kings for sure, but
Hmm.
this energy is wrapped around this dust as a coating. It's skin, its body, and inside is a concept, an energy source.
Okay, so so dust when it's made by spending fluidium, by depleting fluidium's existence,
Correct.
dust is a natural result thereof.
It goes
And-
somewhere else in this labyrinth.
Yes, and the dust is filtered down to the bottom of the labyrinth. And the dust automatically comes equipped with a seedling and a pod. And the pod is made of mist energy. It's made of mist.
I'm gonna say it's a dream. It's the
It's
veil.
made of
It's not veil.
dream.
It's the veil and the tapestry. That's what I think it is. Together in a form that is usable to be turned into.
Well, think about the creation of how you made Orchestra the way she is. You're missing a key element. Dust is dust.
Yeah, it
It
needs
does
to.
nothing on its own. It needs
Yeah,
the
it needs a
ghostly
host.
vitae.
Yeah, it needs the.
You kept leaving it out because you're saying that the dust makes face stealers, but it doesn't without the ghostly vitae, which is that energy that you finally found a name for and has literally been your lifeline and
Yes,
decides whether you get to live or die down there. And you were able to
which
scrape
I was
enough.
saying the energy source, the ghostly vitae.
Okay.
That's the, like I said, it's surrounded by this ghostly vitae, which,
Okay. Where does that come from?
like I said, I think it's when the out of bounds takes in
Uh-huh.
pieces of the tapestry. You remember on the floor 9 when the you contained a piece of the tapestry?
Yes.
What would have happened if the labyrinth ate it?
Essentially, the labyrinth couldn't eat it. It was burning a hole in the labyrinth. There was no eating it. It was literally punching a hole in the labyrinth, and that's why they needed somebody to contain it.
So this hasn't happened before then.
On that line, what does happen to the labyrinth all the time, though?
It
New
shifts.
things get in.
Yeah, it
Oh.
shifts and changes and things.
Things
get
have
added.
lost. Things that are lost go and are
And-
added, and
And also, every time somebody new comes in, what does the labyrinth do to people?
It strips them of their power.
Why wouldn't it do that to the things it comes in? Inanimate objects.
Presumably, it can't. Or
If it's
doesn't.
legendary and has a fate, what if it is it has destiny?
Right, but it doesn't steal destiny. Essentially, from what we understand, it steals merit.
You don't know. Like there's a lot of stuff
Yes.
that could be the result.
Because it took Kuzmo, who was a god, probably had a godly amount of merit, and then stripped him down to base.
Go. So
Did the same for essentially every.
something along the when things come in, something of that includes whether it's inanimate objects, ships, people, gods, doesn't matter. When something comes in,
through floor 0.
one of those things
Not necessarily.
turns into this ghostly vitae. Something.
Mhm.
And I know part of it's veil, which is surrounded all dream. So
Right.
my thoughts is that it must be dream. It must be it must be part of the tapestry in order to create these things.
What must?
The ghostly vitae, or yeah,
Okay. The ghostly vitae has to be part of the tapestry.
because of the mist that comes from it, that can be taken from it. 'Cause
And the mist comes
otherwise-
from ghostly vitae.
Correct. Some of them. Some of them have already been stripped of the
You should
wisp.
explain the form of the ghostly vitae then, because you're just
Of course,
describing it to them as
There's multiple types. One I've already showed you is the black stuff, which is the abscess.
Mm-hmm. And that's
other
a type
kinds-
of mist.
It's its own thing. It's in my case, it's
Okay.
nightmare that's stripped from it.
Mhm.
So the other part, which makes the face stealers, it comes in at base a ball that is yellow in tint.
Mhm.
And when you take that yellow tint away, it turns into a white ball.
Okay.
actually no.
Was it? I thought it turned.
Yellow ball is the sickly stripped corrupted version. It's the white one with the ghostly comet tail those are the ones with the high value. Those are the uncorrupted and untouched,
Because they have the veil still attached.
yeah, it's the ghost. It's the
It's the yellow ones that okay. The yellow ones. That's the yellow hue that's left. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
the yellow hue. It just looks like a almost like a.
And you can't use those ones for ascension for a face stealer. You need to have the pure.
Right. You can use the yellow ones to fuel face stealer artifacts. It's a
Yes.
battery source that
Yeah,
you can use.
it's an
But it
energy
doesn't
source.
allow you to advance your
Correct. It doesn't
your
allow
level.
the cultivation of it. Yeah, I got you. So it's almost like the face stealers are a combination of Dream and Veil and
Oh.
covered in a body of let's say nightmare dust.
Or dust.
Just dust in this case.
They're a weird amalgamation of just cause and effect of this labyrinth. Chaminade and Artine are gonna go. Did you get some of that? Artine's like, I got something. Chaminade's like, I need to get high. Well, higher. Anyone want a joint?
I almost
Yep,
want
yep.
to say yes, but with the stuff you put out, I'm not sure you would not metaphysically
Yes.
fuck me up.
Be a gracious host. Maybe roll one for our guests.
Yeah, sure, man. Okay.
Okay. So, fluidium, when expended, turns into dust. Dust accumulates in the bottom of the labyrinth.
Correct.
Dust generates, or has generated and placed on it, veil.
No.
Okay, because this is where I'm getting fucked up. Where the fuck does this veil come from then?
The only veil-esque type of thing is on the Ghostly Vitae if it has what is called a comet tail.
Right.
Dust is just dust. It's like
Right.
it's a chalky substance, and that's it.
Right. Okay. So fluidium turns to dust. Dust accumulates in the bottom of the labyrinth. From somewhere, you acquire this ghostly vitae. Ghost blood. Spirit blood.
It's a ball of floating energy.
Right. That does what?
When combined with dust,
Uh-huh.
create the face stealer.
Okay. So essentially, this ghostly vitae is the same as mist.
Mist
It is just
taken from
also
the-
possessed of an animating force.
the mist is taken from the ghostly vitae.
Right. So
Comet
the
tail.
mist. Right, Comet Tail. I don't know. I don't have any reference for Comet Tail yet. Because Kuroko has so much information that we are having to pick apart right now.
don't
I
you
have
go
no
down there?
idea. I have no idea where the Comet Tail comes in.
Why don't you go down there?
I mean, yes.
Comet tail.
As soon as we figure out how to stop these things from getting the fuck up. That's okay. So, all right. Hold on. I'm thinking here.
The afflicted take the comet tail,
Yes. Where does the Comet Tail come from?
The Ghostly
The co-
Vitae.
the ghostly vitae.
Right. Which is generated by.
Don't know.
I gave
They
you
don't
a
know.
theory. It was from when things are taken by the labyrinth,
Mm-hmm.
and that power that is taken is left over as a seedling, let's say. And until it gets into the soil of the dust and forms around itself to create a body, it is floating in food for the face stealers, but below there.
So somewhere down there, all of the power that's pulled out of people
Correct.
is just floating in little puffballs like ghost fire
For
or
face
foxfire.
stealers are to be made. And
Right.
the
No.
ones that
Hold
escape-
on. Time out.
Oh, okay.
Blow the whistle. So, naturally accumulating through the machinations of the labyrinth
Correct.
is this foxfire glowy shit that you're calling ghostly vitae.
Correct.
Ghostly vitae just accumulates at the bottom of the labyrinth as well.
It's almost like it falls down
Cool.
Yes.
So yes, that's how going down works.
It's like
So you have dust, which accumulates down there. You have ghostly vitae, which accumulates down there. Eventually, through the process of falling, the ghostly vitae gets low enough to touch the dust. When it does, it scoops the dust up into a little pile, like it encircles dust, like a mollusk creating a pearl.
I think it's mostly done by the face doers down there.
Okay,
The collectors, more likely.
I don't know what those are. You haven't told me about those either.
They're face doers.
Cool. That does. Cool. So, ghostly vitae accumulates down there. Dust accumulates down there. Step 2, something exciting happens. And then you end up with these abscesses, that you called them, which are coated by veil or mist. And then that stuff can be pulled off of the abscess, generating spooky nightmare shit. Let's say nightmare dust. And then a fuel source.
A very powerful energy source, yes.
So they use that to do something, whatever.
I think it's a part of the static. I think beings made of the static are the
No idea.
yeah, sure. I guess
We'll-
until you
we'll-
get down there, you won't know.
We'll
What's your
t- we'll-
willpower,
we'll take
by
it,
the way?
We'll take it 70. It's
You
the
won't
lowest
be
in
able
the
to-
party.
You won't be able to withstand down there.
Right. Because, yeah. So that's the thing, is if I need to, my willpower will become... Let me run some numbers here.
Depends on how much you want to devote. Because if you throw all your stats into one thing, that's the one thing you get.
No, that's fair.
So it's recommended over 100.
Yes. Ouch.
Because I know you can make big numbers, but that's because you have to throw your entire, nano reservoir into one category.
Oh, this is totally different. You remember you haven't cleared me for stat doping with nanites yet. The only stats the only characteristics that I can increase with my nanites is ballistic and weapon skill.
blah.
Because you were like, hey,
Okay,
don't do
no,
that. And I was like, okay.
We're at that point, yeah.
Okay. Good to know.
We're definitely at that point. Thank you
All right.
for holding back, because
No, it's fine.
you can do some stupid things.
It gets fun now. So let's see here. Like if I'm just going, okay, cool, we're gonna set up willpower. I'll go ahead and set up like my toughness and my willpower. I'll nano bridge them together, and then I'll have like 168 willpower and toughness while we're down there. Will 168 be strong enough to resist that place?
For a
Sure.
time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So how about a 258?
For a time, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
that's great.
All right. Because I could nano bridge my domain into that too and be like, all right, cool, let's get our flex on.
Sure.
And then my guide domain might help there.
So I want to let you know, Hazard.
Uh-huh.
I was
So Dogo.
you good? Okay. I was
Sorry.
made to withstand it through my whole being. And other character that is I had to roll all my stats when dealing with stuff down here too.
Cool.
The noise factor by just being in its area is based off willpower. But the things that make noise like that, which I think are made by these black ghostly vitaes, are abscesses, correct? Are Yeah, pretty powerful, and you'll have to. You can't change in the fly, can you?
Yeah, I can.
Oh, you can. Okay.
Yeah. Like my nano clusters, my nano clusters and my nano bridge can both be changed as a reaction/free action.
Cool.
I can swap that shit around however I want because I spent so much into swiftness to be able to do that. It was so expensive. You don't even know. It was so expensive.
Yeah, I mean, I spent
Um,
what 800 in stats, so it's pretty nice that Powers are doing it for you.
Right. Well, no, I spent so much into like I have like probably 600 points in swiftness just from being able to make it so that my nanites are reactive instead of taking multiple full round actions.
Yeah, sure.
Ow. Okay. So
Wisps are Ghostly Vitae and
Ghostly
orange-
Vitae around dust, right?
No, there's its own energy source. It's its own thing. It's
Okay.
and corrupted Vitae, I guess we would call the yellow wisps.
All right, because now we're adding black wisps into things.
That's
Black
the habitat.
wisps.
That was what you showed me earlier.
Yes.
Yeah.
Black wisps are Ghostly Vitae around nightmare dust.
No,
No.
they are their own thing. They have no. They are just a black ball of energy, and then there's a white ball of energy.
Okay.
I was trying to differentiate between the two by saying one is dream and one is nightmare.
Right. But we don't know that.
All you know is that it's very similar, right?
I don't know anything. I don't know anything but what you've told me. Because you've shown me one black wisp.
Didn't you use like nightmare defense versus it?
Yeah. Well, specifically I use madness defense. Because my guide domain allows me to protect myself from shit like that.
Okay.
Like if the DM is going to go ahead and confirm that I'm like, no, this is totally fucking nightmare stuff. I'd be like, cool. So we know that nightmare creatures get in here.
Mhm.
That means that nightmare creatures, if they're generating dust, have fluidium or some facsimile thereof that is close enough for government work. Right?
Government work?
Close enough for government work. It means more or less.
Okay.
Because as a person who worked with the government, let me tell you, they eyeball shit literally twice an hour. If they're being very serious about making sure the numbers line up.
Yep, sounds about right.
Yeah.
Does that look good to you? I think
Mhm.
so.
There's 5 billion rounds of ammunition in here, right? That's what the numbers say. Cool. We will do no further investigation because all of the numbers line up. We knew a guy who literally carried out 10,000 rounds twice a month because the rounds were no longer used by our current military weapons. And nobody noticed the difference because he brought the empty crates back.
Also, want to point out that these are the very people that
Some people want in charge of healthcare and shit, so let's keep that in mind.
These are people who have been drawing money from Social Security for essentially 60 years now
Mm-hmm.
and still managed to run the government into debt.
Yep.
Like, when I say close enough for government work, it means you're just going to throw darts at the wall and you're going to, hit the target, good enough.
I wouldn't say we hit the target. I mean, literally, it's outside the bounds of the target, but it's on the frame.
There you go. That means it's good enough. Call that a bullseye.
Jesus fucking Christ, this made me depressed. I'm gonna focus on increasing my terrorist rate so I don't.
That's our government, bud.
Game.
That's our
I
government.
know.
The only reason that our government hasn't completely and utterly destroyed us and dominated every facet of our lives is because it keeps fighting itself. It's such a shitty system, they literally can't take away our freedoms because they can't figure out how to take away our freedoms without taking away our freedoms, without taking away their freedoms.
Right.
Yep.
If the government had mind control devices, they'd use them.
Well,
They'd
yeah,
use them
but
on themselves first, and then they'd use them on the rest of us.
Hmm.
If the government had a weather control device, they'd make people pay for sunny days. The fact of the matter is,
they'd
there's
be part of the tax.
yes, it would. You would be taxed for the functioning of the weather machine, and then your region would have to pay to turn the weather machine off for a while. So you'd be paying twice because the government loves getting paid twice. They love getting paid twice for doing literally the same thing. But this has devolved. Go ahead.
That's one of the things in Fallout 76 is Project Atlas was they successfully built a weather machine,
Mhm.
and somebody in the government went, "We should not have this," and secretly had the plan dismantled or the project dismantled.
The whole
But everyone
reason
was like, "Yeah, we got it. We're gonna fuck the Chinese and literally put them into eternal blizzard weather." Oh yeah, and they won't even know.
We're going to give them blizzard lightning storms for the rest of ever, just in China. Let's do it.
Just in China.
And one guy with a conscience went, "This is fucked up. No, we may be losing to the Chinese in a war, but if they do still end up winning and they get their hands on this, that's it. They don't have any scruples about using this. Are you kidding?"
Yeah. And honestly, that's what makes Fallout 76 such a wonderful world to live in. Because in our world, it wouldn't be a case of a person with a conscience. It'd be a case of a person getting paid by the Chinese and the Russians to dismantle the device so that they could figure out how to build their own before the Americans can fix theirs.
Yep.
And that person would be getting paid twice. And then that person would be getting paid a third time. Do not shut it down and tell them that they did. And then that person would be getting paid a fourth time in order to fix it, because they told somebody that they were gonna sabotage it, and they're like, all right, we'll go ahead and fix your sabotage. And then that person would have to bribe a whole bunch of other people. And it's just, the government runs on bullshit.
Yep.
The whole reason the government works is because it hasn't realized it's collapsed yet. As a former government employee, I can tell you, our government has just kept on trucking on. It's literally a dead horse that hasn't realized to stop walking yet.
I mean, good enough, right?
Just keeps trucking. It just keeps going.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. Eventually, it's going to miss a step and it's going to fall over.
No.
But until then,
I'm talking to Blad. He said good enough. I said no, it's not good enough.
I'm talking good enough for government work that the horse is
close
still
enough for
walking.
government work.
Oh, yeah, no.
Yep.
It's not good enough at all. No, this is terrible. It's just I was making the "it's good enough for government work" joke. On
Everybody's getting paid, and we don't have to speak Russian or Chinese. We're winning.
Because I'm pretty sure that those governments are also broke too.
Actually, Russia is doing quite well for itself, and China is one of the wealthiest nations in the world right now.
Yeah, well, there's a reason, because Anyways,
because they're fucking Africa over. They've bent Africa over a barrel and a half for 20 years. Oh no, Australia, they just bankrupted.
Yep. And also all Chinese bribes the United States government.
All the time. Relentlessly. But anyway, the whole concept. I mean, that was Russia, but yeah.
No. Biden's.
Back to game.
No, he doesn't. Biden has Russian interests just as much as Trump. But yeah, so here you go. All right. So, dust. Nightmare dust. Spent fluidium-esque. Working theory?
Working theory.
Wisp. Ghostly Vitae. Ghostly Vitae has yellow wisp, which is the not good kind.
No, the Did I see any that had any wisps that were yellow, Matt?
No,
Didn't think
because
so.
once the comet tail's gone, it's
It
yellow.
becomes yellow. Yeah.
'Cause the
Okay.
inner core of it is yellow, but it's the
The white.
comet tail wispy energy around it.
Yeah,
that
that
makes
makes
it white.
it shine as
A
well.
corona. It has
Yeah.
so Ghostly Vitae is yellow with a corona of white wispy shit.
But the white takes over
Right.
and shines more than the yellow does, so it's only looks like it's white.
So it only looks like it's white.
Mhm.
Cool. White energy or white Ghostly Vitae corona overwhelms corrupted yellow.
Or more like
while
it protects
Well,
it.
sorry, it's not corrupted per se. It's just
Okay.
robbed of it the vital part of it. Like the yellow is still usable. It doesn't hurt you, but it can't make you more powerful. The faith stealers down there call it corrupted or impure because
Impure.
the most valuable part is gone.
Better description.
So
yellow Ghostly Vitae, impure.
Yeah.
So essentially it is dross that is either generating or a result of condensed corona, the white stuff.
the corona is what gives it shape. It's what holds it together.
Right. So when you take the corona away, why doesn't it fall apart?
All it's just used as an energy source at that point. It's just used it's used to power things,
Right,
but not your body. Not your
but not your body.
It's used to empower artifacts.
Okay.
trinkets.
So what's the white stuff used for? What's the corona of Ghostly Vitae used for?
The glue.
Okay. So does it need to be converted into something else to do its glue job? Or do you just literally pull it off of the yellow part and then splat it against something and rub dirt on it?
That one.
Okay.
Yeah, the comet tail or the corona is extracted, and what's
Uh-huh.
left is the yellow,
Right. And the yellow is
called impure because it's missing the corona.
right. The corona, of course, being the veil, which is presumably a tiny, tiny fleck of the same stuff that is keeping reality from getting consumed by the void.
And what does it all cover?
The yellow stuff.
Or dream.
Okay, you say dream like I should know what that means in this context.
The tapestry is the dream.
Okay, cool. That. My character did
Me-
not know that. I knew that. My character did not know that.
Ah,
So Alhazred is going to go, ah. So we have the dream, and outside of the dream is the nightmare, and outside of the nightmare is the void.
Dream and nightmare are two sides of the same coin.
Right, but the thing is when you're looking at, if you set a coin down on the table heads up, then the tail
Side
side is
I
between.
see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
So
Well,
the
you
nightmare,
have
as far
a-
as we can tell. Go ahead.
The nightmare is a superposition. It occupies the same layer as the dream, technically.
Technically.
Lucid separated it
Uh-huh.
with hell.
Uh-huh. So hell is literally a wedge driven between the nightmare and the dream.
Nightmare then
Okay.
hits the veil, then the void.
Okay. So it goes veil, then nightmare, then dream.
The veil, then the coin.
Yes,
Just
the
both dream.
table,
Yeah.
then the coin.
Yeah.
But it hits tails first. Because yes, it's all the same coin, but one side is clearly different than the other.
Yeah.
Sure.
This is the thing with coins is the sides aren't ever the same. Anyway, so essentially, the nightmare is serving as a buffer zone between the veil and the dream. The mist is essentially part of Sorry.
The mist is its own thing because
Right.
it takes that that concept from these the white wisps, and it takes it off of it
Mhm.
and makes it its own thing. Instead of it being combined together, now it's separate in only one thing. And the ones that can do that are the afflicted. I saw a king do it.
Do what?
Take the white wisp and then turn it into a corrupted wisp. A yellow.
Uh-huh.
And what it did with this is it was exactly as we've seen up here. It's the mist. So where do we think the mist comes from? It comes from down there.
No. Not at all. Like, not even a little bit.
Why do you say that? Why? How are you so confident?
So first of all, the mist propagates across every section of the tapestry. Because whenever the tapestry shifts, which it does often, the mist is there to plug the holes.
So hold on. You
But
think the mist? You think Veil is
Uh-huh.
only mist?
No. So the thing is that corona of energy, they pull that off of the yellow part.
Correct.
The core. And then they do the things that mist does. But it also does the things Veil does. There's
Why
a process
isn't
that
the
they
mist
use here.
everywhere else in the tapestry? Why don't we see just the mist? Why do we not see anything at all?
Because the out of bounds
Right.
is out of bounds.
Right, and it does its own thing with the
No. You're not. Listen to the idea here. The out of bounds is out of bounds. We're not in the dream when we're in here. This is a plug between where the veil has ruptured. That's why the mist is here, why this labyrinth shifts around, because it's constantly taking bulk that smashes into it from the dream and using it to keep that cork tight.
So, who do you think's causing the labyrinth then?
The labyrinth is self-sustaining at this point.
So, no.
Any answer to that would be on the 11th floor.
Right. So, what we're doing now is speculation.
Yes, we're establishing a hypothesis that we can test later.
So, my hypothesis is that face sealers are both dream and veil. It's a combination of both compared to just being separate.
Which is technically not possible.
Yep.
Right, but neither is a lot of this shit in the labyrinth.
Precisely.
If you want bullshit, here it is. This
Yes.
is the
This is a
ultimate
place.
bullshit
This is a place where
This is a
impossible
way
things gather
that
because
we can deal with the void.
Mhm. Because this is a place where the dream, the nightmare, the void, and the veil all interact. So things that would be
Well,
impossible
hold
in the
on.
dream can occur here.
The void didn't know about this place.
Sure, it does.
It didn't, though. You remember
Okay.
our conversation with Author? Well, you don't, but I know.
No, I don't. Alhazard doesn't know that. You have to explain that to
So
it.
I will explain to Hazard. We met a greater voidling, and they didn't know about this place.
Okay.
But we
Now-
know that there is seeping in from the void, which is what we're going to deal with on the 5th floor.
So the thing is if you take a brick out of a brick wall and replace it with another brick, is anybody going to notice? Except for people who literally run their fingers over the wall every day.
Yeah, sure.
This
What
thing
is a
isn't
different color
designed to
brick?
be. Yeah, even if it's a different color brick, most people aren't going to pay attention to it. And be like, oh, that's weird, and move on. People only see what they want to see.
Tell me about it. Oh,
So-
sorry, that was supposed-
That was supposed to be in the voice. That was me out of character.
Oh, okay. No, that totally would have worked in character.
Yeah.
Well, then, yeah, I guess we'll say that too.
Well, there you go.
Makes sense too, yeah. So
Alhazard's going to point at you and be like, right?
right?
So here's the thing. The mist goes where it's needed. It's squeezed into toothpaste, into places like toothpaste or caulking, into the gaps of a wall. Whereas this veil stuff, the wisps, the ghostly vitae, it sinks to the bottom, invariably, so that it can mingle with the dust there to make face stealers, who we are fairly certain exist in the labyrinth to take the people in the labyrinth and turn them into faceless, who are weaponized against the void. Because they are stripped of everything that made them more that the void could feed on. Essentially, someone has
Mundane.
someone has placed a box of saltines in front of somebody who is trying to get a cake.
And the sardine is like, on God. It's more like swordfish. It's like a box of swordfish.
That's a delicacy.
Yeah, swordfish is really good. Sure, it's a drier fish, but like that's why you use like a
Sorry,
A
I just wanted to
sauce
do-
or a
I just wanted to do
braising,
the on-guard thing.
or-
That's all.
oh
Now
sorry.
you got our minds on swordfish. It's like,
I know.
oh,
Yeah, no,
shit.
swordfish is good.
Oh,
Swordfish is
shit.
delicious.
It's finally making a comeback too after the over consumption
Which is great. But like
Yeah. for people that like swordfish.
I mean I've had swordfish.
And for the ocean and for the swordfishes.
Yeah, right. I really just at some point want a character in a game to pick up a swordfish by the tail and just like fence somebody with it.
Oh God.
Oh,
Anyway,
God.
so yeah, we know about the afflicted and what they do.
Yes.
We
So the-
we know that.
Mhm. Face stealers generate fluidium
Correct.
and make afflicted.
Correct.
Fluidium gets generated, spent, turns into dust. People who use the fluidium to get stronger make stronger afflicted when they invariably get their faces pulled off.
And we
And
also know that there's the sick, and then there's the let's say the royalty, the peasants and the royalty of
we don't
the
know
face dealers.
anything about that. Apparently, there are kings. Like, that is something you have revealed to me very recently.
Yes.
We don't know anything about the sick. You're the only person
Yes,
that
we-
knows about that.
The sick are the face dealers we've been dealing with this entire time in the labyrinth.
Okay, those are the sick or the corrupted.
It's both.
Sickness can be cured, though. Corruption
Um,
is generally deleterious and is not generally reversible. Corruption is an altering of your extant state. Sickness is an invasion of foreign bodies. Which are they? Like that's a question. we
First
need
you
to
get
answer.
sick, then you get corrupted. So,
Okay, so in the early stages of this sickness, it's treatable, and then
I
later
have
on
no idea.
becomes non-treatable.
I have no idea.
Okay, then we don't know. That's a question mark. Sick / corrupted question mark. Face stealers. We'll put a pin in that.
And then we have the afflicted, which
Mhm.
because are made by the sick, are also sick.
Are they? What makes them sick?
The sick of face dealers.
Right. What makes them sick?
Because a face dealer has fluidium within it. And when they
Mhm.
change someone into an afflicted,
Hmm.
they are also affected by this.
In what way?
They're non-intelligent, undiplomable, let's say. You can't
Is
can't
this
deal
not a
with them.
desirable state for them, though? To get, in order for them to perform the task that they have at hand, which is kill the void.
Don't know.
So we don't know if these are sick, corrupted, or fallen, or we don't know if their state is not a natural evolution of their place in the labyrinth.
All I know is that what was down there was effective
Mm-hmm.
and pure. What is up here is unintelligent
Mm-hmm.
and crazy
Mm-hmm. Or driven,
and not
but yes.
doesn't seem as useful. But I haven't
Mm.
seen an afflicted so far deal with Void.
Have you seen a void creature?
Yes, I have.
In the labyrinth.
I have.
Cool. And were there afflicted around?
Not that I could tell.
So you don't have any empirical evidence that they won't attack a void creature on sight.
True. But of course, maybe that's part of it. Maybe because they're wild and bestial that they'll attack anything. So
Could be.
if it's us, if it's them, doesn't matter.
Right.
But all I'm
So-
trying to say to you, El Hazard, is I'm trying to say if they had intelligence and they were able to be directed, that is a whole different ball game compared to what we're dealing with so far.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And that's all I'm trying to say. Is that I'm saying we can make things better than they are now.
Sure.
But that also involves bringing myself, and she'll point over towards the invisible face stealer, and letting them run amok.
But
And
they're
turning
intelligent.
people, of course. And the
So-
ones, the afflicted that come from those are also intelligent.
Mm-hmm. So by doing that, you're going to have a lot of people die.
Yes. Unless we do
And-
something about it right now.
Right. And you propose going down into the place where they live, taking the resource that they have learned how to manipulate over the course of however long, bringing it back up here, using it to create a blockage for them to not come through,
I'm saying use the blockage
And that-
right there.
that will stay.
I will stay. Until
So
it's
you-
broken.
Right. So
But I feel like you can do it. I feel like you can make something unbreakable for even, I don't know, a long time.
I appreciate your faith in me. I'm going to turn and look into the space that everyone is for face stealers there. And I'm just going to look into that space and go, what is the ultimate goal here?
You get the collective shrug. Nine
Cool.
sets of shoulders just go.
Right. So the inmates are running the asylum. No offense. If you are to stay in this area and above, what is your list of priorities?
They shrug. You feel it more than see it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It's more than it is down there. Even if it is a home for them, people want freedom. They do not want to be confined to their spaces of dust.
Right. So, why are we stopping them then? Just out of curiosity, what's the reason for stopping them from coming out of their confined spaces?
Because the black, the abscesses,
Mm-hmm.
those are still made into things.
Mm-hmm. Presumably by the people down there.
You
Oh,
get
I
a
don't
bunch of
know.
head shakes.
The not quite visibles disagree.
I didn't say that we made them. I said they're made.
Mm-hmm.
And the collectors down there, they get rid of them. But who makes the black
By-
masks?
I mean, face stealers make masks.
Who make the black masks, though?
Black face stealers? I don't know.
That's like saying black facing. That old concept.
I apologize for that.
And you're a chocolate body. You can get away with it.
It's okay. Fair enough. I'll take it. So
You're a chocolate hottie too.
That I am.
you are now. So So you're saying these things? I'm going to turn again, like between Kuroko and the empty space. These things, they wish to be free. You wish to be free. To not be stuck down there.
They also shrug again.
Okay.
I don't speak for them. They are
They
a higher
seem-
being than I am.
Orchestra kind of sulks on that. They are one
Hold
tier
on!
higher.
We could have, as she points to you. We just would have been insane otherwise. We just would retire the character. Anyway, so yeah, there's the hidden piece, and the whole point of those energy sources that Orchestra has is she was told that she needs to be made into a being that uses those, so she knows that they exist and
Mhm.
are coming.
They exist. Creatures that use abscess.
Yes,
And they're coming.
yes.
To do what?
Fuck as I know.
There you go.
Um,
If I walk up to you and go, it's the 27th. They're coming. What does that mean to you?
The thing that's there but not seen kind of makes an unseen gesture, and a little sculpture made of this indescribably boring and near the colorless gray dust makes a little figurine. It's very crude. It's ugly.
Hmm.
And then, to answer your question, what did these creatures of this black abscess material are coming and what they plan to do? It just kind of shakes in place a little bit, and then this thing kind of vibrates, and the dust kind of stops holding itself together, and then just disintegrates. And
Poof.
Boom!
No, nothing that glorious. It was a slow death. It took almost a full minute for the first
Oh.
little grain to.
Which is where the static I've been telling you about comes from. I'm assuming, I do not know, but it seems like a constant. And there was a thing that Orchestra, fought against that can cause this static. And it shook her very being. And she points to the gesture.
Oh, opera?
Looks the same. So that's all I
So,
can give you.
Orchestra.
That is.
Oh.
What was that, Matt?
Oh, he said opera, which is the fate weaver.
Did I say opera? My apologies.
No, you said opera, or you said orchestra. He said opera.
No, it
Yeah,
sounds like
I
you said
I
opera.
corrected him. It was orchestra.
Sounds like you said opera.
I'm sorry
Okay.
if I did. I meant orchestra.
Yeah, you said orchestra.
I wonder what opera's up to.
I mean, go
Doesn't
hit him
matter.
up. Find him out.
Yeah,
Fuck
go ask.
Yeah, after we're done here, actually, you people don't fuck. I don't think you people even need me here, do you? Like, I don't.
We'll wait
Depends
for
on
you
if
to go
want to
see
learn
your
the
friend.
secrets of this place, because they're literally revealing big info stuff right now. Like
All right.
they're finally talking about what happened down on the Lost Sector.
Right.
Hmm.
So,
So yeah, I just don't think he's gonna be able to code that as well because they're all using like big academic fucking terms and shit.
Is that too much for Kuzmo?
I mean, would it be too much? Probably not. Is it because he doesn't really stresses that part of his brain too much? Absolutely.
all right.
It's
So
not that he's an idiot, it's that he's not academically inclined. Let's put it that way.
he's cunning but not smart.
Right.
Cool.
He doesn't utilize
Right.
his brain as well as he can. Put it
Hmm.
that. So, Yeah, dude. Elijah, what the fuck is going on here?
So it sounds like yet another threat to the labyrinth. Um,
Would you say a new threat?
ah,
He said it! Oh my god!
that's it. Roll credits.
Yeah.
Like fucking, like, who's gonna put on shade? And like, you get them getting to that Who song. Wow!
Yeah.
They won't
Anyway.
get fooled again!
All right. So okay, that's good. I give you GG, man. So you want us to go down there into this place and fuck with dust, and we need to acquire some of this ghostly vitae.
All I'm saying is that the vapor,
Yes,
pretty
the
much
vapor
the
that I
same.
use.
Pretty much the same.
Okay.
So use that combined with all the dust that's down there. Make a brick, make a few bricks, put them together, and then patch the hole up.
Okay, can you please explain that as if I was retarded or something? Because that's just a bunch of words.
Have you been paying attention?
It's okay if you haven't. I understand.
I mean, in character Kuzma's really trying to pay attention. Out of character, same here, but so much shit's just being thrown around that I have no understanding of.
Fair. But Farak also attacked the line of thinking multiple times from different angles and had it explained in different ways for potentially for you to pick it up.
I did get that there's 3 zones. There's the dream, which is the tapestry, the nightmare, which is outside the dream, and the void, which is just the fucking blackness.
Right. And then there's another layer, the veil, which keeps the void out.
Yes.
Veil is the bubble. Dream and nightmare are the things that are inside the bubble. And outside the bubble is blackness. And then outside the blackness
Also wants to eat you.
Yeah, and then outside the blackness is whiteness. And we don't deal with that.
Black, white, positive, negative, in and out.
Yeah, we don't deal with null. That's all I'm saying.
You have null ice. You literally deal with null.
That's a concept of the dream, null ice.
Mm-hmm.
There's multiple names
Sorry,
for
making a
multiple
drink.
things.
Okay, cool. No, that tracks. All right, so give him a cheek
Technically, I would
slap
have
here.
different words for it because it'd be in different languages, but that hurts my brain. I've never been much of a linguist.
Fair. No, don't worry about it. All right, so I'll pour the rest of my monster into my juice.
Juice.
Oh yeah, I've got a gallon.
Juicy.
Got a gallon jug. I fill it with different kinds of juice. Like I'll go just buy random kinds of juice and just pour them into the jug, shake it up,
Makes sense?
cut it a little bit with a little bit of water, so the juice isn't
Would that
so
be
hard.
some jungle juice?
Yep. Lots of the juice that I buy comes from a jungle because I like mangoes, pineapples,
Jungle juice.
jungle juice. Anyway, focusing up.
Mhm.
We got. So fluidium makes dust, and I'm sorry if I'm repeating this a bunch because my brain here is going. Fluidium is the soul. It's
part of the soul.
It's part of the soul. Yes, it's made of soul stuff.
The karma is part of the soul as well, right?
Presumably, but there's certain but there's karma is literally your
right?
soul's reward.
It's accumulation, though, right?
Right. Well,
And what is fluidium?
karma swells in the soul.
Because every life you go through builds up.
Yes.
And your fluidium is a buildup of potential.
Okay.
It's robbing two different mechanisms. Lucy had it better.
Yes,
Lucy left
she
the
has
fluidium
the
alone.
perfected form because she's a fucking angel.
Yeah, she left the fluidium alone because fluidium is what generates karma.
Mhm.
You get
Okay. Fluidium generates karma.
right. It's the reward mechanism, but these idiots are stealing it or are using
Right.
it. The mechanism, not the product. That's why it's so
Yeah.
bad for you.
So
It's not
somebody,
meant to be stacked.
Right.
so
So it's
someone's taking the karma and stacking it on other karma, and
It's also a
Mm.
mechanism built by Lucy from the
Mhm.
tutorial that that Kuroko's reading, because the soul doesn't have fluidium to begin with because they're built by weavers. Souls are not meant to be recycled.
Mhm.
So anytime Lucy catches one, throws it back into the karmic wheel to be recycled through her own system, she attaches some extras so that she can generate karma.
Right. So
So
fluidium
this
itself is an attachment to the soul. It's essentially allows to swell with karma to collect it over the course of your lifetime.
it also allows you to reincarnate.
Yes.
It's basically your
Karma
ticket
does or
yeah,
fluidium?
fluidium. Yeah.
Fluidium lets you reincarnate. Okay, that's important.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fluidium lets you reincarnate, but it also generates through the reincarnation cycle your rewards, which is then either let to culminate and grow until it is harvestable, or immediately harvested, and then you're thrown back into the cycle.
hmm So fluidium, so you have a soul, which is initially comprised of Ra and Est, right?
Right.
Ra and Est is
Yin and yang, basically.
right. So Ra
Loss
is
of ego, ambition.
mhm. Right. Ra is the
Ra
thing
is
that drives you forward.
Ambition.
It is the thing that makes you go, yes, I'm going to do it.
Loss of ego
Est.
is
That's me.
Mhm.
So wait, what does this Raw have to do with karma?
We're getting there.
Or okay,
Right. It's a big complex
Est.
thing I've made, like stupid complex, but it
Mhm.
works. Makes sense once you solve it, and it locks the secrets of my lore.
hmm
I love these type of sessions because you guys are figuring it out, and it makes me like, yay!
Right.
yeah, no, once you throw in the Raw, like that's something that Kuzma actually has like a vested interest in because if Raw
Yeah.
is ambition, he has
Kuzma is almost
ambition,
entirely Ra.
probably.
but he isn't
Actually,
now.
he's
because-
equal
yeah,
parts Ra and Est
yeah.
because he is a clan leader of the ice variety of
hmm
the demons, and
hmm
the ice demons use Est and not Ra at all. Kuzmo is the only one probably that can use Ra because he is a creature of ambition, and thus he has equal parts Est and Ra.
Mhm.
And S
He
is
should
what
never let his Ra exceed the equal value of S though, because
Don't
that
let your reach
imbalance will
exceed your
destroy
grasp.
again? So what?
you. If you
Destroy
ever
you.
let your ambition overcome your ego, you'll destroy yourself as a demon.
Oh,
You're an ice demon.
yeah,
Ice
no,
demons
equal
use
parts
S
ego.
only.
Oh,
Mhm.
yeah, no, don't worry, Kuzma's got ego to spare.
Fair.
I thought he did.
No, we
I
know.
think he's good on the ego and ambition in equal parts.
All right.
Yeah.
So Est is somebody fill in that gap real quick.
It's basically. Actually, no. I'm gonna stay out of this. You guys,
Good, because I
guys-
literally have the definition, but it,
Okay, go.
it stems down to the loss of ego, your soul becoming like media. What's the word? It's like a release, sweet release. It's the when your ego is removed and you are
You looking at a handout? Did I write it poorly?
no, I'm just trying to just let me give the
Give it to me
exact
straight, Doc.
definition. Give the exact definition, sure. Total collapse of spiritual ego. Once laid to rest, the energy is compromised of the soul houses essence. The deceased maintains energy-based form will completely collapse, and for a brief moment condenses into a single location. The soul sheds its lingering purities, and enters a cycle of reincarnation. But
That's the generation of Est. Once the person has died.
total collapse of, in this case, their spiritual ego.
Right, but if
So-
you put
Damn,
Ra and
it's
Est together into a vessel, it makes
It's
a
their soul.
soul,
Mhm.
and that puts ambition and ego in a solid, stable state. But once you've
Mhm.
died, it starts to devolve into ambition and ego.
Right. So Ra is
Ambition.
yin. It's passion, it's drive, the masculine energies. It's
That's
the
yang.
urge to
Yang.
conquer.
Yin
Oh,
is
that's yang.
female. Yin is female and
Really?
cold.
Okay, no, that's fair.
Yang
So-
is the hot-blooded male vitality.
Gotcha. So Ra is yang. It is the drive to. It's basically it's the drive to survive, to take and to have, and then yin or est is yin. It is cold, logical. It is objective. It is purpose, whereas Ra is ambition. What you take with Ra, what your Ra empowers you to take, your Est will empower you to keep.
Mhm.
So then we have these two things make a soul. And then
have-
the soul dies, leaves the body, is snatched up by Lucy, goes into the cycle of reincarnation. Lucy presumably has a machine or something like that that goes, blam, here's some fluidium. Fills the thing with fluidium. Fluidium now goes, okay, cool. All of the good that you do in the world will now be the energy released by causing a positive charge, by releasing a positive charge into the world will now be stored.
And
That
you, go back to
fills
zero.
up. Hmm?
And you go back to zero. It empties the tank.
Right. When
There
you
you go.
die again. When you die again, that fluidium in conjunction with Ra and Est has generated a positive karma, which is then pulled by Lucy to fuel the Doom guy and whatever.
Okay.
And then you go back into the cycle of reincarnation.
So everybody got Ra and Est, and when they die, Lucy pulls the Est and the Ra out of them, and then she does something karma.
No. When you die, Lucy puts fluidium in with the Ra and Est. Because now that you have Ra, Est, and fluidium, you can make karma. Because previously,
Okay.
souls. Okay, here's the thing: souls don't get an afterlife in this universe.
Unless
this tapestry?
you subscribe to a god.
Yeah, that's it. Done. Once you die, you die. There's no God. No one cares. No one loves you. And there is no great place waiting for you at the end. Unless you pray to a God. And if you are faithful to that God, the God can grab your soul and put it in their personal afterlife, like Kuroko putting somebody in their domain, and your soul gets to live in there forever. And as you get to generate more and more faith to keep the God strong, so the God can keep your afterlife running.
Also, you could even
Why did you
subscribe
just
to
use
the whole
my
faith
example?
system. So, like,
Mhm.
Christianity is a real religion in this, but also it makes it so that hell, in this case, which is separate from Lucy's, it would be a godly construct. So God, in that case, he does have heaven and hell and limbo. That whole scripture is there,
Mhm.
and thus you could just go to hell and suffer for eternity because you subscribe to that God's religion and his faith, and you were told the requirements for eternal paradise. You didn't meet them. And that also feeds the faith structure.
Hmm.
And that's why every religion is available in my game. Some God
Mhm.
has it.
So Lucy takes the souls of the people
not
who didn't.
collected.
Yeah, she takes the souls of the agnostics, the atheists, all of those assholes. and
The
goes,
ones that
"Cool."
aren't consumed by other practitioners, because souls are an unclaimed resource, and
Yep.
they are used for powerful people. People
And the
collect them as the
reason
fuel source.
It's so
Those that
effective.
slip through the cracks are the ones that Lucy collects.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's so effective because it goes tapestry wide instead of just an individual.
And that's why no one notices, because
So many. There's so
Okay,
fucking many.
So many. Billions of people die every minute.
Kuzma's going to try to expand this. Okay, so Soul dies. Either gets sucked into nothingness or pulled in by a god.
Mhm.
If Soul does not go to afterlife, Soul becomes nebulous soul energy bullshit of Ra and Est.
Right.
Once he takes the Est, smacks some fluidium in that shit, produces karma.
Yeah, wipes you, sends you to the reincarnation cycle to be seeded into another life. Somewhere in the tapestry, that fluidium generates karma from your goodly actions.
But
When you die,
I thought she puts the fluidium in you.
right, but the
Yes.
fluidium, you only need a little bit. It generates karma by having that fluidium there and by doing goodly actions in your next life.
Mhm.
And when you die, she catches your soul again because you're already on the reincarnation subscriber chain, which supersedes other godly claims at that point, which is really frustrating. She snags you and either goes, "That's a good amount," or slaps you back into the system. But she's got to wipe you first. She can also generate more karma by rehabilitation.
So essentially, Lucy is in fact using souls as sort of a fishing net to collect this karma.
Yes.
To make ammo.
To make
Yeah, she's literally using souls as a lint roller to acquire karma.
And then if you don't have enough karma, she just throws you back in. If you do, she just
takes
turns
it
you into karma.
and throws you back in.
She's going to take the karma no matter what, and then she's going to toss you back in. Little bits of it might stay, and that's going to generally give you a better life. But she's going to take most of it.
Yeah. And then it forms into usable energy, which she uses in the Seraphim Forge to to supply her one-man army that she's her only successful creation.
So, okay, I actually think I understand the suspects. So, I'm not sure where souls come from, but when a soul dies,
Weaver
it's
makes
collected
them.
by Lucy. What?
Each the tapestry is a giant, best
Giant
described
quilt.
as a giant quilt. Each square is each individual square is given to what is called a weaver. The weaver gets to design a story and make whatever they want with that square, but they can't touch other people's squares.
I see. So
This
yeah,
is
I
my
knew about the
no-no
idea of the
square.
tapestry and the quilt,
touch
and each
me
square
there.
being a
This is
personal universe
no-no
controlled by a
square.
weaver, and so on and so on.
Yep. The weavers,
So-
when they want to build life, can choose to give something called a soul
Right.
to. It's not mandatory, but most of the time, if you want something that, because of Lucy's actions in the first sin, the majority of the time, you want people filled with souls.
Right.
And
So
there's a
at this point,
blueprint for it. Raw
at
and
this point-
Est. Yeah, go ahead.
is he talking? I keep hearing little bits cutting in and out.
Yes, he is talking.
Oh,
You're fine,
shit.
Matt. It's just him.
Yeah, it's me. Hang on.
Okay.
Shit. So yeah, short version, yes. Lucy is using souls as a lint roller to acquire karma because karma is the good. And then she uses the Seraphim Forge to turn the karma into DACA for Doom Guy. Because Doom Guy is her agent that goes and does what she needs done. Generally, killing things.
Yeah, by this point, Kusma's basically pulled out the easel and a bit of parchment. It's just like graphing this out because he's just
Right.
a physical thinker. He's like,
Making the
okay,
web.
soul created by Weaver. When soul die, it have S and Ra and collects energy shit. And then Lucy, who's here puts a little bit of fluid in it and uses that to draw out the karma from a soul. She collects the soul goes back into the recycling reincarnation chain. She takes the karma and builds some shit with it.
Basically, yes. Now, the problem is, the dumbasses here cottoned onto what Fluidium does. Or rather, cottoned onto Fluidium as a thing.
Right.
And they have been ripping it out of souls and using it to do fuck all with. They brush their teeth with it. They put it in their coffee. They use it as currency. Some of them dope on it. They literally just do a line on the table and snort it, and they get stronger.
Oh,
Instead of doing what it's supposed to be used
right.
for.
So this fluidium stuff is
Mhm.
supposed to extract power of the soul, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Well, it's supposed
so-
to catch a type of energy that souls generate as they go about their job.
Right. And so that is why fluidium gives people energy, right? It's because this energy is these little residual energy that comes from the power of souls is in this fluidium, and therefore these people are using it like a narcotic to increase themselves.
Yes.
And that's why fluidium comes in different colors, because the amount of fluidium you receive when you die depends on what you did in your previous life. So if you're a god, I can harvest so much karma from you, but I need to put a lot more fluidium in you and of higher quality to get what I need. And to get you to repent and be rehabilitated in hell from my demons makes a even bigger amount if you
So
are a
for
bad
you,
guy.
hell is in fact a wow. Actually, your hell is not
it's
different at all from
It's
the
basically
hells
the
you're
equivalent
familiar
of a
with.
slaughterhouse.
Yeah,
but
no. Your
Yep.
your hell is no different than the abyss where I come from. It is
Yeah, it
literally
is.
drawing sin from people and using it as an energy source.
The abyss is. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can kind of see it that way. Yeah, no, I can
see
sketch
it.
that angle.
I mean, like, there's clearly a difference, but when it comes to the gaining of power from souls
Right.
of mortals, it's very similar.
Right.
But you'll
These
notice that
morons.
every
Right.
single person that is pulled in by the labyrinth has fluidium, without
Yep.
exception.
Right. Except, of
So
course, for us, because we've taken it
is
out.
everyone that
Nope.
doesn't have a religion?
You have fluidium.
Wait.
You have this spark in your soul, your original seed.
Hmm.
You can remove it in the Seraphim Forge if you'd so like, but it's going to require at least a century of tutorial from Dark Roko.
Okay.
You still have the teeniest iota seeded in between the raw nest and your soul.
Okay. Does that mean that the third floor witches would throw a fit
Nope.
at us?
No, they probably have it too.
Okay. So essentially, we don't have a buildup of fluidium. It's okay to have
Right.
our own.
Right.
Having other people's is bad.
Yes.
Okay.
What it should be going towards is the raw nest instead of just used as a power source.
Well, it shouldn't be going towards the raw nest. It's supposed to be fused with your raw nest.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
then
if you
it
put
catches
fluidium
or
taken
Mhm.
and then put with raw nest, you get karma.
no, you don't. You get karma by having fluidium, raw, and est in a soul, and then that soul doing things.
Okay.
You have to do things to generate karma.
It's a generation of causality.
Like karma is the effect and the cause is doing good things. And
Right.
fluidium allows you doing good things to generate karma, or at least to retain it instead of it being released out into the world.
And I guess we don't know that the color of fluidium determines what good you've done in the world. It just means what you've done in the world.
No. The color determines how much fluidium Lucy
Um,
had to put into you for you to generate the most karma. So
Right.
if God ends up dying and no one catches it, and it falls through all the cracks, which is rare, but it happens, she catches it, and then puts a
That's like a
higher
solid
quality,
black.
larger amount of fluidium, like a black liquid, if you're a
Mhm.
higher god. Somehow you fell through the crack. How did that happen? Whoa. She'll put a black liquid fluidium in you, send you back after she's rehabilitated and harvested, what she needed, and greater god somewhere just appears on the tapestry.
And then every time that greater god does things that
there's a large
generate.
amount of karma taken.
Yeah, and those are the ones that generate heavy weapon charges for Doomguy.
Yeah.
Black
right.
liquid fluidium ones. But these assholes and the diseased or corrupted face stealers here are removing these super rare resources for Doomguy who
Yeah.
need ammo.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So this place is actually pulling things from the cycle. Maybe it's overflow. Maybe it's like it's spillover, or maybe there's a leak, or something is attuned. I don't know, because most of the things from the karmic wheel are things that were forgotten.
Yeah.
And when they
Somebody-
do die, they get yanked back before anyone else can have it. So this labyrinth is pulling from a resource that nobody misses from,
Except Lucy.
except Lucy.
Because hell has been going through, well, hell, because there's a resource shortage in hell. That's why your clan got fucking wiped in order to make ammo.
Well, no, they had
Because
a civil
they're-
war.
Yeah.
Right.
There was a war between the demons of Ra and the demons of Est, which
Mhm.
ended up being basically what's that term?
Not the
Um,
Biden.
Depopulating?
No, it's they separated.
Schism.
There's a huge schism. Because originally everyone was a perfect balance of Ra and Est.
Uh-huh.
But because of this brutally inefficient cycle, demons started eating Ra and Est,
Mhm.
and that's wrong. That's not you're not supposed to do that. Lucy said, "Hey, don't eat the product. Don't eat my own product." But the demons did it anyways eventually because and they got stupidly powerful. And some demons ate Ra only, some demons ate Est only, and that's where you got the fire and the ice clans. The ice eventually got fucking purged, and then the Ra went just completely batshit wild. And then there was a big war, and now there's no demons left. They're dead. So you have a bunch of souls in hell that are just sitting there, waiting to be harvested and rehabilitated for their karma, and then be sent back into the rehabilitation cycle or the karmic reincarnation cycle. It's broke. The engine broke down. It needs fixing.
Which is where Alhazred's bacterial and thing comes in.
Yeah, the engine is sputtering. It's you're running the keys and the engine block is starting to move.
And
But
it's
it's
starting
not-
to turn over.
Yeah, it's starting to turn over, but hasn't fully turned over.
There's not enough.
Bigger picture is starting to come together.
Mhm.
Crazy.
Mhm.
The
So
whole thing is crazy.
Yeah. So we've generated. Hasn't we just asked Lucy if she made the labyrinth? Because somebody
I've asked her
specifically.
multiple times and she didn't know. So
Okay, so somebody essentially has preyed on her reincarnation cycle.
she knows that.
Right. Well, that's what the labyrinth is. Is they've fucked with her reincarnation cycle because everybody that's shown up has had fluidium. DM pointed that out earlier because fluidium makes this place run.
And I was just saying, yeah, the
A resource that Lucy made and assigns to all the souls, and there is so much of it because she's done this since the beginning. Like there are more souls in hell or go through hell in the reincarnation cycle than there is on almost a third of the tapestry. Like
Right.
crazy.
So,
Like she's got quite the collection. So somebody went, "Hey, I like that. You're not gonna." It's that warehouse thing. Somebody
Right.
has come by and taken a couple boxes.
right. But the thing is that this system is generating is just continuously picking up speed, and it just keeps pulling more and more people.
Yep.
Eventually, it's just going to take over the reincarnation cycle.
Probably, yeah. It's
So
not
somebody's
it's not designed to handle it.
no,
Or
not like at all.
It is designed to handle it. It's designed to turn the handle faster.
until someone takes over it, right? It makes that happen.
Because every day more people arrive. Every day a percent of people arriving is slightly higher.
Yeah, eventually it's just going to
And
be
the
a
fluidium
thing.
in this place gets larger and larger and larger and more potent and more concentrated.
And more
So-
people start using fluidium, which in sense goes into their soul, even if they didn't have fluidium in the first place.
And then the quality
people
of
are-
the materials available gets more and more potent.
Somebody's really revving a fucking engine here. So the thing is how do we reintroduce this back into the cycle then?
I have authority over hell.
Right, but do you have authority over the labyrinth?
That's the thing.
And is hell the entirety of the reincarnation cycle?
Also, if you cut this thing cold turkey, what happens?
Exactly.
Everything
There's a
collapses. It'll be bad.
Yeah, exactly.
This whole thing, like, you don't know what will happen, because if you cut this thing cold turkey, the entirety of this ecosystem that is somehow this whole thing comes crashing to a halt,
Mhm.
and you're not sure what will happen if this thing halts for even a fraction of a second. It needs constant fuel. It's inefficient. It burns through a lot of juice, and it needs more all the time. And if it ever gets cut cold turkey or stutters, well, you felt what a stutter feels like. This whole place shook.
Right. And the question is, what caused that?
Right.
And that's the thing is like these guys down here in the bottom, I'm almost certain they've got our fucking answers. And the
A third
masks.
of the answers.
Hmm?
A third of the
Yeah.
answers.
The masks, we know from way back in the day, they're part of this machine. They're a gear here. They know things.
They know things they shouldn't. And they know a
We-
lot.
Yeah. We need to shake down some masks and be like, all right, cool. Who the fuck built this?
Wouldn't you like to know? Blah.
Yes. Shake, 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 shake.
It's dead.
No, goddammit. Anyway.
Masks are also a very precious resource.
Mhm.
Or at least what
So,
everyone views them as a very important resource, because they're
Right.
100% neutral all the time, and they always have
Mhm.
things for sale.
They've always
You've
got
never
goodies.
been able to afford all the good stuff.
Mhm.
So now,
Right. The
And-
issue though,
I mean, one of them grants fucking wishes, like good ones,
Right.
Not Djinn, but like genie wishes.
like
And
Robin
sells
Williams'
things that-
genie wishes.
Right? Yeah. Where he's just like, oh man,
Like,
okay,
give me
so
all
you
the
want to be a
keys.
prince? Let's
Yeah.
let's make you
Yeah.
let's make
you a really good one.
you a good one with all
Hold on.
the background stuff done right, and not
Hold on to
just
your turban, kid. We're gonna make you a star. All right.
Use
So,
that as a cheer.
yay.
All right, I almost laughed into my beer, and that would have been. This is a double IPA. I would have died.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
All right. So what we've got here is
It's complicated. Does it hurt your brain
Yes.
yet?
I'm getting a good workout. My brain's flexing. So what we've got here is we've got the machine designed to eventually take over the reincarnation cycle to fuel itself in order to keep the void out. Is this a permanent? Can we heal the
Perma what?
hole? Okay, so my theory, my strongest theory right now is that this place was literally designed as like a cork to keep
True.
the void out.
It also could be a black site.
Sure, because I mean, hell, Lucy didn't fucking know about it.
Right, out of bounds.
Yeah. So the thing is it's literally just like a pustule that's grown over a hole in reality, in the veil, into the dream.
Or a blister.
Yes.
We called it a blister last time.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean it has to
So-
be over a hole. It could just be over damage.
Yes.
But it
That-
could be a
Like,
hole.
that wasn't there before.
Could be a hole though. It could be a
Mhm,
cork.
mhm.
But it also means this whole thing could just be pus.
Yes. But even in your body, pus is designed to protect you.
Right.
Pus
and that's-
draws out the sickness.
Right. Isn't it just you have veil, dream, void.
It's all right here. Yeah, it's all right here. All of the things that make up creation and the one thing you don't want in creation, which is void.
Right.
So essentially, we need to go to the bottom,
Or the top.
or the top. Because the thing is I'm almost certain that this is a lateral shape and not a longitudinal one. Which means that there is an in and an out. And out is closer to the void, and in is closer to the dream. if that makes sense.
Okay.
And each floor is essentially another layer protecting the in from the out.
So you're saying the way out is down, not up, and that the gods themselves have made the horrible mistake of thinking higher you go, since it's more difficult, and the more
Yeah.
suffering there is, it's a warning system instead. Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
And that's why
Essentially,
they can't pass the floor above,
closer.
is because that's the final defense system.
Yeah, that's the observation dome where you look out into the void and you go, "Oh the fuck, there they all are, boys." That's it. The floor above is the last step between us and the void. That's my thinking.
Okay.
Because all
So
of the
what comes
stuff
out of floor 11 then?
Oh,
on
yeah.
floor 11 is probably the thinnest barrier between us and the void.
Oh,
All
no,
we know
what I'm
is
saying,
those
what
creatures,
should go to floor
Mhm.
11? What should go to floor 11?
the things used to fight the void,
Fuck
but
yeah.
the things not smart enough to try and pierce the wall to get to the void. We need to front load all of the fucking afflicted up there.
Guys, I'm
If
gonna
my
be
theory is correct, it's a theorem.
I'm
It
gonna
hasn't
be
been
hon-
tested. What's up?
I'm be honest. I like completely blanked out because somebody sent me some stuff and it gotta like really grab my attention.
Short version, I think the higher up you go, the worse things are because you're closer to the void. Except that it's
So
not up,
you
it's
have
out.
the theory of the inverted tower.
Yes. As you get up, you get stronger, but the face stealers and shit all get stronger. All of the problems go up, which is to say out. That's why the ninth floor is an eternal battleground, because war has kicked back a floor from where all those jackasses at the front were, and that's where all of her troops are. A literal infinite battleground, so that if the place gets breached from the end, it's going to devour the shit out of the gods of the labyrinth, who have the greatest likelihood of putting up a decent fight
No.
or getting utterly annihilated.
Gods.
Because
Gods will go the easiest.
right, well, that's the thing. They call themselves gods, but are they?
They're gods of dream.
They're just dosed on fluidium. They're
Yes,
literally
they are
just
gods. They actually are on the level
Okay.
of gods. But the
Right,
thing
but
is that's all they are. They
being
are
on
gods.
the level of gods is not the same thing as being a god.
Yes, it is. It's a belief system. If you ever reach that high, you can literally believe in yourself, and if you call yourself a god, you're a god. That doesn't make
Fair
you
enough.
a higher god or
Mhm.
the step above, which is
Weaver,
like, and then there's a weaver above that. Actually, no,
Greater Weaver.
the guardian is
The
above.
Guardian, and then the Greater Weaver. You're right.
Then the weaver, then the greater weaver, and hierarchy: god,
Yep.
greater god, guardian, weaver, greater weaver's guardians, as in plural, then the
Mhm.
greater weaver.
Yeah. So that's the thought there is
Anyone can be a
essentially
god. That's the point. Third time a dozen.
anybody can cook.
So yes, they are. They actually are gods. They are strong enough
Okay.
to literally to grab a concept and make it their bitch, and make
then no
you
wonder.
have to obey that if you are weaker. That's where personal domains come in. That's why they're so
Mhm.
stupidly strong, because you can go, I don't think so. But that's only
Negative,
affects
Ghost
me.
Rider.
I can't make my friends immune, but I sure as shit ain't gonna be following that new rule you just made.
How about a no man?
Territory, a lot weaker, but it makes sure that your friend and anything else also applies. But it also means you have control of a concept too. So if that guy's a fire concept, you're an ice concept. Come at me, bitch.
Right?
And then the abstract. I mean, those are just the fucking weirdos.
Right.
Why obey the rules? I'm gonna do this. Woo!
Mhm.
I'm gonna make
So-
I'm gonna make another god my abstract domain, so he won't die ever. And I'm gonna collect them. I'm gonna collect them like fucking Pokemon.
Mhm.
So I have one of
Mhm.
each. I mean, why not? That's what abstracts.
Why not?
Abstracts are weird.
Right. So basically, those guys will get fucking dissolved up there.
Right. They all
Here's an
mention
interesting question. Homunculi,
they'll get eaten.
they'll get eaten. Just
Oh yeah, because
shoot
they're
through.
built with godly principles, powers.
Ah,
The
gotcha.
fragments, the basic ones, like the doll, won't. Because it's a construct built with supreme level materials,
Well, penultimates, but yeah.
but her weapon and her armor is made of simple stuff, Harbinger style.
Right. Which is why we need to find the doll, because she's going to be /was/is a really great asset.
Also, you're now realizing why War is using the weapon she has. She's purging the ninth floor of all Fluidium with her new bioweapons. And
Mhm.
everyone has some of the best technological but mundane weaponry available.
Like the stuff that she gave us from the Warlogs. It's all standardized shit, right?
It's all Dareshi tech, which is just tech.
Which means that our
All
god
Harbinger
literally
stuff.
gave us weapons that can fight the void.
To an extent. If a greater voidling shows up, there is not
We're fucked. Yeah.
there is not any weapon in the universe / tapestry that can kill it. You purge the square. You get rid of it. And the greater voidling goes, I'll be back. I'll be blasting off again, but I'll be back.
Exactly.
And then the Weaver goes, oh, my square. And the greater Weaver smacks him across the head, and I'm like, are you stupid? You stupid.
Yeah.
You do not see what happened? You care about your square? You stupid. This is why I have to supervise you. Fuck.
Right. So essentially, we have. I'm not entirely sure we need to keep these guys down here. I think we need to take them up.
Well, then we need to patch all the doors. Until we get to
Easy. But if we're doing that, that means we're going to the 5th floor now. Because that's where the first void breach is going to be.
Mhm.
Because it's where the first void breach is. There's a breach there now. And the vampires are sick of fighting it.
Yeah, and Orchestra's gonna play on the 4th floor.
All right.
Get
So
inflicted,
let's
and then send them that way.
let's seal the first, second, and third floors from the elevator, at least for now.
Mhm.
Or make it so that traversing the stairs makes you makes the face dealers leave you alone.
You give them an exit. That's what we need to do. Instead of going through the cracks, we need to give them an exit.
Yeah. And we're going to go up to the 4th
Face
floor,
guard.
do that. Then we're going to the 5th floor, and we're going to fucking get the vampires out and let the face stealers in.
You know,
All
I'm
right.
not sure how a face dealer becomes sick and or corrupted. And not,
Right.
you're not sure what the process is there.
That's a good question.
Because Orchestra can steal faces and not be corrupted.
Right. But she got her face stealeriness down there.
Right. That's where all the face dealers come from.
Yes. So I'm going to turn and look at the blank space and be like, what causes the face stealers to go from being you to being the messy ones up here?
Fluidium.
No.
Matt, you told me it was Fluidium.
Yes, it does. But there's a step between.
It's
It points at the Gossamer bone cage. Orcus sees it. No one else can.
Okay.
Is anybody getting an answer off of this?
Only one.
The black. It wouldn't be the black wisps, the abscesses.
Yeah.
Oh,
So they're. Oh, are they eating the abscesses?
Something is exposing them to it.
Right. So we need to contain the
collectors
abscesses.
use the knives on the
To destroy them.
face stealers, and then they get sent up here.
So the collectors destroy the abscesses.
Correct. But
The special knives.
Yes.
What about the ones that don't
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The ones that eat it, they get hit by the collector's knives and get sent up. Or
No,
maybe they just get,
destroyed. These are the ones that sneak through.
it's just the ones that sneak through.
Right. The abscesses are Nightmare. Nightmare is corrupting the face
Yeah.
stealers.
Right, because
Okay.
Nightmare fucks with everything.
Right. And but the thing is all of the corrupted face stealers are the same type,
Archetypes. Yeah.
same archetype, which means one nightmare creature is doing this.
So there's one Nightmare creature potentially down there that's generating all of the face stealers we see up here.
Right.
Okay.
Did
So
I?
that's-
Number one, I dealt with that, didn't I, Matt? That was the.
The door creature. Yep.
So that creature is not going to be doing that anymore, is what I'm hearing.
No, you didn't deal with it. He ran.
Okay. Cool. That's what we need to know. So we're going to put a pin in that. And we're going to take the pin
Right.
out
That is
of corrupted
150
face
merit
stealers.
for all of you.
Oh boy.
That's one of the big secrets. The
Huh.
creation and development of face stealer cycle.
Okay.
The face stealer cycle is huge.
Yeah.
Face stealers are not your enemy, and they can take faces and make afflicted, and not get corrupted, and still make masks, and trinkets, and
Cool.
artifacts. But there is a class of face stealers that have been exposed to, corrupted by, or consumed the abscesses, built and designed by a nightmare creature, which makes the sickly and the corrupted face stealers that make fluidium-based masks and trinkets and artifacts, which are mindless, which churn the meat grinder handle way faster than the other ones do.
Uh-huh. So they're not
Because these guys,
necessarily
they're not compelled to do it. It's a defense mechanism. They do it to
Uh-huh.
protect themselves.
Okay.
Matt,
Mhm.
you said it was more of a driving force last time when Orchestra met that human down there. You said I wanted what it had. Why was that then?
Well, humans are subsumed by greed. They want it, and also the face dealers. Sometimes the stronger ones can resist it. If
Okay.
they're weaker, they'll do anything. They'll have it's their drive to survive is very strong. This species.
Okay.
So if you're suffering, of course you're going to want to steal what that guy has, and also he's a threat. So yes, both are correct.
Okay.
Um,
I just wanted to confirm that. All right.
also, the weird quality,
Mhm.
or the weird type, like yours and the trios,
Yeah.
they were considered exotic type face stealers.
Yeah, because they're made by a king instead of just.
Right.
Or I don't know if he
Instead
was
of a
made.
na- yeah, no, they are made by kings. You're right.
Okay. Okay.
The exotic types are made by kings that are granted unique powers, and they have significantly more willpower.
Right.
All the other ones, they have a intelligence of a human instead of a god, or equivalent, or a prince, and they are a lot more skittish against people. They also are a lot harder to control their urges to control
Eat.
things like greed.
Yeah.
And greed and emotions for face stealers are so incredibly powerful in comparison to humans that it's almost an obsession. And that is one of the main mechanisms why the mindless type of face stealers literally cannot move past the obsession once they're corrupted and the sickness is taken in. That's all they are, is their
Right.
obsession. So it's a weird species. They don't feel much, but when they do, it's so overwhelming. It's almost like the seraphim in a way. So there's a nightmare out there, literally corrupting this species, so that it makes a mindless creature variant. For whatever reason, Not sure. That's one of the mysteries still, but at least you know how the face stealer cycle is done.
Doom Roko is currently dealing with 6th floor stuff that are.
Oh no, she's made it down to the 5th floor. She cut a beeline. There's not much nightmare on the 6th floor.
Okay.
Actually, rather peaceful there, or at least the way she went through.
Okay.
The people in the way, though, they're dead. 'Cause, when the Doom Guy train starts running through, it's
The people on the 5th floor are dead?
No, the 6th floor. The
Oh, okay.
people who got in the way, the barricades, the barricade guards
Right,
for entrances.
Right.
Doom Roko's like, get out of the way! Ah! And they're like, no, we can't because this is a blockade! Ah! And it's like, too late! I can't stop! And then she just blows through them and the barricade and then kept going. And then has made her way to the 5th floor. And just knives out, bro.
All right. So, at this point, let's start walking back up to the 4th floor. I'm gonna turn and look at the empty space again and be like, "Can you get the face stealers to come up to the 5th floor? We're going to go fight some voidlings."
You get a head check. No, they may be strong, but they don't. Their species, unless you're a king, they don't force others to do their bidding unless it's like fighting over a ghostly vitae or fighting for survival. They
Cool.
don't like to do it, but they absolutely will dominate others for sure because they have a hierarchy system, and you better mind your place.
Better respect.
Better respect, but the kings
Cool.
also like to cultivate the little ones rather than the ones who are already strong,
Mm-hmm.
and they respect that. So it's a really almost a hypocrisy.
Right.
Strong don't
Okay.
like to bully the weak unless the weak try and intercede on things that they should fucking respect them for. Like, hey, I found this ghostly vitae. I'm gonna harvest it once I get rid of these fucking collectors. God, they're so annoying. And then some little guy sneaks up like, hey, he's busy with the defenders. I'm gonna steal it under his nose, and he goes, boy, I'm gonna kick your ass.
AKA
All right.
Kuroko.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So essentially, we're just gonna, I'm
It
just
is a
gonna start
hypocrisy.
Yeah, sounds about right. Everybody.
Even the
All
face
right.
dealers have a hypocritical system.
God damn it! I
Right.
wish people would stop doing. I wish people would stop fucking attacking the Kuzmo part of my brain.
Cool. So here's what we're gonna do. Alhazard is going to step out onto the stairs, and he's going to bonk the stairs again to make them essentially the same way the peace pipe was. Supreme materials. So there's no fighting on the stairs. No face stealing on the stairs either. And
Well,
he's
fuck
going
it.
to.
You're gonna have
No.
to contest with a king for that.
All right, let's do it.
That's really good.
All right.
No.
I have 5 degrees of
No.
success.
All right. And this is an influence or domain test?
Influence / domain, yeah.
Okay, cool.
So hold on, what's happening?
He's trying to tell the king no face stealing on the stairs.
Yep.
You're telling which king?
The one
Yes.
you bargained with. The trio is a prince.
Right. Same. I'm a princess. I get that.
Yep.
The one that took my face.
No, that was a different king. That was the one that molded you.
Right.
And the doll is a different king. It's the
King.
one that you bargained with. The one that
Right. The one that made the arrows. Right.
Yes, that king.
Okay.
Invisible king.
Right.
14 degrees of success. Excuse me, 21 degrees of success.
So Alhazard, what do you
Swing.
have that allows you to not be your face stolen by a king?
What's that?
What do you have that doesn't allow you to be your face taken by a king?
It's because he's not trying to steal his face.
Yep.
The invisible
Okay.
king, the kings
Okay.
normally can, and he's not looking directly upon it. He's
Yes.
merely smacking the hallway and deciding rules.
Mhm.
And the other
Okay.
king is
All right. I misunderstood. I thought you said you were taking his face, and then I thought you guys were rolling.
Oh
off.
no! He is literally hitting a creation with his hammer, and
Yeah.
he is literally telling anyone, period, I am deciding the rules and regulations of using the stair cage. No fighting, no face stealing. And the invisible king somewhere
It's
else
like,
on a different
"Mm,
floor went, hey
no."
now,
Yeah,
no.
I got you.
Right. But yeah, it's like no fighting, no face stealing, no stealing in general, no taking advantage of people. Be peaceable on the stairs. And I'm going to wang my way up the stairs to the 4th floor, establishing these rules as I go. And when we get to the 4th floor door, I'm going to be like, all right, bonk. Kuroko's. Are we ready? Because it looks like this is happening now.
Somebody says no to one aspect of your hallway.
Okay.
The Siren Queen is going to take one single rule and make it also entwined in the ruling.
Mm-hmm.
Personal, individual grievances of the love variety can be settled in the staircase. Lovers' quarrels.
You
Mm-hmm.
didn't kill her husband, did you?
I don't
No,
know
it
that
doesn't
she
mean,
has
doesn't
one.
mean husband. It doesn't have to be husband. Just
someone
a
that-
lover's quarrel.
Okay.
Has to be specifically that. It can't be a girlfriend boyfriend quarrel. It literally needs to be classified as a lover's quarrel. But that would free them to literally fight to the death if need be. But not
DM?
to include anyone else. It's a 1v1.
Why does she want this on the floor or on the?
I'm not sure. She's weird. She also may have lovers.
And she can't just deal with that shit on her own time?
Rules. The elevator, once you have done this, the elevator no longer has rules. It's floor 1 quality. No rules. The
Yeah,
elevator.
because it goes all the way up, right? It's just
Right.
Yeah,
Rules
these
don't
stairs
apply
go all the
anymore.
way up.
Once you've forged a floor, wipes the rules. You apply your own
well, there
ruling.
you go. Okay, this isn't meant to like. Is this going to rewrite the rules on every floor to these rules?
No. In the elevator.
Just
shaft.
the
Staircase,
elevator
just the
shaft. Okay.
staircase. You overrode the floor's rules just in the elevator shaft. So, the floor 2 where you can't go higher than 20 miles an hour. Fuck that.
Mhm. You can in the elevator shaft.
You can go in the elevator shaft. You don't have to. Once you pass the floor 7, everyone for themselves. Fuck that. You've applied the rules to each floor. Every time you swing that hammer, you apply the rules.
Whang, whang,
She
whang.
snuck a rule throughout all the floors. Lover quarrels are okay, as long as you don't include anyone else.
See, on the one hand, I'm tempted to give her this. On the other hand, I'm tempted to just add 100 degrees of success and be like,
Yeah,
no,
absolutely.
I said that.
It's up to is Alhazard wanting to do that?
You know what? If she's inflicting this, like her domain on this, I'm gonna brush her domain with my personal domain and be like, yo, what the fuck? It's like
So
I'm building
this will be
something.
important. This will be important. You can't see it now, but this will decide something absolutely critical to our livelihood in the future.
That's what she's saying.
There's something in play, a story, and if it can't happen, because people are going to be using this now, there's going to be massive traffic, absolutely incredible amount of traffic, because the elevators are open now. People can freely use it. They don't have to have a coveted elevator pass anymore. You don't have to wait. You just take the stairs. You know?
Okay. Hit me with that last part again.
People don't have to wait for the elevator anymore. There are no more elevator passes. It's open. You walk in, you take the stairs.
Yep. Everybody's gonna have calves like nightmares.
Oh yeah. It's crazy. Things range from like 15 flights of stairs to 1,500 flights of stairs. But there's also people who are intelligent, and what they do is the cables across from each other are up cables, and the other cables across from each other are down cables. You can grab one of those cable riders and you clip it, and then you hold on, and it zips you up or down.
Right.
So this opens up the labyrinth crazily. People from the 0th floor, if they can find the elevator, they don't have to do the 0th floor. But you don't know where the elevator was because you never saw the fucking elevator through the trials. So is it backwards? It's probably backwards.
Probably backwards.
Which
Who
means
knows?
people can go back to the 0th floor now.
Yeah.
And they can go down. And there's going to be people who go down.
Oh, I have only built the stairwell to the first floor. Like at the first floor.
Cables
up.
go down. all the way to
Cables
the
do
bottom.
go down, and that's on them.
People are going to go down. Oh my God. There's no elevator. The doors are open. Let's do it.
All right. Face stealers are coming up, and if you're on the cables and you're below the first floor, they can do what they want to your ass. Good luck, everybody else. All right. So, yeah, no, we're gonna funkify the space a little bit so that there's room for the amount of traffic that's coming through here. We're gonna we're
We
gonna
needed one extra material per floor
okay.
to expand it in a massive capacity. But it's doable. Oh yeah.
All right. So that's doable. We'll come back and do that. Right now we got something else going on.
We do now.
All right. So yeah, we're wanging up to the 4th floor, and we're like, all right, cool, this is happening, right?
Question, Matt.
Mm-hmm.
The black mask of devouring, can it eat the black particulates?
We'll pick it up.
No, it can devour the source though.
No.
The source?
Okay.
Yeah.
Go close the thing. You were telling your brother to do it.
You can feed the lost soul to it.
To mommy.
Sorry, not black particles. The abscesses. Can the
Oh, the
mask,
abscesses. Oh yeah, they'll eat those.
does it
Oh, yeah, they
provide
will.
merit?
No, it makes the black mass stronger.
Makes the black mask stronger. I figure as much.
Which means when you have the mask of the devouring mask poke something, it pulls. It doubles its strength for each abscess. Pulls twice as much each time you feed it an abscess.
Okay.
It needs the comet tail on it.
Yep.
If you feed it one of the super super abscesses that you picked up, times 3. It's worth 3 abscesses.
Mm-hmm.
Which means if you feed it one, it's 3 times more powerful and pulls 3 times the amount of merit per attempt.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Oh yeah, those things will eat. Those things grow very powerful from those abscesses. It's almost like a siren song, having them so close to each other, just out of reach, just that little gossamer bone cage holding back
just
all
doing it.
that power.
I know, right?
and on your belt, not even a single meter away, is that black mask, and it's like,
I know something's there, but I can't.
Oh, I'm
put my
gonna
finger
get
on
that.
All right.
That's
So
So the only reason I was saying that is because I need 30 more merit, and I was like, if I can grab that, I can get my insanity conflux 5, and then go from there.
insanity
But,
conflux.
yeah. But I'll do the next one. That's no big deal. Let's do it for another time, I suppose. Yeah, it's the only reason I could really become a face stealer and how far I am, because every time you level up as a face stealer, you become more insane.
Oh, fair.
What do you think my insanity's at right now?
I have no idea. Probably 100.
Over 100.
Okay, there you go. Mine's a 3.
Yeah. 130 more than you.
I'm not expendable. I'm not stupid, and I'm not crazy.
Very good.
All right. So, yeah, we're gonna go and do the thing. All right, Kuroko. Last question. Last chance. Are you ready? We're hitting the 4th floor.
Yeah.
This is happening. We have sealed off the other 3 floors from face stealer fuckery for the moment. But that is what we can do for them now. We step into the 4th floor. DM, we're going to the 4th floor.
Okay.
And we're gonna do the thing. I'm gonna unlimber my guitar.
Oh no,
My
you're
hell
not gonna
guitar.
you shouldn't be here. When orchestra
I wanna
plays
be here.
the song.
Yeah, you don't want to be here.
Okay. Fuck me then. I won't help. Fine.
I'm sorry.
You go
I'm
do it.
sorry.
No, you go be the fucking main character again, Kuroko, with your individual sessions, and you're the only one getting to do shit.
I give you individual sessions afterwards. I do all sorts
Sometimes,
of backstory stuff
yeah.
with you, man.
No, that's true. We go and we do all kinds of fun Centauri stuff. I'm just heckling Johnny.
I don't want to brag. So I'll just
But you're gonna.
I'm just gonna play a song, and it's gonna be.
It sounds like murder, murder, death, murder.
Let's play some of my instruments. That sounds fun. Let's
All right.
play. Let's play the heartbeat drum. The last,
All right.
and the thorn.
Well, she's doing that. I'm just going to work my way up to the 5th floor then, so that we have a
And,
way to get there.
My tune is with my instruments. What I want to do is I want to direct the afflicted. I want them to have the thought in mind and where to go. So, one charge used of the heartbeat, one charge used of the last, and one charge used of the thorn, the bass string, and the drum.
Any ghostly vitae devoted to this?
I'll use one of my chains. That's all I have. My chains were made of the ghostly vitae, the Comet Trail wisps. So they were made to hold it together, but and I'm also going to improve my insanity complex to 4.
Well, all right. I'll make me some performance rolls then, I guess.
We should go over the complex first, Matt. It's gonna be important. So that should be 200 for the 4th one, and then 300 for the last. Pretty sure. Oh. It's weird. My sheet's not updating. There it goes. I should have exit out. That's weird. When you change something on your character sheet, is it changing for you guys or for your advancements? I know what my charge is, so it doesn't really matter that much, I suppose. $50. 50. $50. Matt, I have Comet Tail charges inside myself. Can I use one of these charges? Because I had two, remember?
Say that again.
You asked me earlier if I was going to use one of my my White Wisps Ghostly Vitae, right?
Mm-hmm.
You asked if I was going to use one of them in the song for my instruments. And I told you earlier that I didn't have any, but I have stuff stored within myself for the
Right, you can rob from yourself,
and use
not
okay.
from your current level for this song, but you can steal from current constructs.
So I can take from a construct I've made, but I can't take from my cultivation level currently. Okay. Because I had two extra that were going to my next level, right? So I can't take any of those. All right, I got you. But yeah, I will use one of the chains I made for myself and smash that as I take that energy and play it to the now going to be afflicted. So for insanity level 4, I'm just going to roll my 1d10 plus 4. So exploding on 10s, 9s, 8s, and 7s now.
Jeez. Exploding on 8, 9s, and 10s?
8s, 9s, 10s, and 7s. Do you want that?
Sorry.
Is that
I was,
something?
Sorry, I was typing, but then in the context again.
Sorry. So I increased my conflex level for insanity level 4.
Oh dear. Okay.
So
Yeah.
I'm going to roll for my higher insanity threshold now. 1d10 plus 4. I'm asking if am I still getting the next exploding 10s, 9s, 8s, and 7s?
Yes.
Okay. Can I use a S to reroll?
Sure.
Perfect. Okay, so there's 13 and plus can I use another S to reroll?
Sure.
Okay. Okay. So 8 plus 13 is 21. Okay. 28. Another S3 roll. Okay. Another S3 roll. Another S3 roll. Okay. This is what I was waiting for. Sorry to put you in intense. Another S3 roll. Okay. 9. 76. Another S3 roll.
So I just want to hear Kuroko singing "Sympathy for the Devil" to an entire floor.
It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. 84. The rest. Okay. Oh man. This is getting. I'm glad I've been saving all this S for myself, and I finally got out of the place I couldn't use it. Didn't have a reservoir, and now I have it available.
Oh man, those were good times. Hey, I rolled this. That's what you get. You're out of resources. Fuck. No reroll engine for you.
Nope. Oh man, Matt. 84 plus 9 is going to be 93.
How deep are we into this right now?
I'm at 93 plus insanity currently.
Oh, so you increase your threshold.
Yeah, so 100 I have 150 plus 93.
Never did.
So okay, 93 plus 9 is 102, right? Yeah. Oh man, that's 3 9s in a row, Matt.
Mm.
Don't be hating on my my doubles. 9 9 9 93 102, which is 111. It's a nice double itself. And okay, use an S3 roll. Another double, another S3 roll. Another S3 roll. Okay. Sorry. I'll just get the performance out of the way. I'm just abusing what I've made for myself.
As one does. Oh, what a shit performance that is.
Only if I had an S3 roll.
I know, right?
Maybe if you had a backup.
What a shit roll that is. There we go.
There we go.
All right.
You should really learn to give yourself hope.
Okay, so
yeah, it'd be
of
nice,
the population of the fourth floor, 80% of the population of the fourth floor are now afflicted and faceless. That also includes innocent people.
Yep. I didn't direct
Yep.
it towards anyone. It was more
We
just
knew what it was like. We knew what we were going to do when we went in.
Because there
Yep.
are slave pens, fight
Yep.
arenas, servants, basically people who chose to be there or as a job or taken.
Yep.
But hey,
The thing is, now they're not the same as they would have been from these other face dealers.
Right, they're all what is called famished.
Yes, and
They're
I
an
powered up
incredibly
with some,
angry bunch.
yeah,
Not so much as desperate, but a very angry bunch.
I'm angry at their oppressors of putting them in these cells, but angry at themselves. But now 80% versus 20%.
But Orchestra, because you are level 8, you have a new power, if you do remember.
Mhm.
You remember what that power is?
Well, I think what I should do here is I can double artifacts for one.
No.
I know the other
What
stuff.
did you just get?
I know.
Come on, give it to me. Come on.
I mean, we have the new ability to make them go insane, of course.
No,
Not that one.
more simple than
I can use Ghostly Veil to steal when I steal the faces. That's
that.
what.
Oh, you poor Johnny boy. Come on, my boy. It's so much more simple. You made a bunch of afflicted,
You're doing the
Mhm.
dishes. The dishes.
and I just poured some tequila.
I mean, you
And
didn't give me
Madonna did
anything
the
for my new
dishes.
Insanity Conflux yet.
What I gave you at level 8. Come on.
I already had the Loom ability to steal face. You give me the Ghostly Veil. I can attach to upgrading. We said that's not that. Hierarchy of the Face Stealers. I mean, my partial domain here. The Afflicted cannot roll opposed unless it's a power rating of equal or greater.
Yeah, none of them are equal or greater.
Yeah, and I just told them what to do with my performance.
Go up to the
Yeah,
fifth
you can
floor
direct
and
them. They're an army.
start wrecking Void.
Well,
You better
no,
direct them to
there's
Void, or
already
they're
enough
just
what,
gonna
what they're
eat.
going to do
Not really.
first is wreck who their captors and who they're dealing with right now,
Mhm.
and
And
then
that's one of the things.
yeah,
Hierarchy, if you make a face stealer,
yeah,
or not face stealer, if you make a afflicted, as long as they are a level that is less than you, they don't get a save. They obey you.
I will tell them to. Yeah, we'll
And
we'll
then
do the mask
Kuzma,
collecting at a
man.
different time, but
Kuzma- well, you can have them grab a mask.
it's fine.
Their
No,
face that fell off.
they'll deal with that at a different time because what they're going to do now is deal with the incursion. Kuzmo's forces are also going to attack, so it's going to be a joint attack with Kuzmo and myself.
Whoa. Where'd you get off thinking you get. Or actually, hang on. Let me understand what's going on first.
We're attacking the fourth floor, homie.
Yeah.
You were waiting
So-
on Orchestra this entire time.
Yeah,
And now
Orchestra
instead
has played to the 4th floor and has disabled the majority of the troops.
Wait. Oh, God. Please tell me you guys are about this invasion right now.
It's happening
No,
right
it's
now,
not-
boy.
It's happening right now.
we were talking about it for a while. I'm sorry. I was even postponing.
Yeah, I just had to leave the house because I gotta tuck away up to the gas station to get a fucking pay card to pay off some bullshit.
Okay. Well, we'll just
Okay,
hold
pay
off
card? What pay
for
card?
for
Please, is it a tell?
God.
I'm concerned. It's anything
Scam?
involving pay cards. I always immediately think scam, especially if you
Yep.
have to pay card something.
we're IT
No,
guys.
Do you mind
no,
if I
not-
do you mind if I pry a little bit, or do you just
I
want
mean,
me to stay out
yes,
of it?
I kind of do a little bit, but I do appreciate the sentiment.
Because the majority of the scams nowadays is they don't have you wire anything to you. They have you buy gift cards, pay
But
cards.
if you're doing for someone that you know, this is completely fine. And don't let us talk
Right.
you down from what you're doing. It's just
Right. I just
Oh, yeah.
I'm
I'm-
taking classes on network security and social
Yeah,
engineering and scamming, and this is one of the things. I'm just worried. That's it.
No, I'm not offended. You guys are looking out for me. I appreciate that. But that said,
Mhm.
don't put it. This is halfway doing something for a friend of mine, and halfway, kind of looking out for my own needs anyway. So
sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to know that you weren't getting scammed by someone, and that
Ah,
if it's for a friend, go for it, man. Like, I'm sorry if I pried, but
No, I'm like,
I'm on the
No, man,
lookout for that type of stuff. Because
like here's the thing: if I thought you were just being
nosy.
nosy and shit, I would have. But like, honestly, you're just looking out for me, and I appreciate that.
yeah, because I ain't letting that happen to my family. I tell everyone, family, cousins, nephews, nieces, if they are call me if they have a bad feeling in their gut or are really confused about something they see on their screen. I tell them, don't click it. Call me or text me. I will immediately help you
Well, that is duly noted.
because the the scams are getting more and more clever.
And they
They're
target
also
people that
are targeting people who are far more susceptible and vulnerable, especially older aged individuals who are
I'll be
don't have people around.
Yeah, I'll take that as you not calling me an idiot. Just
No, you're not an idiot.
yeah. I
It's
feel
just
like you were more commenting on financial stuff than
well, here's the
intellectual
thing.
stuff.
You can be smart, book savvy, and street savvy. That doesn't mean these guys, these scammers, aren't gonna get you. Like, I got scammed on my Steam account.
Yep.
and then I was like,
I
Matt,
went through all of the things. I went through all the services, and I'm like, this feels wrong. And I asked Johnny, and Johnny's like, dude, you a fucking idiot. Like, did you not see all the signs? I'm like, I did. I even looked up the
I
signs.
saw the signs.
And Johnny was like, man, you're a fucking idiot. I'm like, fuck.
two-factor. Get it now.
Yeah, and I undid it, and I got my account back, and nothing happened on it because I didn't get a time to.
Yeah.
I didn't pay them shit. They locked me out, and I got it back.
Cool.
I
But
didn't
yeah,
get to
no,
play for
I'm
3
just
days, but
honestly, I'm just walking up to a gas station to get myself one of those fucking Uber
yeah.
cards and shit.
So Hazard,
Yeah.
there are some people on the base of the 4th floor.
Yep.
They walk. The traffic is on the what do you call it? The
Stairwell.
staircase is COVID level traffic, manageable, but it's going to very vastly turn into not that. It's going to
Right.
become a congested highway of get the fuck out of my way. Why is it so slow? We have 1,400 more flights of stairs.
I'm gonna be like,
Oh!
all right, people, here's the deal. If you want better amenities on the stairwell, I need a material from every floor.
You don't need to. You're at COVID level. People are literally sprinting the stairs with extra space.
Yeah.
They're speeding, so to speak.
Okay.
An administrator will devote one superior resource to be used on each floor to increase a lane, so to speak. They like
Right.
the staircase thing
Mhm.
because everyone viewed the elevator as an oppressive privilege.
Mm-hmm.
It trapped people.
I'm
It literally trapped people. There were scams
I'm-
specifically. Hey, I have an elevator card. You can pay me to get you from floor to floor.
right.
And
I'm
I'm going to take 2
gonna
guards with me, and only one of you gets to come.
dude suck. I'm gonna hand the I'm gonna tell the 6th floor administrator, look, I'm gonna need 2 from you because I didn't get 1 already. On the plus side, I'll add 1 rule to the 6th floor of your choosing. The 6th floor stairwell, provided it doesn't violate any of the
You're
currently
going to get
extant rules.
something you never thought you were going to see. Some
Mhm.
cultist-looking motherfuckers in gold masks will drag the administrator, bloodied and beaten, in front of you, and literally execute him. And then they're just going to leave his body there and walk off. They ain't giving you shit.
The 6th floor ain't giving me shit.
Yeah, the cult. It's ruled by a cult of the gold masks.
All right.
And they
cool.
they literally executed their current administrator of the 6th floor in front of you when you came and say, "Hey, I'm gonna build a better." Oh, okay, this is fucked up. That's a lot of gold. Holy shit, that's a lot of gold.
That's a lot of dudes. It's a lot of dudes, Eddie.
It's like the
That's
Imperial Palace.
Right. I'm gonna be like, all right, cool.
some culty shit. Everyone had a gold
Right.
mask.
Yeah. So does the 6th floor administrator have anything on him?
No, he's naked, butt naked.
Oh, okay, cool.
Brands all over him.
I'm gonna use him as the 6th floor material because he's infused with 6th floor energy.
He is, yeah.
How many materials can I get out of him?
5.
Cool.
But it's devoted to just the 6th floor improvement.
No, that's cool. So I'm just gonna
Basically,
take
you have
two.
a 6-lane highway.
Yep. It's the 6th floor. Everybody's allowed to get past this fucker as fast as they want. Wang! There's just a nice, neat little sign that's built into the wall that you just can't remove that just says, "Warning, this is the cult floor."
There will be guards posted at the 6th floor of the cult variety. They're going to stand
Right.
there constantly at the open gate, unmoving, watching.
Let them.
Creepy. But they can't enter. They don't have the ability to override what you wrote.
Right.
Also, the Siren Queen is going to step in if you can't muster. Siren Queen's going to go, "Oh, I was just away doing some shit, and you tried to take the stairs. Oh no, whore magic."
Horror magic.
And then the 2 guards and whoever tried to interfere starts, boning something. It's like, well, this is a blender. Why is it whore magic?
Nice.
Would it be human like?
Ooh, can I just make the 6th floor like a plateau? Like I'll make it like an expanded space, and I'll make a big plateau on it so that there's like a rest stop on the 6th floor outside, like
You're gonna
inside.
need at least 4 more on the 6th floor.
Oh,
It's 3 levels.
boo. Okay.
It's the floor of passing.
Uh-huh.
To get around the slow people.
Yep. This is the fast lane floor.
It's the passing lane floor.
Yep. No, that's fair.
Get out of the way! Honk! Most people, they free fall. The smart ones literally just free fall. They go in between the 4 people who are the 4 cables, and they just jump and go, "Yay!"
I got you.
Nice.
Honestly, I'm kind of wondering what's with the golf club.
Hey,
Oh, dude, I got Brad.
Brah, or not Brah,
Yes.
That makes
Patriot.
sense.
Heretic, we can hear you.
I've never heard that.
He doesn't.
I'm
All
him.
right. Okay.
I'm muting him. Patriot.
Hello?
Patriot.
We can hear you, bud.
Hello.
Hello. You there?
Yes.
Dude, I'm wait. Yeah,
Don't forget,
I'm
we don't
going-
want to hear
I'm
you
going to the door. Go
when
right
you're
there.
not.
I'm mowing around and
Yeah, let's give him a mute. Sorry, buddy. But yeah, no, I'll just I'll work my way up. And be like, all right.
Cool.
But yeah, we'll make the 6th floor. We'll use all those 6th floor materials on the 6th floor, unless some of him is edible. Is there anything? Can I eat some of the 6th floor, admin?
Some, or you can devote it to the floor.
Okay, so I'll use. You know what? I'll use 4 of the materials on the floor. Because you said he comes for 5.
He counts for 5.
So I'll make 4 materials on the floor, and then I'll just like be chewing on an arm as I'm going.
Okay. That'll grant you some insight as to what the fuck is happening, or you can go blind and not even give a shit and just gain a something. How about it? You can gain some influence, or you can kind of understand what the fuck's going on the 6th floor.
I do have a thing in my my Devour the Strong that lets me do.
You'll get one. You'll get your 1 influence for sure.
Oh, there it is. I don't get 1 influence. No, wait, you're right. Never mind. I do. Because I wouldn't be. I would. Yeah. Okay. Never mind. Good. Yep. Go. You know what? Let's learn what the fuck's going on the 6th floor.
All right. There's a cult of the Gold Mask specifically. They have completely overtaken and are in the process of rewriting the rules of the 6th floor. They wish to be their own micro singular entity that is absolute, and then eventually spill out into the other floors. But it's a cult, a true cult.
Mm-hmm.
Like as powerful as like Scientology brainwashing cult.
Oh wow.
Everyone on that floor has a gold mask because that's the thing. All of their masks are impure, and they make their own. They don't get it from face dealers. They make them.
Oh wow.
He got caught trying to investigate what the fuck is going on, and he got caught. He's the
Oof.
administrator. He should just be able to walk in and go, "What's going on here? What's this?" No, he got caught and tortured and abused and executed in front of you after being stripped
Right.
of his administrator privileges.
Everybody wears a gold mask made by themselves.
Yeah, they have some sort of gold refinery. You're not
Uh-huh.
sure what method they're using. He was actually going to investigate. How are you guys making your own masks of the gold quality? Like that's one step from platinum. Do you not understand how profound that is?
Mm-hmm.
That's
And they
that's
went, "You have
insane.
discovered the secrets.
But you
Capture
also get a
him."
feeling that something very nefarious in the creation process is going on.
Mm-hmm.
It's not as something. They're actually creating more powerful than average gold masks.
Right.
Something's up. There's also a presence as powerful, if not more powerful, than an administrator of the 6th floor variety, which is one step down from the gods on their thrones.
Mm-hmm.
Which maybe 6th floor is ruled by a god. Or something of that caliber, of that power level. Big deal. Like huge important like deal. Despite being the owner of the 6th floor, the administrator, he knew very little, which is disturbing for one. And when he tried to investigate, he got punished and killed for it. 6th floor is considered lost to the labyrinth. There is no
Oof.
traffic. If you enter the 6th floor, you are a supplicant or a prisoner.
Okay. Kuroko,
They
we're gonna
do
hit the
like to
6th
keep-
floor too.
They do like to keep to themselves, though.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Of course they do, because they're biding their time until they become that macro entity that they're trying to be.
We'll take care of it. Just
Yeah,
let me-
let's-
They on a power level rival that of the 9th floor, because everyone's got a gold custom mask and gold weapons, gold artifact weapons,
Yep.
and
Nope,
gold artifact armor.
Yep. I'm gonna get you a fucking megaphone there, Kuroko, and orchestra's gonna play at magnitudes of volume higher.
You'll probably have to do some forging.
Yeah.
The individuals there do not lose their faces. Orchestra.
Like I said, you're going to have to do some forging before I can play. I have not played there yet, Matt. So don't say they haven't lost their face, because I haven't done anything yet.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, roll your forge. Megaphone, do it. Speaker, do it.
I think you should take the whole of me, and I don't have any extra resources currently on the bottom, so But what I have just done is increased my insanity threshold by 322.
Well, okay then.
So I can hold a lot more than what I could before.
How did you get that high? How many? Hmm.
I used
Hmm.
27 rerolls,
Huh.
and
How
I
much
I
did you increase it by?
explode. So I was at
Oh, that's right. You get the exploding dice.
Yeah.
Fuck. I used 27 rerolls for just a bunch of exploding dice. Oh, all right. No, that really helps. You were on the brink of like getting fucking riggedy
1,000.
wrecked.
Yeah.
Hello,
And
Patriot.
Hey, he's back. DM, I've officially hit 10 confluxes in my domain.
Fuck. What do you want?
I'm spending this one to bolster the waifu connection.
Okay.
That makes 2 of them devoted to the waifu connection.
All right.
And I have 91 influence now.
so the only thing I can suggest, if you can, too bad you couldn't take Nightmare out of things, because I have all these fucking abscesses that are super powerful, but I can't do
Take-
anything with them currently.
Take Nightmare
Um,
what now?
The abscesses. I've said it's too bad you couldn't do anything with Nightmare, like
I
filter out
can.
the dream.
Yeah, I have like 4 confluxes devoted to dealing with nightmare shit.
Dealing
Plus
with
I'm-
nightmares, but he means forging nightmares.
Mm.
I
Yeah.
mean, taking this abscess I have and filtering out the nightmare from the dream of it.
Mhm.
And I don't think Matt's gonna let you do it.
I mean, that's on him,
Playing with nightmares gets your character sheet rewritten.
right? But as previously stated, I can resist nightmare influence for a limited amount of time,
Yes.
long enough to travel through the nightmare to other places.
You need a guide,
Yes.
and that's not you.
No, of course it's not.
You're a creature of the curve, not the angles. But you
That's
have
true.
you have a bunch of cheerleaders that literally worship the curvature of your ass.
That's fun.
You're called the chocolate hottie for a reason.
There you go. Woo!
So you
But-
could bribe Cerebra and Helephony to get you where you need to go.
Mhm. Yeah, because they're awesome like that. But mostly it's a case of like, if I can interact with the nightmare semi-safely for at least a limited amount of time, can I not intent shape it?
Mm. Anything you intent shape with Nightmare loses its shape quickly. Because
Right.
Nightmare really can't be defined.
Mm-hmm.
Even the girl's shape is temporary. Although temporary may be eons for you, it's not really, because they don't exist on... Time is not a thing for them.
linear time, yeah.
They don't exist in linear time.
No, understood. That part's easy. It's for months or minutes. It's really hard to measure time.
Even in the curves, they still abide by the laws, the rules of the angles, which is
Yeah, because they bring the
pretty
nightmare with them
straightforward.
wherever they go.
Yeah.
But so essentially the question is can I use these abscesses to create something to buff Kuroko to the point where these gold
You-
masks can get fucked?
You
Even
do
if it
not
breaks
want to
down later?
If you use abscesses on Kuroko or on her gear,
She turns
she
into
becomes
those-
like the mindless,
yeah, face
sickened face stealers.
Oh, let's
that you
avoid
guys
that
fight.
then.
Yeah, what I was saying is being able to take the dream out of those abscesses, but you can't.
There's none. It's straight nightmare,
Yeah,
man.
turning it into dream is impossible.
I mean, essentially you would need to know each of the individual Seraphim building blocks, and then you'd need to inflict each of them on the nightmare. And then if you
He
could,
might be on to something.
if you
but it's
do
like,
that, if you, yeah, because essentially the nightmares concept is it doesn't have any of those rules. You would need to inflict each rule of the universe onto it in order to transmit it into Dream.
which is rough.
Yeah, essentially, you'd need enough Seraphim crafting to fix Lucy in order to be able to turn Nightmare into Dream. It's doable
Oh, I mean, fuck.
theoretically.
What I like the idea of is just capturing all these abscesses because
Yeah, no, don't let them run around. Those are bad.
I like the idea because that means other nightmares don't take them their place because they already exist.
Yeah. And that's one of the neat things about nightmares is there's generally only one of them. Or at least one iteration of them.
If that one
Like-
dies, it can appear somewhere else because you know, if somebody like Cthulhu, he'll exist in one place, and if defeated, he will go to the next place that believes him in the most.
Yeah, then he'll just exist in another.
Mhm.
It's pretty straightforward.
If
Interesting
the
concept.
only
It's
way
a-
to kill a nightmare is if they're completely forgotten tapestry wide.
Which possible, difficult.
Doable.
Fuckers hear me.
You'd literally need to wang the nightmare, like you'd need to bonk the nightmare into becoming something no one's heard of before.
But then you'd kill that nightmare and birth another.
Yeah.
Yep. But you'd kill that nightmare.
But it's okay if they're trapped. I guess that's one way to do
Right.
it.
You keep that nightmare in one person's head instead of a bunch. And then when that person dies, the nightmare dies with them. Because the
Just-
last person to remember them has gone away.
You're the guy
It's
who's like, all
Freddy
right,
Krueger.
we're gonna be doing our nightmare fighting courses today.
Step one, it's bad. Don't do it.
It's fun.
Bad. Don't do it.
It's one of our other groups of memes. Don't do it. It's an angel.
It's bad. Don't do it. But anyway, yeah, no. So this is the thing is I'm like, Kuroko, we should probably do what we did to the 4th floor to the 6th floor, and I'll make you something real good.
Yeah.
'Cause they're a
Orphan
cult.
becomes stronger, and the only way to become stronger is with more of the resources at the bottom. So at least with her. At least with her.
Do you have any of this stuff that they use to improve themselves?
No. All of it's used up.
The only thing I could attempt to do would be to refine orchestra.
That's something you haven't done.
That's something I have not done.
But a king forged her. You might be messing up with her path. Are you a king?
I am a legend.
What about that material you have that you got from the zone I brought you to?
Which one?
The gem.
Oh, I need to study that first. DM, let me take that out and inspectify it and give it the eye and
Gem?
yes.
To me,
All
it
right.
sounds like there's two options, two questions. They gave both answers in the left and right. If my thinking is correct, it's something to do with a king.
Mm-hmm. That's a bunch, DM.
You have no fucking idea what this does.
Not a one.
Not a single bit. Your dragon eyes start to bleed.
Oof.
And your vision
That's
blurs.
Eyeball melty stuff. I'll be like, that's okay. Can I give it a tink with my hammer?
Your hammer is the only device that can decipher what the hell this is because it is made from your master, and this is a material.
Uh-huh.
Your master is literally a god of materials.
Yep.
This is it's context, not concept,
Text.
but context of clarity, tapestry
Mhm.
level context of clarity. But it's unscripted.
Unscripted?
Unscripted context of clarity on a tapestry level. It's an appendix.
Mm-hmm.
As in, like, you read this about a rule, and then it says, for clarity, see appendix. The appendix sometimes supersedes what's written.
Okay.
This is an undefined or unwritten appendix / context of clarity.
So essentially, this lets me add a rule into the tapestry. Or at least lets me
within a
define
cluster.
something.
Within a cluster.
Mm-hmm.
A cluster is an epicenter focused around a greater weaver, and anything under his domain, which could be thousands of tapestry squares,
Right.
because he manages those little weavers.
Yeah.
This is hey, this is a really good idea. Think about it. And they go, oh yeah, that's a great idea. You'll probably have an 80% absorption.
Mm-hmm.
It also could be just added to your domain. Context of clarity. Just be like anywhere you go, it's just kind of like
I'm the king of wherever I step.
could be. That could also get you the wrong type of attention.
This could be what it attaches hell to this piece.
I mean,
It can be a great many things. It's a one-time use for
Yeah.
your character ever. You'll never find this again. You can't make it
Mhm.
again. It's impossible.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It can be used to ascend to a kingly path, but it can also be used in a humble peasant's way.
Mm-hmm.
Because a king can do well for his people, or a king can do well for himself.
Correct.
Okay. So I could use it to literally just be like, boom, I'm a king. Or I could use it in a kingly manner, and that basically assumes kingship, or not assumes. It implies kingship.
A lot of people will call you on it. You're not a king. That's because you use your kingly power. Use the kingly power and not instead of becoming a king.
Mm-hmm. I exercise the
because
rights
the
of a king.
universe values strength and titles of the individual
Mm-hmm.
over the many. Very few people ever go out of their way to use kingly power in a kingly manner. Instead, they become kings. Because then they can do more for the people, right? Because I'm a king, I can do all these things for you. It hardly happens because good intentions.
Die in the face of greed.
Right. But I don't know how the Shatterstar wants to do it. You can also specifically focus it on the Centauri. It would elevate your people, make them literally just be unassailable by the Solicon. The Solicon will crash upon these cliffs and never break. And the other cliffs will never break.
Mm-hmm.
But it's only for your people. No one else. You can basically say the Solicon cannot assault this cluster. The Nightmare cannot assault this cluster ever again. And for 1,000 square, 1,000 quilt squares, in any direction, cubed, and any other dimension that there could be, Nightmare can invade. But that also creates a stagnancy.
Mm-hmm.
You need to use this very cleverly, because you could also fuck up the tapestry if you use it wrong.
Right.
But also, this one of the safest options is just, I'm a king.
Right.
Because it focuses all of that power inward instead of affecting everything around you. It's a context of clarity. How you use it, I look forward to it. I don't give these out often.
Well,
It also can be held on.
yeah,
You can
sometimes you
hold
gotta
on
ask
to
the
it,
right
even
questions.
into the epilogue. You can give it to Briley and see what she does with it. Who knows? She could end up making it so that she never has to be forced to pay for, the welfare of the blacksmithing community ever again. She can spread her craft. You could also use it on your goal, where you improve the autoimmune system of the tapestry through this initiative that you've been kind of thinking about and ruminating over in your mind.
Mind magic and shit.
Because one of the hardest parts of equipping and getting it apprentices is A, finding Worley, and 2, getting them their fucking hammer. Riley had to sell basically some of her most precious possessions just to get you your own hammer and get you a hammer for your apprentice. Because she forked out for that.
Mhm.
You find an
Hey,
apprentice, there's a hammer waiting.
big
Riley's
the
basically
monies.
broke after buying those 2 hammers.
Oh, I see.
There's only one faction that can get the material for those hammers, and that's the Celestial faction.
Right.
Because it's what faction can literally go out there and go, hey, I'll sell you neutron degenerate matter. That's usable.
Right. Like basically no one.
No one. So they're going to charge whatever they want.
hmm
So, but that's the thing. Again, if you use it, it's used. Just got to be very careful in the wording and the
Mhm.
application. Because it can be used with the same wording. If the application is ever slightly different than what you wanted, there's a lot of causality of, especially the previous play, and things that other people have done, and the proximity of the Solicon sector that could warp it just the wrong way, despite just being applied properly. Also, you're in the out of bounds.
hmm
Anything's possible.
If you're
Rules are a
trying
lot
to,
more malleable here.
rules are malleable, but also because you're in the out of bounds, if you use it here, it's not touching the tapestry, period. You're out of bounds.
But you know what does touch the tapestry?
Centauri. Hell.
Hell, yeah, all that stuff.
Demaraz.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, acknowledgement.
And I'm already a king of hell.
Yeah, you're Forge Master.
Oh, I spent a boon. I can flex my domain in hell and cause it to change.
I mean,
Doesn't
you
mean-
use the
doesn't mean
boon
you're
to
a
stop
king.
it.
Fair.
You don't have
Yeah.
authority there.
Yeah, I do. That was the whole thing. Was because when we were in the Seraphim Forge.
Yeah, Doomslayer was about to go out, and Matt said, "You need a boon in order to stop this."
And I went, okay, done, and spent it, and was like, no, and
Yeah,
twisted
but
hell
you
to my
only got
will.
to do that once.
He can do micro changes, but he also has been only helping you fix things.
hmm
He can. You can eventually remove his authority because he does have a little bit of it, but he's also only done things to help it. If you
My
once
authority
you reach
might not
100 authority,
supersede
you can say
yours.
no one else can do
Hmm.
anything.
My authority might not supersede yours, but I do have it.
Right? He has.
King would be the wrong
He has the spare
statement
keys.
there.
He has the spare key set right now. You have the master keys. Once you get to 100 authority, you get the skeleton key. And you can make it so that no other key set works. If you choose. You can also, as an admin, if once you reach 100 influence, decide all the privileges as a network admin.
And Alhazard, I have no problems in that case. I just didn't realize. That's all.
Yeah.
Use the boon.
No, that's fine.
He's also an intent shaper. So what he's done is he's also built a species that literally is there to just be ammo. It's all light ammo, unfortunately. So none of the explosive or no
Right.
chainsaw juice or no heavy ammo. But it's
You told me it would
It's a-
cover everything except Unmaker and BFG ammo.
and chainsaw juice.
Fair.
Cause that shit. Oh, and crucible charges.
Right. I consider Crucible charges heavy ammo anyway.
Yeah.
That thing was beast mode.
We know the hell supersedes or is attached to all the tapestry.
Mm-hmm. That'd be right, but Hell's gonna. That's an interesting question, DM.
Yes.
Would Hell corrupt that wish poorly?
Hell's
or
a
that
blank
cleric-
space at the moment. There's not a lot of. There's 2 influences, maybe a couple hidden ones,
Mm-hmm.
but they've not made their presence known. Maybe they're just watching. Maybe they're biding their time. But right now, you guys have the Seraphim Forge. Maybe you can use it there. Maybe you can make a new weapon. Maybe you can You can use it to modify the forge, just slightly. Add a clarification to a piece of equipment.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The clarification may expand what it can do. That's how powerful that gem is. It can help modify and recontext and help clarify what Seraphim forging equipment can do.
It's at the top.
Maybe it's easier to use. Maybe it can modify something. Maybe it allows you to make a new set of armor. Or you'll have to kind of picture what you're going to do and do it in just the right way with just the right words, with just the right intent. And then, just maybe, we'll see what happens.
Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. I'm going to ruminate on this for fucking weeks. You realize that, right?
Good. I won't say any more to try and influence you. I think it's a good pack to pick. And well, choice is yours.
Okay. In the meantime, let's go do this 5th floor nonsense.
Fourth floor.
Oh yeah, deal with Kuzmo's stuff. Sure.
Mhm.
I don't have much left in me anyway, but I think get these things done and be a long ass session. 6 hours so far.
Let's finish up anything you want to do, Johnny, and then we'll finish up with the others.
Sure. Well, you know what I wanted to do for the 4th floor. Combine Neppert with Kuzma. And with the if you're going to reforge Orchestra, I think you should do it in the Seraphim Forge.
Alright.
And probably best to do that before the 5th floor. but sooner the better
Mm.
because
Then make me a door.
okay, we go through.
All right. DM, I can flex the full power of my forging in hell, right?
And the Seraphim Forge you can.
In the Serpent
Yeah.
Forge, yes.
Cool.
In hell, maybe if some of the glaciers were around.
Fair. All right. Yeah, no. So we go to the Seraphim Forge.
And I pull Kuzma with
Um,
me because I'm like, I know you.
and
You're special.
I'm going to Masterpiece Orchestra.
With what?
Kuzma gives me a 1.
With what material?
Let me check. I have a penultimate that's not from the labyrinth.
Yeah, I was gonna say I got you 2 penultimates, but we're gonna use that for the doll, so don't take
Yeah.
those away.
Well, both of your penultimates are those from
One's
like-
from the 7th floor, one's from the 2nd floor.
right. No. Those are their own thing. Yeah.
Babylon Candle's the 7th, and the motor is the
Recipes.
2nd. Yeah.
Yeah. So I have one that is a non-labyrinth material. It's tennis ball size. It weighs as much as you think it should, and it doesn't mind changing shape. It's mithril-esque, but it's a lot more agreeable. I'm gonna use that. I'm gonna penultimate this orchestra. Because I really just want to make something with penultimate. I've been sitting on these all campaign.
Roll, bitch.
Okay.
Kuzma, are you going to pass over Alhazard to 1?
What's that?
Well, does he have one? So here's the thing. They're gonna do something stupid.
He
Something
hasn't used
stupidly
it yet.
powerful. They're asking if you have a 1 that you want to pass over that is stored, and what if you're not willing to hand it over for free, what type of transaction can they make to get a fully stored, fully active, stupidly powerful 1 from you? If you have one available that you're willing to
I
either
hope-
give / sell them.
Being able to pretty much clear the 4th floor would be good enough, but I understand if it's not. Making your conquest set in stone.
Yes, that would be the point of this. Because I am so tired of
Everyone else in this labyrinth looking down at me as if I'm just some insect or something.
Become the administrator of the 4th floor and become my ice fire.
You gonna finish that?
No, it's literally it. Just become my ice fire. And who you are meant to be. Yourself.
Now that I can't help to agree with the one side note that nothing made me what I am. I made myself.
Yep, you made your own decisions 100% of the way. Even the one that I gave you, you still made it yourself. It was not, even if it was forced, it was still made by you.
Yes.
This
She
Kuroko
smiles.
hasn't used her hope yet, so that will be done. That's the boost that I can give. The laboratory Kuroko will also give her hope to you.
Okay. How much does that? What's the bonus on those?
So, what we're gonna do in this case is performance, I think, which is gonna be one sec. I think I want to do this just to get it out of the way. What is merit? What is merit? It is times 10, right? Times 8. So I'm gonna spend 8 merit, and I'm gonna bump my willpower up by 1.
Mm-hmm.
And make it 100 plus 100. So 130 plus 130. So 260 is going to be your number there.
Oh, nice.
What is my merit there? It's 306 plus 8 is 4 plus 4, 304. And you know what? I will even throw in a Pentecostal coin.
Oh, wow. Okay.
It's made in a Seraphim Forge. Makes sense, right?
Right. Fair enough.
Yeah, so as a note, you can make Pentecostal coins with karma.
Mm-hmm.
Just like you get bad karma. Well, not bad karma.
Every
Bad
time
luck.
you make a Pentecostal coin with karma, it makes a black one as well.
Oh, cool.
Mm-hmm. Tracks.
Good and bad karma.
Should I add good and bad karma to this? No.
Well, no, you're using the good karma. That means
I have a black Pentecostal coin as well, but I'm saying I shouldn't. No.
You should
Yeah.
not.
I mean, if you want balance, yin and yang, you
Yeah.
can.
Yeah.
No, it's
And
on
it
you.
will get rid of one of your black Pentecostal coins in the negatives of having it.
Hmm.
This is one of the very rare opportunities of getting rid of one.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's put both in because there needs to be balance.
Roll,
Right.
bitch!
All right. Kuzma, are you slinging me a 1?
Yes.
All right.
Even though I'm not 100% sure what we're doing because my brain is distracted because food.
All right. 130 plus 130 plus 100. Boop. 156 degrees of success.
All right. All right.
I'm like, all right.
So,
Let's make it happen.
somebody pulls you aside, slings an arm around your shoulder. It's an
Uh-huh.
entity that has no form, no shape, nothing that you compare, that you can view. It's just a mannequin.
Uh-huh.
Slings an arm around your shoulder and goes, "Bro,
Uh-huh.
I need you to calm the fuck down."
We're talking, I'm sure.
Explain, please. I don't think
All
we've
right.
been introduced.
And then we're not gonna be introduced.
Fair enough.
I'm in charge of this area,
Mm-hmm.
and this is way out of my purview.
Mm-hmm.
I need you to calm the way the fuck down. I'm gonna let this one go. If this happens again, I'm gonna pull you to the side. And we're gonna have some words.
I need
Some
you
strong
to-
words.
Hmm.
And if I have to, I'll write you a strongly worded letter.
What the fuck is going on here?
We haven't gone over 156.
Okay.
We haven't gone over 150 degrees of successes before.
I'm gonna need you to dial the fuck back.
All
If
right.
this happens again, Uh,
I'm curious as to why, if you could answer the answer that for me.
I'm gonna hit you with a rhetoric.
A
Why do you think?
retort? Mm,
Or a question with a question. How about that? Yeah.
I see. If I had to guess, I would say that it is. The things I'm making might be a little too robust for traditional endeavors.
That's one. That's a good point. It's a solid moot point.
Did he say a solid moot point?
No, that's solid. Yeah, solid moot point.
Hmm.
I don't care about that shit. Make whatever you want.
Okay. Is it because the gods keep hitting me with lightning?
I don't give a fuck about the gods.
Okay. That
They're
gives me some idea
they're
of who you might be.
figments of imagination.
But aren't we all?
Yeah.
Right.
And they're little itty bitty grains of sand in a very large sandcastle.
hmm
On
So
the
I'm.
question.
Look, I'll spell it out for you.
Thank you.
I've got a bunch of guys who are really hard workers, and they're a bunch of really diligent, but good-hearted, solid people.
hmm
I don't need them picking their heads up in developing something called envy, anger, and hate. The god that's something for people, something for gods. That's not for the people I keep an eye on. Okay?
Hmm.
Because if that becomes a core concept in their fucking little skulls, that's what spills out onto the page. Okay?
I think I understand. So it's not the fact that I do create these things at this level of power, it's the fact that I do it too often?
You did it not in your workshop.
Right.
If you have a workshop, you need to do it in a private space so that the people, your neighbors, can't see you on the street going, "Yeah, let's do it, bro. Check this out." Do it in your private space. If you don't have a private space, fucking make one. Like,
Right.
this was a good
So-
attempt. Like, whatever this horrible thing is, which I'm half attempted to just sponge.
Please don't.
Okay, all right.
It's well, first of all, I'm proud of the things I make. And
Okay, yeah, great.
second, it's
Mhm.
it's very useful. We're
Mm-hmm.
going to try and use it to keep reality together.
Yeah, I mean, is it really necessary? I took a good look at it before I pulled you aside. I mean,
I
you can
mean,
go.
do you have a better solution than the one we're working on?
It's called Pop the Zit. Get rid of
Mhm.
it, let it heal.
That's
A croaker will pop up and say,
No.
okay, so it's not in the Seraphim form anymore. You
No,
guys,
he got yanked.
you got yanked. Okay, by the greater reader. I got it.
Okay. He's like, I'm. We could do that, I suppose. A lot of people would die. And I know we're all insignificant specks in the dream of another much greater being, but
No. Not always. You're not an insignificant speck. There is a collection of potential. My job is to understand that from the insignificant and the nothing and the unnoticeable can birth something profound, something essential.
Mhm.
I see potential, but on a different scale than everyone else.
Mhm.
I see the potential for survival, but not of the individual,
Mhm.
but through the
Understandable.
acts and the potential future that you can pave for us, advancements. You and yours are the only reason why I'm not just flicking that thing and expending us an impurity that could be a potential breach. There's
Mhm.
something in that cauldron of filth that could potentially create something we need. But once we've extracted what we need, the good of it, I am getting rid of that in a heartbeat. actually.
Hmm.
Heartbeat's actually really slow. It's gone. Period. But
I mean-
while there is a potential for something in there, I'll leave it be. Because even I can see that. Whoever made this, I'm going to have a stern talking to. And they're going to get a very strongly worded letter.
Are we talking about orchestra or the whole out of bounds?
Whatever that blister is, that's it.
The one we were just in?
Mhm.
Oh,
The one I had to literally put my fucking hands into and yank you out of. Oh god, it's still
oh,
it's gross.
Oh,
My hand, it's absolutely gross. I don't know when this is gonna. I don't know when this sensation's gonna go away. That was awful.
Aren't you in the Seraphim Forge?
mm-hmm.
I
Oh,
didn't
that,
think I didn't think that was connected to the Zit.
No, he's talking about hell. That whole
Oh.
hell
No,
layer.
no, he pulled you out of the out of bounds.
Oh, because we were in the
out of
Seraphim
bounds.
Forge.
Which is known as hell. Hello.
Oh, did he just reach through the out of bounds to grab me from hell?
Yeah,
Oh, okay. That tracks.
Oh, okay, yeah, makes sense.
No, that makes
that's
sense.
the only way he was gonna reach you.
Fair. No, that tracks. That's cool. Cool. Understanding
it's
has
a
occurred.
loophole. It's a loophole.
No, 100% tracks.
It's like,
So, my it is a useful place at the moment. That's fair. I'm
Mhm.
not super convinced that it needs to stay. It seems to be preying off an already extant system.
I can't do anything about this particular place or the system. That's
Mhm.
way beyond my purview. And it says "do not touch" in such a strong language and with such a big sign. It literally, just being here is like getting hit across the face with it repeatedly.
Right.
But it does not say I can't fuck with the people in it.
No, that's fair.
Devil lies in
Um,
the details.
Doesn't she just?
It's a she.
Mhm.
Okay. Works with me. Works for me.
But how do I put it? It appears that this, like you said, this is something of a blister designed to keep what's out there out there. And if we pop it, odds are a lot of people in here will die, and there's a distinct possibility of somebody out there getting in here. Are you telling me that it's secure behind this place? Or are we risking an
Well,
incursion?
this particular space is fine.
Mhm.
That other space, no.
Okay, so essentially, it's still necessary for it to be there. The out of bounds, that place.
No.
No?
That is a giant pile of it does not need to be there, and we can. I'm half a mind to just get rid of it.
Right.
But
So if I were to, so if we were to collapse it, essentially, we wouldn't be risking an incursion from out there.
I've already made sure of it.
Wonderful. Because it's been an interesting place. I'm not sure I'd like to live there permanently.
I don't really want it to be a permanent fixture because that type
Well-
of thing, if it ever becomes a permanent fixture and not something that is a temporary culture, that creates what is called mutations,
Mhm.
uncontrolled, because it doesn't. Right. You know what?
Mhm.
You're not. I don't know you. You're personable, and I feel like I would like to talk to you.
Oh,
I would love
if
to
I'm
give you
keeping you from
more.
business, I apologize.
No. I would love to give you more,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm gonna have to do the old cliche. You have to prove yourself.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I
Because
did have some notes in that regard. on the whole proving myself thing.
Show me what you got, bro.
Okay. And basically, I'm going to outline the idea that I had to him before.
We'll see.
Um,
Prove it.
all right. So if I can get it working,
We can chat.
wonderful.
I may introduce you to my homies. Not the guys I work for, but the other homies.
Good enough. I'll see what I can do. Thank you for your time.
Right. All right. So you're gonna agree not to do this again?
I'll dial it back. How does about 2/3 of this, the current level of craft, lower?
Dial it back 10%.
Oh, okay.
As
Just
long as
10%.
he kind of grabs you, pulls up literally the numerics of it in front of you,
Uh-huh.
like the actual dice roll,
Oh,
what
nice.
you just did. As long as you can get that under 150, fine. If it breaches 150, you're gonna receive a very strongly worded letter.
That's fair.
And by letter, I think he means a cock slap across the face.
No, it literally means a strongly worded letter from a Greater Weaver.
Oh, so if he explodes,
It's a strongly worded letter.
it makes it explode.
No exploding. No.
Lame.
Just for that, you get exploded like 1,000 times in half a second, and then you get
Like,
reconstituted,
He's
and
just
you
like,
don't even
are
realize it
you
happened.
seeing this? Please tell me you were seeing literally this, what I'm seeing here, yeah?
It seems so. But anyway.
Because you do this all the fucking time.
Mm-hmm.
Dial
You should
it
roll
back.
too,
Of course.
Alex. You should
What's
roll
that?
that. You should roll it instead of just rolling your true success.
So he's
Well, I got a
actually gonna,
1.
he's gonna push, he's gonna let
Okay.
this one go. He's gonna let this one roll go.
Mm-hmm.
But you're gonna owe him.
Uh-oh.
And the O is he's going to be your parole officer
Oh, no.
until you can control yourself. He's gonna be your sponsor, your AA guy, until you can keep it
In your pants.
control yourself. You good, bro? But you dial this any higher, I'm gonna have problems on the work front.
I understand. I will do my best.
Do better than your best. Actually, do it.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Seems
You're
fair.
one. I only do this. It's almost like a thing in this labyrinth, in the labyrinth that you came from and from the tapestry itself. You get one.
Mm-hmm.
This is your
I
one,
see.
and then you get a strongly worded letter.
I'm just curious. What happens after the strongly worded letter? Like when it arrives, what occurs? Besides a harsh talking to.
So, do you know what a weaver is?
Mhm.
Okay. They make stories, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what a greater weaver is?
Yes.
We manage the people. We're basically the editor of stories.
Mm-hmm.
We also write our own stories.
Ah, I think I see where this is going.
When I write something, especially a strongly worded letter, and you read it, what happens?
It would be a very firm editing, would it not?
It would be a very firm editing.
So, show restraint, or restraint will be inflicted. Got it.
You're a smart cookie. And honestly, I don't want to have to do that. I like what you got in the pipeline. But if you cause problems for the ones that I look after, and you turn them into the worst versions of themselves, you're not worth keeping around.
Hmm.
You were a promise of something good for us. But you became, through a moment of poor judgment, one of our greatest enemies.
So,
But
besides just
everyone gets
enticing
one.
them to. Oh, I see.
That was your one.
All right.
If you can keep it under this number, there's no problem. If it ever exceeds this number, do it in a place none of my boys can see, or anyone for that matter. And if you can't make it, just don't do it. I mean, do you need numbers this big? Like, how big does your penis need to be, kid?
It's.
If it's too
How do I
big,
explain?
how are you gonna fuck?
I married a woman who can shapeshift.
This is too big for even the best
That is
shapeshifter.
the answer.
This is too big even for the most powerful shapeshifter. This is, I want to fuck a hole into the void shapeshifting. Like penis size.
Mm.
Mm.
But that is the opposite of my intention.
Man, over
Right.
by the pillow, we're gonna see how far a shapeshifter really does stretch.
Fair enough. All right. Message received. I appreciate you coming and taking time to visit in person to deliver it.
That's my job. Either that or I could have had a guardian visit you, and they don't do strongly worded letters, and or they don't give this is your one. They correct things.
That is what I've heard.
And I don't. You don't seem like you need correcting. You just need to. Somebody needs to come by and say, "Hey, you exceeded tolerance of the system. Maybe. Hey, this is a. Don't do this, please."
Hmm.
And you've been a good. I felt no like pushback. Some guys go, "Ha, you can't control me. I'm too powerful," and then I gotta get rid of you because there's no working with you. I mean, I've only gotten good vibes from this conversation. So don't prove me wrong.
I'll do my best. And hopefully that will be enough.
And no, I'm gonna need you to do.
Yes.
Doing your best.
Apologies.
Part of just doing.
I'm a poor merchant, my brother tells me. I generally tend to hedge my conversational bests.
That's
I will
okay,
not do this again. Unless
it's in a place that
someone.
no one can see.
Yes. I will not do this again where it jeopardizes things.
Perfect. And he just sent you back. That's all he needed.
Alhazard's gonna stop. He's gonna put the hammer down, like just for a second. He's gonna go. Huh. I think I overdid it.
You are. There's a lightning bolt in a bottle, and literally, it's in a large moonshine jug.
Okay.
The Weaver had to catch that for you.
Hope.
And he put it in a moonshine jar. It's completely transparent. That shard is enough to break a tapestry square. Just rip a hole as big as can be. Complete tear through the veil, straight into the void. He put it in a jar for you. Put it on your mantle to remind you. Please don't do this. unless you're in an area that specifically can handle this type of load. You
I
have found
really
you have
thought the
found the
Seraphim
current
Forge could.
tapestry tolerance
150. Okay.
of intent forging successes.
Mm-hmm.
It'll grow in the future. That
Oh,
tolerance
okay.
will get more powerful because that's the tapestry grows and becomes more mature, and eventually the successes will get up to 200, 250. It'll grow. This is the current tolerance for intent shaping.
Fair. I have in big letters, keep the smithing under 150 degrees of success.
'Cause he's just so.
So is that even going to apply to like attacks and stuff?
No.
Okay.
I mean, you can
'Cause-
fucking cleave a guy. What if you really want to stay safe and not get another visit? Sure.
So I should do.
Because you don't really need 150 something degrees of success on a hit. You hit the
Right.
fucker. Like,
Yeah,
if
right.
you get over 10, that's usually a minus
Minus
100.
100. Yeah.
Most people can't do that even if they use a fate point.
Fair. So I guess my question is, if I drop one of these on somebody, is that going to be a, oh no, you've punched through?
No, that's fuck that guy.
Okay, that's
You
just
like
fuck
damage
that guy
all.
damage.
Like you know the Unmaker, right? You know how it has damage
Yeah.
all and all. That's
I mean,
that's some big stuff, right?
it'd be nice to just to make it like something like the Unmaker and then build it into my my Vapor Well. And then when I lance somebody, it just does damage all, pin all. Like, holy shit, I could do that.
Damage all, pen all, entirely depends on the flavor.
Mhm.
Deliverance. Dream. That type of damage is not going to puncture the dream.
Okay.
Because it'll rip the dream apart, but it won't puncture the veil. If you use nightmare, oh yeah, it's gonna cause some bad. Yeah, bad.
Okay. No, fair. Well, this was really shitty damage. I feel bad.
Tense.
It's shitty damage. Yeah.
It's really bad damage.
Shut up. It's amazing damage. 16,005 damage, bro. Get over yourself.
I'm gonna yeet this at somebody in this campaign. So just one person. I just want to throw one
I
of
mean,
these.
there is somebody with horror magic. Maybe you don't like that bitch. Who knows?
I mean, that's a question between me and my wife. If she still wants that bitch dead, we'll go kill her. It's like, come on, baby, let's go make it happen, and we'll just shear through her entire palace.
No. Here's the thing. Your wife is a calculating, scheming bitch. She's
Mhm.
gonna go, does this individual play a part in your collective scheme and plan for this place?
Mhm.
And if she
If
doesn't,
yes, then this person gets to live. If that they ever lose their value, that still doesn't mean that they are worthy of death. If their death actually becomes a benefit, then absolutely murder this person.
Okay.
Because it's the scale. Do they cause a
Right.
benefit? Yes, keep them. If it's neutral and they give no benefit but no negative, try and make a positive out of either their death or removal or control of them, or if make them a positive to you. If they're just a straight negative, delete this person.
Fair enough.
but you should always try and make some entity of that power level and authority a positive somewhere in your plan.
I am
Even
just
if it
going
is
off
a
of what she
positive in their
told me.
death.
Like, clear and open communication is a must in this relationship. Because if she decides she doesn't want somebody dead, and she previously said she wanted them dead, she needs to tell me. Otherwise, I'm going to try and make them dead.
At the very end, make sure they don't escape the labyrinth when it collapses.
Oh, fair. Fair enough. No, we can make that happen. All right. So Alhazard is going to, after he has super forged Orchestra, is going to stop, put the hammer down, and be like, I think I overdid it.
Kuriko, the lab assistant, takes out a napkin and kind of takes the blood from your nose and say, "You did a good job."
Thank you.
Now,
I was visited by somebody of a higher magnitude of potence who told me never to hit something that hard again.
you, I mean, I felt it. So yeah, you definitely.
Also,
Doc Rocco,
I felt it
you
in my
did
deep
feel it.
bits.
Yeah, Doc Rocco, you felt
Hard.
it. A lot
I
of
should-
your other versions of Kuroko is not as physically aware because Doc Rocco has been reading the tutorial, the Seraphim tutorial.
Mhm.
This individual's intelligence, willpower, and just mental stats are just reading the tutorial. You gain stats and knowledge and free stuff. Your influence grows. It's crazy.
Speaking of which, not for nothing, can you download a few chapters of that so that I can get started on it? I have a plan and it
When
involves this.
when Doc Rocco reads it, every single word peels off the screen into her mind.
Ah. So you're the one that'll be bugging to teach me things later.
I have a journal that Lucy left me. I will.
Mhm.
There is
will.
also a pile of blank journals.
I will include it in a secret way that only the special few can find out.
Yeah.
And in that, you'll find it.
Doc
Wonderful.
Rocco has also been
As long as I'm
left
one of them.
several hundred blank journals of the same type that Lucy uses. There's no title on them, but they're all blank, unused. So if Kuroko ever wishes to do her own journal system and leave them seated throughout just hell or handed out,
Mhm.
she can.
Just if you would please, this is something important to me that I would like to see through to the end.
Of course.
Thank you.
And
So honestly, Seraphim crafting as a concept is just really fucking cool.
yeah, no, it definitely is. This is the first time Matt's introduced it for me. So it's well, I guess that's what happens when you pick an angel as a patron.
Well, you
Mhm.
picked an angel as a patron. You went to the one singular place where that Seraphim Forge was located. You used a once per campaign ability, and you rolled a 1.
Yeah.
It happened.
It just
It just works.
the top just went off, and now we're here. So
Yep.
I don't know how it happened, but for some reason it did. So
Fair enough. So
anyway,
part of if Alhazard survives to the epilogue, part of his epilogue is like, I knuckled down and studied this.
yeah, good call.
Yeah, because like Alhazard wants to do shit like take Nightmare and turn it into Dream by introducing all of the building blocks and laws of the universe onto it.
They're not available here. There's only one building
Interesting.
block, and it's Lucy's building block.
Yeah,
Mhm.
you have to get the others.
You need the other 12.
Fair. But we're just, that's a thing he wants to do.
So start. It's a step in a path of ascension. Your Tao is the big numbers.
Your Tao is big numbers. That's funny.
Okay. It is time for me to
I'll write out what you get.
comprehend what orchestra is now, because I don't even think she's a king. I think we went past that, and
No, there is a certain right to become a king. You've
Good.
expanded what you can do.
Excellent.
There is a right for Faith Stealers to become a king,
Excellent.
which is a journey that orchestra will have to undergo. No matter how many forgings Alhazard gives you,
Good,
you cannot be a king without the right.
because we don't want to lose our faces right now.
That'd be bad.
That'd be bad.
It's bad. Don't do it.
I need my face.
Yep.
Okay.
Also,
So
Thor would love me again.
we go to the 6th floor. Orchestra steps out.
I'm going to delete this non-labyrinthine material off of my character sheet.
The door is closed, and I'm like, cover your ears.
Oh, before you do that,
Mm-hmm.
do you mind if I go in and warn some people?
Yeah, a surprise round's always nice, but yeah, go for it.
Thank you. And I'm going to step into the 5th floor outpost.
I thought we were going to the 6th floor.
Yeah, we are on the 6th floor.
Oh, never mind. We're going to the 6th floor now. Fuck it. Fuck them up. Get them, boys.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna fuck up the vampires. No, I was gonna say fuck the cultists.
Oh yeah, no, get them, boys. Kick that door open.
There are 20
What are we doing?
people standing there with gold masks and spears and gold armor.
Yep, and
It's a cuirass. It's just a something that covers their chest.
their entire collective is what I'm trying to make a mask of. So
Okay.
I play.
Jesus fuck.
All
I'm
right.
gonna take a before she's gearing up to hit him with the song. I'm just going to take out a little bottle, and I'm going to take some of the withered scythe claws,
Mhm.
and I'm going to cut some silence out and put it in the bottle twice. And then I'm going to dink the bottle into a set of earmuffs, and I'm going to give one to Kuzmo and one for me, so that we have literal silence.
The abusal of actual verbatim description of what they
Yeah.
can.
Meanwhile, Kuzma is like literally gnawing on a human arm. Hmm?
Oh, fun.
It
You going
is
to
a
share?
cut silence and make it scream, so you basically have silence screaming at you in your ears.
Oh yeah, the ringing is just whoa, 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 whoa. But it should drown out the ever-loving shit out of what's about to happen.
You'll have to roll a pretty high number to do it, and it also, if you literally need to be deaf.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
As in,
Can I?
Like the.
But we're not
removal
gonna be
of your
beside.
ability
No,
to
we're
hear.
just because this is.
But if you stand in
is
the
not.
hallway, like the elevator, the stairway, no face stealing here. You've written it.
No, that's fair. I forgot about
You
that
can stand in
actually.
the hallway, but you can still have your cut silence.
Okay. Thank you. I'm gonna cut out the silence. I'm gonna
Rogo.
soothe it from screaming.
Yes,
Go
ma'am.
ahead and roll me performance.
I'm just gonna roll on 1d100, I guess.
Yeah, please do. I'll tell you what happens at the Kuroko mission.
Oh,
You scream. It's one of those musical just intros, just
and then that's the first, and then the second play. Oh, a 95.
yeah. Your song is interrupted by being stabbed by 20 spears.
That's okay.
People in front of
That's
you
never helpful.
are not affected by having their face stolen. The only reason why is because they're afflicted, and they're not under your control. These
Under
afflicted are
something
wearing
else's control.
masks that are being controlled by someone else, and you went to go steal their faces, but they have none to steal.
Mhm.
So they marched up and took their golden spears and stabbed just orchestra in the middle of her performance, cutting it short.
How many
As I'm
fucking
being
hats do you
stabbed.
have?
I keep playing.
They will push you into the hallway with a bunch of spears.
Oh, I will spatial fold the distance behind the orchestra and into the hallway by my maximum amount for a reaction.
And I will.
I'm just gonna throw plasma at them.
One spear will go to your throat, and one will go to your instrument. They do not want you to play. Stop it. Stop it. They will permanently harm you with these weapons. Stop it.
I
Do it.
will spend a reaction to use my micro singularities to deflect their attempts to puncture her throat and
Stop
instrument.
it. Don't do it. It's bad.
I would also like to attempt a attack on these motherfuckers because
They're plain boys. They go ahead.
They
hit 'em.
just
But
melt.
if you venture into this room, you may get your face ripped off. This is Orchestra. This ain't Kuroko. This is a face.
Oh, he's standing in the hallway and lobbing fire in.
yes, well, plasma.
Oh, okay. Yeah, then yeah, you can do that. No problem. No problem. Yep. Yeet.
Indeed.
All right. Your power rings out. Shakes the walls. Something's not right. Something somewhere. People lose their faces. But it's not on this floor.
And I control the sound, so I don't let it go through.
Okay, so you don't let the redirection. You when it starts to redirect, you just stop it short.
Yeah, and just like that.
Nice.
Okay.
I'm gonna sort of speak up. Do you mind if I try something? It seems like there's a kink.
Ooh.
Husband.
Yes, dear.
Don't.
Hmm?
Something's not right.
Yes. I'm curious as to what that could be.
Go no more than 5 meters. Smash the floor. Take the material of this place and leave quickly.
Of course.
Build a weapon like you do.
Yeah.
Something's
Alhazred's
wrong
gonna.
with this place, and we need to leave very quickly.
Alhazred's going to slip in, wang some of the gold, and retreat with it.
And as Orchestra plays one last note and uses one of her charges of the thorn that's left. And I don't know how the artifacts are in this case, but I'm going to leave a resonating hue.
What type of hue? What type of noise are you going to leave reverberating in this room? Because it's almost like an antechamber, but the antechamber is the size of a hangar bay. It's huge, and I'm not talking.
Yeah,
I'm not talking like a private plane hangar bay. We're talking a
like one of the big boy
carrier
hangar bays.
ship hangar bay that can hold hundreds of spacecraft. It's cavernous, massive, all plated in gold. What type of noise is going to be reverberating in this one chamber?
This isn't over.
A reminder?
Yep.
Okay.
Murder?
A thorn in your side as the instruments, the bass just hums. And then static is just left. And I leave.
All right, you guys leave.
I felt less than eventful.
Oh, you lit those people on fire. They melted, and then they
Fuck yeah.
froze.
It's
Their
the
masks tumbled off of their faces and hit the floor with not with a clatter, not with it didn't even bounce. It hit the floor with such a finality that it didn't even budge upon impact. Didn't crater, but it felt like it should have left a crater. It went Kong.
Nice.
Didn't budge even a little
It
bit.
feels good to start taking lives again.
The taking of lives felt hollow. These guys have no faces underneath their masks. They are afflicted. They have no personality. They are no
I can't
one.
have anything fucking nice. Oh, no, you
Oh,
are.
but you killed them. You killed that
Yeah.
vessel, though.
Yes.
You melted then froze them.
I was about to argue, like, can you not have anything nice? I'm like, well, yeah, no, if there's no personality, no real humanity, nothing.
They're
It's just like
thrall.
breaking a teapot.
They're thrall, Kuzmo.
They're what?
Thralls.
Yes. It's like smashing a teapot. Not
Mhm.
that smashing a teapot isn't satisfying as fuck.
No, there's nothing
Smashing
special about it.
pumpkins.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a look at this gold.
Okay.
Gold.
I'll be like, this is pretty sus.
You know the concept of fool's gold?
Mm-hmm. Iron pyrite.
Yeah. This is. It uses part of it. The concept of fool's gold. It is true wealth. It is gold. But it also combines the concept of dragon's gold. If you know the curse of dragon's gold.
Mm-hmm.
Put it together with pyrite and the concept of fool's gold and dragon's gold. And then you put it together in a cult with a couple extra ingredients that matter, but you can't really put it together with the materials at hand. There's a couple extra flavors that really the devil's in the details.
Mm-hmm.
But you got the two main ingredients. Dragon's gold and fool's gold.
Mm-hmm. A lie and a punishment for greed. Okay. Yep, I'm gonna take this, and I'm going to make a. I'm gonna pull together some supreme materials and make a weapon.
Cool. As you do this, I'm going to continue eating this man's arm. And you swear that watching him do this is like watching a crocodile tear chunks of
Did
flesh
you
off
walk
his
into
arm.
that room to gain an arm?
No, I had this previously.
He brought it up with him.
Oh, okay. You had you didn't enter the 6th floor. You
I mean,
just a previous
My
man's
plasma
arm
balls
somewhere
did
else.
it.
Yeah, your plasma balls did.
Mm.
Where'd you get the
Yeah.
arm?
None of your damn business.
I'm the GM. I'm asking.
Oh. Well, you see, sometimes people get really drunk and they don't pay their tab, and they cause mischief.
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, you got plenty of arms.
And the asshole didn't even offer to share.
So Kuzmo,
Yes, I did.
I played on the 4th floor, so you're good to go with that.
You want some Alhazard again?
I'm going to end
Yes.
my session here. Thanks, Matt. Thanks, guys.
I'm gonna kill the shit out of what's on this 6th floor. And if I
Yeah.
can't do that, I'm just
Do it
gonna
up.
kill the 6th floor.
It's too bad I couldn't get the whole face of the mask, but that is what it is.
Things will happen.
I am legit, though, eating a rare cooked steak right now, and it is fucking delicious.
Is it good?
All then.
All right.
All right. Well, Johnny, thanks for hanging out.
Yeah. 12:30 here now, and just
Yep.
got work at the board.
Mm.
Okay. You guys do you. Peace
All right.
out. Bye-bye.
Deuces.